Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ¿qué pasa, peoples? How's it going? Buenos días. Why is it not showing? No.
Going through winter break.
Hello, 1 second.
Like you said, those catch-up teams, we know some teams, I think we saw a little bit of a struggle for Exalt the first day. They had a player who was having trouble sort of getting to his chair, but he's back in, so they've got a full roster to start today.
Good morning.
That kind of bounce around.
I need to make my breakfast real quick because I literally just came back. I just had a shower and I haven't had anything to eat, but I had to start the stream because the games are starting. But let me quickly be right back, okay? I want to make the breakfast. What's up, Moon? What's up, Mr. Chono? 1 second.
And the big thing is, right, if you're Group A and you qualify as the top 8 to winners bracket, you are going to have tomorrow off, the 22nd off, and all 3 days of losers bracket, right? So you're going to have 4 days off. That is quite kind of crazy. Of course, this is the system here, and yeah, if you go to losers and you were playing those first, and if you don't qualify, you're done. You're offered a ticket home if you want to.
Offered a ticket home. So the first 8 teams could be flying out of Bangkok as early as 4 days from now. Now, we no longer have the Grand Survival, so there will be 8 teams from the Last Chance Survival who get to go to that Grand Final. We'll give you more updates on that as it comes along. Let's take a look at that overview. Most importantly, how the groups are divided right now. Which group are we watching, and what do you think of this group so far?
Yeah, of course. We're looking at Group A here, and we're going to be starting on day 2. So we're starting on Miramar. We're going to Taker and Vikendi, so that's kind of swapped around. And then we end on Erangel like we usually do in these kind of formats here. So it's kind of the comfortable zone for these guys. So you're going to have the map you know the best to get the most points out of. But all the other teams also do know. We have a big prize pool here too.
Yes, we have $600,000 for first place before the additional sort of skin sales are added to that. So make sure you go over to the client and get yourself some of those skins to support the players. $10,000 goes to the MVP. And in case you're new, the scoring system is on the right side there. 1 kill point, or 1 point per kill, I should say, 10 points for first, and it goes on down from there. Let's take a look at the regions that are participating at PGC this year. Left side, very strong, a lot of Asian representation, but teams have been so strong coming out of those regions lately. And then, of course, the PGS bottom right, those are the teams that qualified through the global events throughout the course of the year.
Yeah, and Tianba has surprised us super much here. They're like, it just shows how much depth we have in China, how much depth we have in Asia in general. And of course, yesterday as well, we saw that 2 Pentagram coming in, winning back-to-back 2. It's just been kind of a wild set of games, and you need to have these kind of sleeper picks on your fantasy squad, but also once you consider who's going to be going head-to-head here. As you say, 80 points for Tianpa Toffees. What an insane first day for them.
Last time they played, they won both Erangel matches, which means that if you're a team on the chase, you want to maybe count on them doing well at the end of the day today again and soaking up some points. So try to get moving early. You don't want to be playing that chase, especially when it's so gosh darn close in terms of score. Let's look at some team head-to-heads, though, Avenger.
The fun thing on here, right? They have 51 points. Both they're tied for second here for this. More kills on Sonic's side, but more placement on third on 5. It was super impressive to see how well they were able to play. Thanadol popped off. Again, we've seen him throughout the year do quite well, so it's good to see him step up to the games here at PGC. Of course, the teams to watch, as you pointed out on Erangel, Tianpa, they're able to win back-to-back. The 2 only games we had on Erangel, 20 points in the first game, 27 in the second one. Absolutely insane performance, and then they're able to get 80 for the total day, of course.
Also, Day Trade, big fan crowd favorite here right now. They also, Nurns, I believe, gave us one of the best 1v1s we've gotten to see in a very long time during the first day of play. So let's take a look back at some of these teams to watch and their journey. Tianba, they were unstoppable.
This one.
3 chicken dinners out of 6 games.
That destroyed my heart. That drive-by from Ovo, oh my god. Super well played, and of course, multiple clutches from CYY or Sai if you want to. Insane plays we see overall. Day Trade as well, some super good shots coming out of these guys. What we've seen them all year, these guys, and of course the crowd is going to go wild when Day Trade does that again.
And then Shrimzy played out of his mind. I mean, look at this shot. Perfect example right now. Shrimzy, I think, had the day of his life and has been nothing but sort of upscale in terms of his skill. He's been a lot of fun to watch. Now, if you liked watching him, you can put him on your fantasy team because we are doing Fantasy League over at twire.gg. 2 points for a kill, 0.01 for damage, basically 100 damage, you get a kill, you get a point. Surviving is 5, and then if you die too early before 10 minutes, that's a -3. Captain, 30% extra the points, and it is a ton of fun. This almost gets you buy-in. When your team goes down that you're a fan of, you at least have someone to still cheer for. Let's look at the most popular, or who's earned the most points so far.
Yeah, Lin Shu and the Tianba guys, of course, in the lead here. Pao Pao, he died a few times, so didn't get too many survival points for that. But Thanadol, first team out of like a non-Tianba square, and Tickleton the second one there. So yeah, of course, there's a lot to kind of look at here. Him as in 15th, He was 33,500, so he kind of underperformed to what we were expecting here. But yeah, this is the overall leaderboard, and let's not talk too much about this because I'm in last.
And I'm in second to last, so you know it's brutal over here on the desk right now. Tough life for us, but we have some secrets. You know, we've captained Tiggleton. I think we both have.
So many.
We got a lot of chase to get underway, but it is a very long event, and there's no more. It wouldn't be fun if Poro and the boys didn't have a chance to trash talk us before we caught back up to them.
Yeah, exactly. We were many days here. Of course, the Pick'em Challenge here in your esports tab inside the game here. Of course, 57% pick for 17. It's looking like they're huge favorites here coming off. Of course, there's a lot of support in game for them, but in general, Gen G as well. 16% is a little bit unexpected for me, but they have such a big legacy kind of following them. So yeah, there's huge things.
I mean, you heard it during the intro. Pio said, I'm going to remind him who won the first time. Like, this is exciting for them. Here's the matches for today. We're starting in the desert, as you brought up earlier. So 2 matches of Miramar, and then we end at what I would call everyone's favorite home base, maps that everyone knows well. Vikendi and Tego right in the middle, and they've been a little bit crazy lately. They have. And again, once we talk to the players and we kind of get these insights here, they're like, they still feel like it's like a little bit of a wild card, but still, if you're able to squeeze out 15, 20 points out of some of these maps here, it's going to be a huge difference for you. So, of course, try to get some of these best drops as possible. And you guys, if you want your own drops, can get G-Coin. We're doing a G-Coin event after the first blood in match 1. We'll be giving away 400 G-Coin. In match 5, after the first team elimination, we're going to be giving away a code that'll get you anywhere from 800 to 5,000. Now, the codes are limited, so you need to have the client open so you can type those in just as fast as your fingers will allow you to. You want to get your hands on those G-Coins, which I assume you'll turn into schematics, hopefully, for those progressives, which have been absolutely amazing. Or, hopefully, check out that PGC 2023 skins. All right, it's an exciting day. What do you, give me real quick, what are you looking forward to, or who do you think steps up here? I'm really excited to see who's our kind of mid-pack chasers that are going to have like a first one or second game they're going to pop off. Excited to see what Dynamo does. Like, they're a team that, you know, a lot of us have it on their kind of favorites to potentially win. I believe in them too. And once we talk to some of the managers, some of the players, they're just like trolling everyone, and us, they're like, nah, we're not going to do well. Don't put us on our fantasy team. Like, nah. On the other end, So always does super well on fantasy. And in general, I think Dynamo is going to come out kind of swinging a little bit, and they're going to solidify their spot in the top quite early on. That built-in modesty seems like a staple of PUBG. I don't know any players who pick themselves on their own fantasy teams, which is... That should be a rule, though. It's a It's a travesty to me that they don't do that. But that said, we're going to see what happens today. Cerberus, hopefully they make a jump. We're going to find out because it's time for us to get ready for game number 1 of the second day of Group A. This is PGC 2023.
I need the map stream. Map stream, map stream. Map stream, thank you. Alright.
Hello, PUBG fans, and let's get everything underway for PGC day number 3. We're back with Group A, and Group A was one hell of a treat to kick off everything. I mean, Tiamba was just wild and has a lead. That's something to talk about, but really it's going to be about how they deal with it. Instead, we need to be focusing on the top 8 teams and who's going to be going on to the winner's bracket.
Exactly. Everybody else beneath them, a few teams probably doing okay. I mean, T5 Sonics probably fine, almost assuredly, as long as they don't zero out for the day. Tiamba's in, we know that, we're done with them. But the cool thing about this group, because it was so top heavy, is literally anyone has a chance. I mean, I was talking to XO today, spirits were really high. They said, look, we know we had a bad day 1, but all we need is that one game, that one chicken dinner, and we can turn things around and get to the top, and get at least into the top 8 again.
There are so many fan favorites inside of this group. I mean, it's a group of death. Yes, it's going to be hard to play in, but so many like hopes and dreams for what's going to be going on for the rest of PGC are going to be decided and what's going to be happening now and the path that they're going to have to go through, right? Going through losers bracket, there's still last chance. There's a ton of stuff opportunities that can come out of this, but getting that easier pathing with the winners bracket is so key. You were talking about one of the teams going into this one that might be making some weird strategies today, and Danoa.
Yeah, so pretty interesting. Like, the word on the street is that Danawa is going to continue to contest their drops. They're not going to back off of any of these hot drops, Matt. So I'm pretty curious to see if that is going to be the case.
That's not good for me.
Has in the past kind of shown at least some flexibility, but
that's not good for me and my fantasy.
Dogs, they really wanted to strut their stuff. I mean, they really wanted to bully some of these other teams, especially on Erangel, especially Cerberus, who is also another team that a lot of people consider a top dog, to get the hell out of farm.
And I mean, Danawa is in a really thick spot right now. Day Trade, Space Station Gaming, Danawa, all 39 points, man. That's absolutely crazy. Just 1 point back behind that, then we're going to have Cerberus. But right above Day Trade at the 39 mark is the big jump into Sonics. So they are doing a good job of weathering a lot of these early game, I guess, shenanigans that are happening to them. But to be committed and say, nope, we're not making any modifications, we're just going to deal with it whenever you're in the thick of that is a bold statement.
It is. And here's the other interesting thing. You know, with Tianba, seeing them on your screen right now, having such an unbelievably dominant day, you know, 3 chicken dinners on day 1.
What up, Piper?
They're in a position to be kingmakers here. They can come out and say, we want to mess with certain teams. They don't, I mean, most teams will just play their game, but they do have an opportunity here to kind of say, we want to mess with Danawa a little bit today. We want to see if we can send them down to losers, because Chumacera is normally Tiamba's drop spot on Miramar, for example. So if we can, say, take one of the not only best teams out of the equation, we also get our loot spot back on a map that's, you know, 1/3 of the pool. So look, there's a lot that could happen today.
I mean, you can hear the fan favorites right now in the audience. We've got Day Trade that's going to be in there. T5 had themselves a good glow up in the last couple of games to really secure a lot of points. I know a lot of people are also going to have their eyes set on T5 just due to the fact that they're a very dynamic team whenever it comes into some of these situations, and they can really unload. Yeah, guys,
Miramar.
we're starting on Erangel. We're kicking off the day on Miramar, so we're going to have to see how this goes spicy. I say that, but yesterday's Erangel games were really wild. That's where we're going to end up. So 2 on Miramar to kick everything off.
Really excited for Miramar today. Absolutely should be a blast ending up with the Cerberus win in the final game, but Shrimzy almost pulling off the 1v4 in the end. So let's see if somebody has some clutch moments inside of them. ZYY had that clutch on Erangel, so this should be a really good day. I mean, my eyes are on the playing path. Is anybody
I need to start up the
anything
game.
Uncouth, unusual, Tianba, you know, even potentially threatening
Sorry for sound.
Sarah here. We'll see if that is going to come to fruition.
This is a weird playing path specifically whenever we're looking at FaZe and Tyloo, right? Space Station Gaming also a bit awkward. But there's nobody really down in south. Like, we've got that whole area around Resort, Los Leones.
I'm gonna mute so it's not loud for you guys. Because I have the intro of PUBG starting up. 1 second.
Not only did Tiamba go, start going Chumacera, as soon as I saw Danawa turning their shoots towards Monte, they turned with
Give me a
them.
second, guys.
They are clearly in a mindset to
You're gonna get back screen for 1 second.
This is super interesting.
And they get the
right ping on the top right
to do that
yes.
right now. They've got that flex points that they can work with. And this is something you often see. Teams, they'll be at the top.
Settings,
like,
windowed,
we're going to play it
boom,
safe. We're going to do everything
boom.
else like that. They let that lead slip away. I love a more proactive play. I know the Danawa players don't like, specific players and fans don't like to hear this, but this is exactly what you want to do with that lead. Is you want to be flexing out. You want to be making sure that everybody respects you.
Exactly, and they even got the high ground there in Monte Nuevo, so this is really good. I mean, the bus was 0 bullets. Tanadol, what happened there, bud? Every gun spawns with bullets. I'm not sure how you got the gun and not the bullets, but I'm not, you know what, I don't know.
After his performance on day 1, it's just a threat. If somebody sees them and they're like, oh, that could be the T5 players, just leave them alone. Tanadol, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you do not want to mess with Tanadol. I mean, the exciting thing for T5 here is they're a team that so far this year has kind of impressed us with their smarts. This is what I was talking about. The high ground, really nice here at 4-7-7, but Onyx has a mini. He's got an opportunity. Oh my God, no. Not like this.
Nades, he's got Panzerfaust. This is a
Shoot
super low economy
Oh,
situation. Good toss.
damn it.
7-7. I mean,
Wait.
my God.
I think Ionix is my...
people this event.
Dude, Ionix is my captain.
On fire this event. All of them. Well,
Ionix is my captain, dude. This is not good.
Jong did actually shoot a Panzerfaust out of the air, maybe unintentionally, but I was just saying, you know, with that Panzerfaust 7,
No, they don't.
7's hands, I'm like, just shoot at the Panzerfaust as it's coming out. See if you can catch it.
But it almost created its own
Unless
problem,
I'm sponsored
right? The
by a
explosion blocked out the
Ripple,
vision
then they
on
would
where
use the
that
same in
rocket
the same team.
positioning was, so he couldn't line up. The opposing side was
same
like,
brand.
Oh, it's
It threw Sungong off. Yeah.
It's a pretty rare event. I'm not gonna lie. I had to go back and look like 3 times to confirm it, just to be like, am I that old? Is my vision that bad? Is there a tree there that I don't see?
Yeah,
Nope.
exactly.
This is bad.
And I'm like, is there a
This
branch
is real
there?
bad.
Like, I'm not sure.
So after all of that work, Anonix is down, but it looks
Save
like
him,
he
man.
might be able to sneak over and get him. It's going to be close. You can see Loki's a bit afraid, but 7-7 just doesn't have the ammo to do anything.
Oh,
And
what a knock.
Says hell no, gets there in the
Let's go, Loki.
freaking second to save his boy.
Unbelievable play from Loki. I was hyping him up yesterday. As
Let's
one
go,
of those
Loki.
players who could be in contention if Donawa can win this event as the greatest of all time. And a play like that right there, folks, is why.
They don't want to back off of this. They want to counter the statement. Okay, you got that lead. You got the points to play with. Well, that just means the fact that we can get free points off the start.
What's up, Kirill?
Take you out.
This is so mean, but I love what Soul is doing here, retaking the high ground, trying to cover some more angles. Now, Pow Pow might have spotted him there, I'm not sure, but it's a pretty good formation now for Donawa. They're a little bit split, but they're able to reclaim some of these better angles to look down on it. Soul uses it to perfection.
This is just exactly how they wanted this one to go down. Getting more and more control. They've kind of repositioned up on this hillside, now starting to do the punishment. And you notice on the
They need to be careful with this
Tiana's
guy.
a bit separated out here, and now it's going to become in a very dangerous spot. Shot's not going to come out yet. Again, it's going to be ZYY. Lin Shu's going to have a good vision, but not going to be able to get over to his teammates, really. Salute's going to be on the opposing section of this one, and the repositioning coming out quite beautifully for Danoa, as they're going to be able to kind of hold that low ground position. Looks like they were seeing if anybody was going to go for a res, but that's just done.
Yeah, Salute doing a good job here, recognizing the situation, getting behind some cover, expecting a grenade to come out.
Where's the
Shotgun
code,
handoff
dude?
For Lin Shu, but with this AK and a Mark 12 to back it up for Salute, I don't expect him to get super close range.
Well, I mean,
If he can help it.
it's kind of getting closer by the second.
The code is invalid. No, are you
Worse
kidding
is
me,
this,
dude?
Lin Shu has an option to get
They
rid of
write it
one
wrong.
but
Oh,
Salute
it's
holding
gone
the other
for
angle,
now. It's
protecting
done
him,
for.
realizing it. It is going to be Lin Shu that
Oh,
spots that,
no.
and now goes for a bit of a spray.
I wrote it,
Realizes
write
he's
it
in
wrong
trouble.
again, dude.
ZYY is nowhere near this. He's just playing anchor position. Lin Shu's all by himself. He has to make this
All that for
happen,
nothing.
and my God, I don't know if you can.
To make it worse, Soul had hit a headshot there with the AK, and that's going to be the go word for Salute.
Ooh, spray's coming out on both sides, stepping and trying to go for the shotgun blast.
Oh, no.
Connect. Danoa coming up. Big
Lin
and
Shu.
punishing Tianba for this one.
Well, this is a huge start for Donawa. After being contested by Tianba, this could have gone real sideways real fast. Maybe found themselves looking down towards 6th, 7th place. Who knows how this one would have shaken out if they were just bopped out of the lobby by Tianba. Instead, they stand firm. They control Monte Nuevo.
And we were talking about that tie in the thick of it. Look, already off the get-go, Danoa is starting to get some separation away from that. And we were talking about how compacted this leaderboard is. I mean, if you really look at it, Danoa at 42, and then if you were just to take down 13 points, man, look at the drop-off that we're just going to move down into, all the way down into that 27 range. All of these teams right at the break point, one solid game can secure them, but anybody that's still down in the bottom 8, 2 games will get you there.
You got
Exactly,
it?
Matt.
Yeah, I wrote it wrong.
I mean, it is a really open
I wrote it wrong.
lobby right now for anybody to get themselves straight into that winner's bracket.
This was the one to get
The
because
loser's
there's not that
flag
many
has the
people
dragon
watching right
on.
now.
Pretty good opportunity. Got a highlight coming up here pretty shortly, but Flash is going to get those shots to go.
Just good lineup into that one, as it's just going to be a good setup.
Yeah, it took a while.
Now as Day Trade has gotten a bit more of attention that's going to go on around them, that means that they're going to have to focus up, specifically up into the north. And now Tyloo going to be coming in back behind Day Trade, so they're going to have a lot of targets to keep an eye on, as T5 is going to be one of the teams that we're going to take a quick look at these highlights.
Hey, what up, Stoppy? Good day. I put in the camera on now. I was just eating.
Just a minute here. T5, we're going to take a look at what T5 is capable of.
Perfecto. What up, Nate? Hello, hello.
โอ้ man.
Sync them up. That would make sense, but that was also that would be hard to do as well, though.
To watch. I mean, it's gotta feel bad when you get hit by him, but
Yeah.
goodness, is it so fun to see those just arc through the air and obliterate teams. And I mean, T5 has been the thing that's really impressive about T5, Matt, is not only are they like clearly really smart, but they've adapted to some of the new utility, like the pickups, the mortars, those kind of things really quickly. And we haven't thought of them as necessarily a high, fragging team, a high firepower team, but they've really proven so far this event that they've worked on that they've picked that up.
Bro, it's about time to start calling them T10 off the amount of kills that they're getting every single round. It's putting in some work. Tyloo down to the south of Day Trade, like we were talking about beforehand. Shin's going to be on the high ground over in that Chumasera hilltop. He's going to get Atongmu over there with him. So rest of the squad's going to be moving to the opposing hillside, just a bit more to the west, and getting high ground onto Day Trade, who already has a read in that. You can see it's going to be Flash and the rest of the crew. Well, I guess one other person with him. Can't say the rest of the crew, as they're running a 2-2 split right now. Ascend's going to be just to the north of that point, as we do have the Sandstorm kind of making its way over there into the west, but not necessarily a core component. Meanwhile, a bit more to the northeast, we're going to have Sonics over here contending in with Falcons. Cerberus going to be to the south of them, and Petrichor Road kind of running a 2-2 split in a pretty similar position to him. Yeah,
Exalt's found a couple knocks here onto Falcons. Capitan pretty far out from the rest of his team, plus they had another knock in the gas station, so they're in a bit of trouble. I mean, Capitan is dead to rights, and I think Sonics are trying to steal it. Let's see if Ark can get it. He does. Nice job. Tickleton going to give him a few parting shots in the back for it, but, I mean, come on. It was his knock. Sonics are trying to steal it.
And this is in that valley. Well, you can't really say the valley. It's a
Capitan
to the west of Picado, so the hillsides.
Wait, the last of Tian is actually
barren. Brickyard getting some
right beside these guys.
Got to love to see that. As Danoa still on the hunt, man. They really want to make sure that they ruin Tianba's day.
Did they see him running around here or something? I guess so.
Like, this is like Danoa did the thing.
Well, they're just playing
that
extra
they were
safe.
Supposed to do here, where Tianba said, they fluffed out their feathers and they said, we're going Chumasera, and Danoa said, okay, fine, we'll go Monte today. You can have it. We're not gonna make a big deal out of it. We got to play for a few more points to make sure that we're gonna be getting into the winners bracket, and then maybe later in the day we can mess with you or something. But instead, like, they chased, Danoa into Monte. This is Tiamba's own doing here. Not that Tiamba gives a crap. Like, they're fine. They're in the winners bracket already. So
it's because Tiamba hot dropped them. Because Tiamba's already qualified and they fight for the same hot drop, like the same loot spot.
Everybody's gonna be happy in some ways.
So they were chasing Danoa, but it backfired.
To kind of hold down and hunker and hide into, because it's just such a dynamic reposition.
Mainstream at
455. Petrichor Road looks like part of their duo is kind of shifting around and trying to get everything set up, but it's all about like these dynamic positions as we're
real hard.
In this
so this group gets decided today. Yes, this is the last 6 games.
Dramatic for these teams to try to rotate. Most notably,
bottom 8 will go to lower bracket, top 8 will go winner bracket, and then we'll see Group B tomorrow.
To being harassed at range, which Brex is trying to exploit.
Yeah, and this is good stuff here from both teams. Brex is trying to keep their player. It's Chris who's up front. As always,
losers bracket. I think they called it that. Yeah.
Likes to kind of feel things out, but
the losers. Nice map stream, dude. The map stream is dead.
Cerberus used an emergency pickup in front of Day Trade. They could potentially punish this if they want to. It's going to be close.
Going to be landing very tight on this one. Day Trade's going to have to stop for just one moment, figure out what's going to go on. Petrichor Road does have some vision in the backside of this one. We're looking at pretty much an MPL circle. It's going to have Monte Nuevo inside of it, just to the northeast of center. Danoa making reposition, pretty centered up in it. But this hillside, where we're seeing all of this attention, Petrichor Road, Cerberus, Day Trade, Exo. We have D+ Kia also over here. Tyloo down in the bottom part of this hill.
I swear, I hope Hemas doesn't pop off today. He didn't pop off yesterday. I had him as my captain, dude. I even have him today. I have Corexi. Linshu had already died.
Yeah, and
Inonix captain.
Some of those teams is going to be that it's more likely to go north than not based on the land ratio. So it just depends. Sometimes
but I wouldn't have gone for Linshu or the Danoa guys because I completely forgot that Danoa, like Tianba and Danoa are gonna fight on hot drop.
These circles do generally drift north towards Monte Nuevo.
I would have ignored it and gone someone else, like both of those guys. I would have gone maybe like a member of Sonics and a member of Cerberus or something.
Driving across it right now. It's probably what, maybe
would have been
10%
better.
of the circle. So that means that as we're looking at things shifting away, it should move to the southeast. But after the games we've been
It can go
casting,
southeast too, that's true.
the way that we've been seeing these circles pop, I wouldn't count on that logic because, man, they've been kind of going wherever they want to go.
It's either going to go north or east. Like, it's very, very unlikely to go
What are these
southwest.
highlights?
That would be the most unlikely.
In this game?
Oh, you gonna replay them like that?
Yes. I mean, it is Miramar, I guess, you know, the good, the bad, and the ugly, right?
It's Marauders, man. What can you do? That hood is way longer than you think it is sometimes.
Of the bad man, I've been trying to buy the Sultan mouse pad, but it's sold out. Do you think the sound is similar? I see you have the logo in the corner.
Really, really cool.
I'm gonna check which one exactly was mine. 1 second.
To kind of block out what's going on in the vision.
Very smart.
It looks like they might just be waiting for it to entirely pass, but it also means that people aren't going to be eyeing into that direction as much. FaZe is kind of out still in Chumacera, though, so I wouldn't be too concerned.
Emmy's in trouble. Glaz has got him.
Mine is a Saturn Gaming mouse pad from Max Gaming.
Yep, Glaz going to go ahead and take down Emmy. Falcons still having some problems is they just can't find a way to hide down and hunker down. The other two members going to be bypassing, but they're going to be right
in
next
stock
to
for me.
Yep, nice little pickup there for V7. They should be a little bit more comfortable today, I feel like. Gonna start out without any hot
MaxGaming.com, Saturn Gaming mousepad XL square, that's what I got.
But for now, V7 a high frag team right on top of Petrichor Road is FaZe.
Look at that mini-map, my God, so many bullets. Everybody has
Beans
eyes
is
on
dead.
it, only one lost for FaZe as they make landfall. Petrichor Road,
FaZe doing the emergency parachutes.
Suddenly being very exploited.
Jeans got shot out of the air there. Can't even get back to him. He's just donezo quick. Yeah. Emas from Cerberus, I believe, is the one who claimed that point. Now, some damage being done here by FaZe. Plenty of utility available as it's their first fight. That one came up short of the window where Gustav wanted to get
map orders reversed today, yeah, exactly. It ends with double wrangle.
So they've got a couple of options. They can just kind of hunker down and read what's going to go on. It looks like they're still in the information gathering phase. You can notice that Corexy was kind of playing out away from this one, trying to figure out, okay, what's going on.
I don't know the difference between the mouse pads all that much, Birdman, because I've only have this one, yeah.
That was near on impossible to track.
That was
I only got this one, but it's a nice keyboard.
Nice
keyboard, nice mouse pad, sorry.
Wanted a piece of it. Some are thinking about a blue zone.
Happy unfun day to everyone. Hope the weekend went well. What do you mean? Monday's the best day. Monday's fun day, dude.
But
I did a run today up hills, first time. Doing hill runs, intervals. Oh, Corexy got knocked as well. Oh, Corexy's dead, dude. Two of my fantasies are dead already.
Absolutely phenomenal defense there. Has an AWM in hand as well. That level 3 gear saved his life. He got headshot, and it was what allowed him to keep that extra 1 HP to stay alive.
I had an Artisan mousepad too. I really like the Artisan mousepad. I think the Artisan mousepad is actually my favorite, but the problem is it's from Japan, and it's just annoying to get and takes a while and this and that. Probably should just buy like a lot of them and stack up. That was the best bet.
I mean, they're going to try to finish what FaZe started, and they've got an opportunity. It is just Aches left really all on his lonesome. Ming got knocked down
good.
Below him.
Artisan is really good.
Side, but if Sonics
I think it's the best mousepad I've used personally. I just wanted to test this mousepad that I have right now, the Saturn, which I like too. It's really good. Like, I'm going to keep playing with this one,
but for now, they should be safe.
The only problem with the Artisan that I had, it just got kind of dirty extremely fast, and like when you clean it, it's not the same feeling. Like you need to buy a new one, at least for me. Like it didn't. My Artisan mousepad didn't last long whatsoever. The only downside.
But how is this landing going to go? No, this dip. Hamas right on top of him. Here come the throwables. This is going to be a
I've been keeping up with your runs. You're killing it. Thank you.
He jumps right into the molly.
Yeah, that's bad news for him. Tycon still has a couple frags in the bag, and they are doing some serious damage. Roth is going to be knocked as well. Meanwhile, Akeleft actually did get knocked by Sonics.
Lagging? Yeah, the map is lagging. The map is lagging on the map stream at least.
For SSG trying to hang on.
It happened yesterday as well.
And the harassment at range is going to be enough to at least stall Cerberus. They don't want to step into this one, and SSG could exploit that. The vehicle flipping up.
Rough. It's rough.
That was scary if you were Pixel there.
That is so nerve-wracking to have those vehicles exploding around you.
Yeah, I've tried multiple ways to clean it the way you have as well.
It is fairly random. I'm not okay.
It
Here
just
comes the
it
frag
doesn't
now
become
from
clean for me.
Let's see if it's good. It is.
Oh man, they just can't even get their feet back underneath of them. But utility is eventually going to run out as Pixel's going to crawl back. And look at that vehicle, just fortification over there. Everything getting ready to just pop in.
Like, obviously it's slightly better than
more scary
having it cleaned and not cleaned, but it's just, I don't know, it's not the same.
We need use car salesman Poro back at some point during this event. I am asking for it. Hemas finds another one. Roth, the only one left for SSG now. Cerberus probably going to finish this up. Shrimzy there going to get the finish onto Aches left. Tycon had the knock on a Ming, in fact, from Cerberus. But Cerberus is using a lot of utility here, Matt, to finish off SSG. So they're going to be hurting in the late game. Even though they're dead center, they're not going to have all of those options available potentially if they make it that far.
There's a lot of vision on this location. So if you guys are curious, like, why doesn't Cerberus just go over there and finish them off? They can't. There's like way too many teams that can see the high ground on that one. Once they profile up, it's in some trouble. And hey, you know, Danawa, who's been kind of everywhere inside this game. Well, now they're over here with that Sonics line, as Sonics do have vision on what's going on with V7, trying to make it in the circle, but V7's going to have to contend with Sonics sight lines, Ascend sight lines, as well as Danawa and a gatekeeping position.
I like what Danawa's doing.
Anonix has the P90, and he doesn't have a kill, though. He got a knock earlier, but he never got the flush.
Loki's going to watch the backline, salute just with him.
But he has a P90.
The problem has become is that V7 now has gotten into this territory. I don't think Danawa is really expecting another team to be coming from this direction. You wouldn't think that this late somebody would be pushing this edge.
I don't like this.
Salute and Loki are in real
I don't
trouble.
like this.
Kosi just double headshot salute, put him down. Loki in a lot of trouble.
Now just trying to follow in. Loki's got the read, but he just
That's
doesn't
nice
really
shots.
have the time to deal with it.
Gonna get knocked to the zone.
You can see has to go for the reload, going to slow him down. Blue zone going to go.
Eben is another one of my
V7
fantasy,
making
dude.
the
They're all
approach,
killing
but
each
as he
other.
presses around the corner, does it, spot it,
Loki, dude.
Takes down Heaven, but now what's he gonna do? He's already taken so much
He
damage.
can
Blue
make
zone's
it.
gonna be ticking out, and he just has to run forward. Is he gonna make it? No.
He does.
Barely
I mean,
get
he
there.
doesn't,
Yeah,
but he
that's
does.
a-
Oh, no,
that's a
mind.
real feels
There's
bad
two
man
people
for-
here.
for Danawa. I think they held on to this split a little bit too long because they felt like they were safe, but they didn't get the information on the west, and they're going to get punished for it. Meanwhile, Ascend up with the Sonics.
All my
H1 has been
fantasy,
on
it's
Shrimzy
all
as
down
well
to
now, just
Inonix.
kickstart left.
Oh, having to contend, this rock is just cursed, man. Everybody that approaches into it is just getting absolutely torn to shreds. Kickstart having to navigate this one. You can see it's Chris down. Shrimzy trying to feed some type of information over. Kick has at least spotted out Mika.
He's
but
1
can't do too
HP.
much more than that. He's got the ammo, he's got the tools, but it's just not clean. And with this, the other members of Danawa on the opposing side waiting to gatekeep whoever crossed the top of that hill.
Exactly. This is pretty smart here from Anonix and Soul to just clean up whatever happens with this fight. A lot of utility.
pretty
going
rushed
to
by
be
Ascend,
expended
though.
by Ascend to try to displace Kickstart.
Kinda
Kickstart,
trapped there.
Still some stuns in the bag, trying to keep Ascend underneath him. Let's see if Kickstart can recognize. There's two ways up to this rock.
He got Chris. Now he just has to line up the second one. Does get a decent chunk of
Oh,
damage.
no.
Gets the second knock. Looks down. Spots the
Oh.
Is going to get denied, but the cost for
I think he got a bit too greedy there at Kickstart at the end. Like, he can reset.
There, but a great outplay there by Kilyakai. Great reaction.
I don't know why he
Even though
didn't.
Kick
I don't know why he
had
didn't
Randall
reset. Like,
finish that
they
one off.
can't
Rod's
push
still
him, right?
alive. I mean, Cerberus ran out of utility. Tycon is still popping.
He has 2 knocks. He knows
If
there's
you
one
wait long
left.
enough, eventually they're going to run out of throwables, right?
He has the advantage because the guy
Cerberus,
can't
with
even
that
go
control
up to
point like
him.
You're talking about. They are kind of punishing what's going on, so that's kind of bought Roth that extra bit of safety. Tyloo still trying to regroup in the southern area. Now
I think he could have just chilled a bit more and baited.
This hill, going to jump down, and Dano, who's just been a thorn in
Anonix,
everybody's side,
please,
just
can you clutch
Anonix
this?
Up, and he looks like he is going to be able to get this res.
Yeah, it was in fact it was Daytrade who got that not T5, who you saw there to the north of Danawa. Fate trying to do what he can here. Shen going to be gatekeeping, or not gatekeeping, trying to break in. A blue zone doesn't quite get close enough to displace Shen and LZ from their position, but a good grenade from LZ does.
That was
Exalt out.
Now we also have D+ Kia approaching that car lot where Roth is going to be hiding out at. Is he's just going to try to hope maybe SSG in that gray color that shows up will let him blend
Blitzq
in.
hat the notch
Hold on.
in the
I mean,
mouth.
we're going to come over here and do D+ Kia.
Yes,
You have to assume it's gonna
SQ
be
a
Indigo
plane.
Roth. Does spot out Ventus, but it's
Rip.
going to be the rest of D+ Kia going to go ahead and finally put Space Station Gaming out of their misery.
D+ Kia should be a team that knows about hiding in broken up cars. PWS.
Come on, Anonix,
fans will know
please.
that reference.
As much as I want Ascend to do well.
Stunned right in his face. Still has that
This is my
P90,
captain,
still
my
has that level
fantasy
3
captain.
gear,
He has a
soul underneath,
P90.
so- and they're getting some help from Cerberus.
Now at range, you can
No.
see Cerberus getting an idea on what's going on the edge. Circle just continues.
Nice,
to
okay,
pop
one
into
kill at
position.
least.
Him and Exo in great points.
He's gonna die
picked
now.
up from. What are we gonna see?
They are
this
dead.
duo for Danoa try to do?
I mean,
Sonics
this
is
still
playing
a
today, yeah.
phenomenal game for Danoa, getting hot dropped. Still have 7 kills.
Who are we sweating
in
for?
place
We were
with
sweating
points
for
now. You take
FaZe.
this game all day, every day.
B7.
You're getting really close to guaranteeing
Dano and
yourself a
Tiamba,
spot
but that's because that's my
into
fantasy
that
team.
winner's bracket. Soul trying to keep.
But
T5
ideally,
at bay,
cheering for
the
FaZe
downhill
as
slope
an
for
actual
Danoa is gonna
cheering.
be tricky potentially.
Oh, this could be big for the rest of the circle.
Group, no, not both groups today. Tomorrow is the last day of Group B.
T5 still
6
out
games
there,
today,
gonna
Group
try to
A,
make some
6
big
games,
play
Group B
around
tomorrow.
the Danoa duo as well as Exo and Cerberus, as with the shift down, now day trade much more in this D plus Kia line.
Yeah, D plus is kind of in a tricky spot. Tai Lu doesn't really need to go up this hill though. That's the good news for them, is that Tai Lu, unless they sense that DK is weak or there's some knocks on them, won't really need to push up over that hill line. They've got Tai Lu has full control over the road, which means they have full control of a straight shot through the visible part of the circle. Everything that Tai Lu sees on their side of the circle is under their purview right now, unless XO has something to say about it, which they are starting to angle that way. Insight kind of leading the charge here.
Exo have so much space.
Aggressive. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Oh, Nade's going to be popping right up in front
And they're
of them,
14th
but
place.
Nonix
No,
goes
I
down to the
Nonix.
They just can't move forward. They're kind of pinched
No.
down. Cerberus is
Rip
just doing
Danoa.
a good job of holding down T5. T5's now holding down Danoa. It's just going to be
Badge times,
everybody
dude.
coming apart at the seams over here, as I think that this is going to be all she wrote for Soul, unless somehow he can sneak up back behind this one, but just doesn't have enough to really make anything happen.
Yeah, Soul here just going to heal out as long as he can. He took all of Anonyx's utility there and is just going to try to make this, do what he can. There's not, I mean, he might get a knock, he might get a flush. He's looking for it. He's going to tick out. Yeah, not going to happen.
Unlucky.
But a really good game.
Yeah, picked up pretty decent amount of
I
kills.
know,
So
Nate,
now
that's
stepping up into T5.
that's a
We're
next
trying to
level
That
Monday
goes the
morning
last one up, and that
waking
is
up
going to be a
what's going on in
dangerous
life
cross to try to make
moment
happen.
right there.
Does realize what's going on with D plus Kia. Now they're going to crest up, but while that's going to be going on, Tai Lu playing the opposing side of this one, suddenly going to make a giant sandwich with D plus Kia smack in the middle of it, in all of that car wreckage. So lots of cover to just try to hunker down for just a moment.
Yeah, this is the problem with playing Edge. If you're in the middle, the other teams are going to want to cannibalize you. Shen even has the Panzerfaust here looking for a player. And if he just looks a little bit more to the right, he's got one, but Puchils is actually going to give Damon Kia a moment of reprieve.
Throwables now starting to come out. See if maybe he can stop anything, but that's going to be too far out there. Shin, the point man for Tai Lu right now, doing some peeks around, but D plus Kia, man, they can't even look a direction. Both sides of these little dips are just going to be hunkered down into. Does look like there's a smidgen of cover to be
On
played
screen
from
Nate time, and no, they don't.
just
Not in
1 second. How
esports.
bad it's going to be for everybody down into the south. Not too bad to have to contend.
They have
with,
to like time
that
it.
does mean that with the distraction, you can see Tai Lu doesn't want to step in where Day
Oh,
Trade's
no.
at. So it's kind of become this standoff where nobody can move.
Wait.
Yeah, that's the good news here right now for DK. It's just going to be hard for them to get out unless they could do some serious damage to Tai Lu. That's
Is
about
that
the only
ad
direction
gonna
they
play
have any
now?
hope of pushing. If you go up towards Day Trade,
Why can't I snooze it?
they're a little bit tougher to crack. At least you can maybe get some grenades to roll downhill if you had any more. But Ventus only a molly, so maybe D plus Kia just looking for a few more kills, trying to salvage what they can.
While all this is happening down to the south, we do have
Can't, I have no
control
button.
most
Like,
of the
it's
rest
kind
of
of
the
bugged.
circle
My
right now,
dashboard
so
is bugged. I
inside
can't fix
command,
it.
back behind
Sorry.
everything, making sure to cover his teammates, but Exo is going to be looking to that Cerberus compound, the only compound still
It's
going
just
to be
stuck
in
though,
play
though.
as
It's
all
kinda
our
weird.
teams are just sandwiched upon sandwich. This is like a triple-decker sandwich down here, man. I might be a bit hungry, but I wouldn't even come close to going after this place to grab a bite to eat.
No way, no way. I'd be
Yeah,
avoiding
it's in
this
progress.
restaurant for sure.
That's a
XO,
late
man,
game ad.
they're in
I
really good
apologize.
control of the circle. I mean, Inside's doing a good job making
half
sure that
asleep.
Tai Lu isn't going to be aggressing onto their territory from his position. Now he has to regroup with the rest of them. That could potentially open up some space for Tai Lu to push more towards center circle if they want. But right now, Tai Lu is really keen on making sure that DK is off their backs. Yep, Shen finally
used
putting
his Panzer.
that Panzerfaust to good use. Gets the knock onto Americano. And Tai Lu wants
Wait,
these
they have
points.
two?
Let's go ahead and bring out the second one now.
They had
We don't really
two?
need it. Instead, you're just going to take a face full of lead and have to step away. Now, Day Trade has to deal with the problem of Cerberus just to the north, and with this, Day Trade can move into the circle, Tai Lu as well, but Exo is now shifted all the way over back into that Tai Lu line, over into the west, so That's the potential new fight that's going to be brewing.
It's the 4v4v4v3. This is so tight.
The damage he really wants out of it.
Yeah, you could see it on his face there that he was a bit disappointed with that spray. Felt like he could have done some damage. Felt like he had an opportunity. But again, now XO just needs to keep Tyloo pushed towards this other side of the circle. See if you can make them fight day trade. See if you can keep control over your hillside. You can see the hill changes direction towards XO. That's a huge benefit for them right now.
I really love the smoke wall that Tyloo had as they were trying to feel out exactly where they wanted to go. You're kind of scouting with your body right now and seeing who shoots you from where so that way you can know how you're going to navigate this next section. But I mean, everybody is just so close to each other, but this hillside's going to be allowing repositions and a couple of these like dips and really that kind of area that we saw Space Station Gaming coming into.
Yeah, I can see that it's fun.
Big factor for where a lot of these teams are kind of held out. Nobody wants to try to cross over into this no man's land.
I'm okay with them.
Miramar so fun is the way the terrain works here.
Rare.
There's a lot of options and opportunities.
I'd rather keep I personally rather keep mortars and panzers and just like nerf down the nades, for example.
You can at least have an opportunity. And Tyloo kind of senses that they need to avoid fighting day trade. Maybe you can
nades is just so common and so
into
like,
Cerberus, hopefully, but I don't know that day trade has any other options than to try to fight Tyloo, and Tyloo might end up getting sandwiched here because they were really stuck in a bad place. Like, do you just try to fight day trade? Do you try to fight XO one-on-one?
Day trade has an option here. Look at that building. See how the way the windows face? You can move from that hillside and move the building that Aizaki is in. I think that's why the smokes are going down right now, so that way they can creep in. They realize they don't have a good line against Tyloo, because see how many more dips in this hillside that Tyloo is trying to play from?
Uchiz is chilling, dude. Look at his heart rate. My man's chilling. He's calm.
They don't know how to do this, so yeah, smoke down that wall.
Day trade are calm, because day trade is pretty much qualified, right?
They can assault some section of this compound, hoping the fact that whoever is entrenched in here might be weakened or might be on different angles. It's going to be Nurens that does manage to get the drop onto Aizaki, gets the knock into him. Now Cerberus, they're sitting good at 8 kills. They've got to hold this line. Soulzy cannot go down.
And this is going to be the tough part for Cerberus. They're mostly out of any frags, any mollies, any blue zones, anything like that to keep day trade at bay. Tyloo might just backstab. I don't know.
They are sneaking up right behind this, realizing the firefight is going to be going on. They can jump in, pounce back behind this one, but it was just too clean, too fast coming up from day trade, and they managed to make it into that building.
Yeah, really smart stuff here from day trade. Tyloo also really smart to position themselves at a spot where day trade has to go into Cerberus. They don't have a choice. You can see there is one blue zone. I suspect that might actually be XO's blue zone that came in and hit day trade, but day trade, that's not really too big of a deal right now, not too big of a threat.
Oh, this is just getting more and more tense over here. My God, so many teams stacked in. Do note, though, everybody is pretty much
XO's won this game.
XO and Tyloo down to the south. They got a couple options they can move through. Cerberus doing a good job on defending. It's gonna be
2v4.
just making sure to rip apart that push from day trade. Day trade now very weakened in. Inside this compound, there are just 2 weakened squads. 2 members up. Make that 1 down on the opposing side for day trade. Cerberus doing a great job.
Dude, I had Tycon. I had Tycon in my... I had him in my fantasy and I said I removed him. I removed him. I was about to complete it. I removed him.
Yeah, Puchil's is going to go down.
Wow.
There's one more to go. Tycon can't quite see him through the smoke.
He's popping off, dude.
Points that blue zone right at the heels of Flash. He's going to take him down.
XO just steps up at the perfect moment.
All right, XO versus TL.
We got a 4v4 to line
4v4.
up. North versus south is XO going to be looking down into Tyloo's positioning, and this is going to be a very open center to fight over.
This is great now. What a fight here for both these teams. They really need these points. They really want to shoot up that leaderboard. See if XO can find the knock. Rip using that 4X on that AUG. Pretty good control over it. Looking for that head of Zhaoyang. If you could find a couple bullets onto Zhaoyang's head, you could really do some damage.
Oh, Tyloo having to deal with those hot drops yesterday. They want these points so badly. Meanwhile, XO kind of in the underdog position. A big performance for him, finishing this out. Even with the kills, both these squads going to be very happy. But getting that chicken dinner gets them in so much better of a position.
My man Shen's heart rate is going up, dude.
Smokes, my God, I can't even count them. Just being thrown down. Look at this overhead. There is no cover. Just a couple of trees. Tyloo, we're going to be playing those. It's going to be XO having to brave a bit more out in the open. But Shin spots out a key to take him down. Inside, what can you do?
XO. Oh no, XO.
Holding it so strong.
Beautiful stuff from Tyloo. Holds off the flank, holds off the road, and they come through with the win.
You know, sit with 180? There's no way, dude. That is high.
Team that struggled
that is high heart rate.
Coming into the day now, they start strong.
Oh man, that was such a crazy area.
Your
to
team
have
won.
an in-game
EXO had
map.
the best position
The
there.
stack upon stack into teams
Are
just
they
having
all
so
sick
few
or what's
options
going
because the
on?
amount of dead zones that
Why
were
do
in
they all
those
have this
mid
patch on their head?
Early late game circles positions were so flat and forced.
It's one of
the kill
Exalt when he
cycle
was
so
sick, he had
much
that
earlier.
patch on his
Yeah,
head.
this is
Now
just
3 of the
masterful
EXO players have it.
maneuvering from Tyloo. That's really what this game was. They controlled their space incredibly well.
Well, we're going to go ahead and give you some highlights and throw it over to the analyst desk to move into game number 2 on Miramar. And my lord, there is so much to look at.
Welcome back to the analyst desk. We started in the desert and Tyloo took the chicken. But before we talk about how they got the win, let's take a look back. It's highlights time, baby.
Yeah, crazy scenes here with Donovan and Tianba.
Yeah.
Tianba again, we talked
We're
about
patching
it in the
like that
beginning,
for
right?
migraines
They have 80
sometimes.
points. They don't need to do anything.
3 out of 4 of
let's
EXO
see
have
how well
migraines,
they're
dude.
going to be able to do throughout the day here. Again, fun fight for them. Donovan needed the point, so they got that X left here with the clutch, huge clutch onto FaZe Clan. That's unfortunate. With 1 HP.
Hangover, that could sleep or headaches.
And that just takes out good
I
stuff.
hope it's not
Another
hangover. It
situation,
shouldn't be
Jason
hangover,
gets taken
but
out of the shoots as well, like
I know
Jason
from
for FaZe,
history,
the exact same spot, right? But it's
aren't they
a vital
Australian
spot
or
to do
New
the emergency
Zealand?
pickup. I actually like that.
For
It
them,
just didn't
drinking
work out.
beers
He
is
had to
like
go
drinking
even further
water.
east, and it ended up being, of course, Tyloo in a fantastic situation.
But I know
to
from history,
include
like
this western
in
side,
some
to
tournaments
claim
on
this
lands,
road
you
that
see
they can
people
then
like
play off of,
actually
and
going
let
out and
them
like
hurting
drinking or
day trade
partying
towards
during the
Cerberus,
tournament
rather
days,
than letting the door open for day trade to kind of sweep.
which I always
would
found
love
like
to see what
pretty
happened if day trade
not
tried
so
to take a
professional,
sweep
in all
against
honesty.
Tyloo rather than taking a fight with Tycon that's just unstoppable at
Well,
the
I
moment.
think that EXO gets a win condition potentially out of that.
But
if
it's
they
probably
push
not
it.
that.
yeah.
I doubt
If
it.
Tyloo loses one person in that exchange,
Could be.
instead what we see is
Could
EXO
be.
have to go head-to-head with Tyloo.
Could
And
be.
Tyloo had a Panzerfaust in reserve, and it seemed like that was exactly what they needed to close out that match. They will
You have a
be
big
crowned
AUG, you can't
the
do it for
match
sure?
winners. And I,
I
think
mean,
you
not-
brought
I-
this up when we were watching
yeah,
the
AUGs
green room,
normally
Mark.
have a
By the way,
certain
Avenger joining me, Toffee's here on the
rules
desk.
in those
They were at
contracts, for
19
sure.
points coming into
But
today's
doesn't mean
race.
that
This is a
people
very big
will
come
or
up.
not do it.
They needed this, yeah. They we again, as I said just before we got into the desk here just now. Shen,
I feel like if it
Shen
was
so
really
far,
warm,
we
they
saw
wouldn't be
him
wearing
able
jackets,
to be
though.
at PGC 2022, so him being able to step up here, get a win, I would love to see them be up at the level.
I don't think it's that warm. Because some of the people, like, they're wearing a
Absolutely.
hoodie.
There's a reason
Some
that
people
there's
in the
some
fans were
femininity,
wearing
and
long
hopefully Shen
sleeves.
continues to rise as they go forward here. But again,
He
EXO,
doesn't look like
they
he's
got second
sweating,
place.
and he's
This is a
wearing
team that
this.
also needed to put up some points.
Although he
They
has it
have
open,
a
but that's
great
normal
attitude.
Toffees.
They're excited to be here, but they said we need to get some momentum. That's how we work. We're a momentum team starting off the first match of the day.
I don't think
with
it's
second
that.
place. I think it's going to give them that
At least not
momentum.
indoors.
You were happy to get that one in.
Well, oh, maybe.
That got me. That got me good. That was a good one.
I relegated Avenger to silence. That
Yeah,
is a
you did.
very rare accomplishment.
I love that.
They did a great job. The Cerberus played so well.
Yeah.
We were worried about some hot drops later on in the day,
Sure,
and that's
sure.
kind of what you want to see is sort of starting off strong. They had a good compound. They were to play out of it, but Tyloo ultimately plays better than anybody else. This is the WWCT team stats
Yeah.
as Tong Mu is going to come in with 4 kills.
I feel like I
It
got
was
no
very-
points in my
everybody
fantasy
sort of
this
got
round.
their collection. It wasn't the highest kill game we've ever seen, but it didn't need to be because they were just in control.
I feel like every time there's someone that has like the tank that takes the most damage, also it's like he's fortunate not to have the fight, right? Of course, the Tong Mu's gonna get
Yeah.
the man
A
of the match,
Tong
he'll get to see
Mu.
543 damage, but yeah, a 21-point game for them, very much needed when we were talking about it, right? 19 points for 6 games
Yeah.
in the day prior when they were able to play. So now are able to jump into 40. That's going to put them probably in the top 8.
Yep.
And they're going to be within striking distance to kind of solidify themselves inside the top 8 right here.
Yep.
21 SSC, Cerberus, a lot of kills coming their way, 11 just like Tyloo did. And a 3rd place for them, of
Yeah.
course. Good to see Tycon popping off. And of course, in this situation here, I would have loved to see what happened if Day Trade didn't push the house. I feel like it wasn't the winning play from their side, but I feel like their take on that was we're gonna be able to get the points,
Right.
and then they were to secure the points rather than try to go for the win here. Tianba's still on 80 though.
Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard right now. 80 for Tiamba.
Tyloo is
T5
up
continues
there.
to stay there in a great position. Cerberus on the climb, and Donowa at 5th.
Tyloo
They
with
were able to
19
get
points,
8
by the way,
points
before this
despite
game.
the fact that Tiamba threw
Tyloo on
everything
19.
they had, including
It
the
was
kitchen
basically
sink,
lost.
at trying to slow them down
Like
on
these.
that drop. So the fact that they still came away with 8 points, got as deep as they did, that's actually very impressive and shows me maybe Donowa came came here with a game plan, and they were definitely light on their feet.
Yeah.
The way that they flanked around
Cool
behind Tiana,
gel.
played that high
High
ground.
grain.
I mean, they just absolutely tracked down every member of the team and invested.
Yeah, and even if you're Falcons or Faceland right now, you're only 16 points behind.
That's a great
We're
point.
still close because we have these sponges in the top that are taking so many points. So I'm not too worried about them. I still want to see them with a strong start of the day. So here,
Yeah, the same X that originally
I
qualified.
really want to see them start racking up like these double-digit points.
And those teams need to get those now, because Tiamba has already shown us that hijinks are coming, right? And so if, like, let's say these teams get another win, if you see T5 get another win, then they can start to make moves to make sure they're secure in the next round.
Wait, I lost points because of Linshu?
Losers bracket.
Linshu lost me points because he died quickly.
For you, is that fair play? I mean, it's
Oh,
a unique
boy,
esport, having
dude.
16 teams on at the same time. That's something that has to come into it.
No matter what here,
I lost
speculating
points
Tiana
there.
coming in today. What are they going to do? They're going to try to kind of defend some of their drop spots because they're so strong. They're 80 points. Like, you can play just like you want to. You're gonna be inside no matter what, right? So they have so much space to do whatever they want, and that's really the question, right? But I just feel like they're just gonna try to play their game. They're gonna take some early fights or take some hot drop fights if somebody contests them, and that's gonna be it. I don't see them getting another, 60 or 70 points today.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they came in. They're the big bullies. They're throwing their weight around. But on the other hand, T5's kind of like that kid who went back to the gym during the summer and showed up a little bit bigger, because they have been bullying a lot of people too. Thanadol in particular, the first day, but this last game, the entire team was playing really well.
Yeah, 56 points so far for T5, right? Just, like one more good game for them, and they're basically qualified.
Hikerman is a sub of
we'll see
EXO.
them pop off. Space Station Gaming as well in a decent spot, 39 points on 8th place right now. They're being
At least
chased
on
right now,
the
and of
fantasy
course,
thing.
Boys.
They need to shake it off, reset, and then get into the thick of it.
Into the thick. I mean, but the problem with that last game, and I think their spot was good, they just put 4 people into really a top golf hole, for lack of a better word, right? And Cerberus was just up on the hill, able to sort of lob a couple of chip shots, and it caused trouble.
No matter what, when we're talking that terrain, it is extremely difficult if you have to continue to get off. Like, first you have to get off from, if you're playing middle, you have to get on that western big ridge, right? And then it continues to go west. You play west again, you play west again. So the way that, in general, how Tyloo played it, they had the super far west, and then they took control of that kind of next.
So they
ridge
made
with the road.
changes?
Super good control from them.
Who's playing right now, then?
Play in general, how they're able to control her day trade and just make sure they could hold on to the win.
I mean, that's it. It was a tough circle. The shift that went back towards that sort of western wall, I think, was very unexpected by a lot of people. So we'll see. We have one more match here in Miramar to play today. The teams are getting set up to get back into the
Inside
drop.
Akita,
like
Rip, Monty.
This is their moment to try to make some more moves, try to climb up that leaderboard.
That's a completely different team.
Do it. Let's get ready, guys. It's time to head back to the dusty dunes of Miramar. Let's send it to your casting duo, Paper Thin and Matchroom.
Thank you so much, Toffees. Ninja, you guys killing on the desk. And speaking of killing it, we used to have this thing where the first game of the day...
No, they did play with Inside Monty Ripakita. They did play with him in the Season 2 Rumbler. I guess that team has not been updated on the Wikipedia, but they played with Akita, Rip, Monty, Insights to qualify for Worlds. That was the last
teams are going to want to play their game. They're
also
going
they
to
had.
want to try to make what usually works for them.
But I guess the one before that was different.
Can kind of cause some mid-game issues.
Like
is typically
Season
what
1
ends
or
up
something.
happening. There's some weird stuff that happens on the fights, on the edges. Particularly, I was talking to
Phase 2
Coach
APAC
Cole,
qualifier
so, I asked him,
was...
how do you think about day one? And he just said,
I
there's
need
just some
to
stuff that
play
happened that didn't we expect.
the ad
like
now, I
different
guess, so it
compounds that
doesn't
got
affect.
crashed by 4 different people that we thought never in a million years anyone
Sorry.
would bother going to. And things like that were happening, and that's part of the day one stuff. But now today,
There's EXO here.
because again, Tianba, Donawa are in this position where they want to go straight to that winner's bracket. They want to control drop spots. I think this time we're just going to get the fight in Chumasera proper, potentially.
Akita, Inside Cam, and Rain was...
Tiamba as well as Donawa both make the push into. So
they made a roster change with EMT.
Linshu also dropping pretty far away from the rest of the squad. That might be a problem. He is picking up a vehicle, so as we're going to land, it's going to be about who gets what, and if anybody gets a Panzerfaust, your life's
EMT and Cam would replace.
Yeah, especially for Donawa here. You've got a great angle for a Panzerfaust potentially, although Pow Pow, because
wait, another hard drop?
To drop sooner, they have to take the low ground instead of the high ground. So this is kind of the trade you make. you know, for Tianba, you're going to get guns a little bit quicker.
Let's keep playing again now how they do it so far. They've been games already. After game 1, they only had 1 point in their game 1. Game 2 now.
It just takes one
So it wasn't a good game for them.
Things can change very quickly in your round.
That was a big deal right there. Managing to secure that vehicle so that way maybe they can shift out if they need to. All right, so we're going to be able to pop any tires, get anything. He's going to be able to line in a couple of hits, but it looks like we now know who's in control of these hot drops, and it is not the team presently in first.
Yeah, I think Tianba right now is saying, okay, let's not mentally boom ourselves here. Let's just take it easy. Let's back off of this fight. We got bodied pretty hard last time, so now let's get back to playing our game. Let's get some confidence going. You know, we took our shot, tried to bully Donawa a little bit. Respect. I think that is an awesome idea from Tianba. I think they're well within their rights too, and they should. So, you know what? It didn't work out. Fine, who cares? Move on. You're still the top dog in this lobby. You can still do whatever the heck you want. Play some games, get some confidence, get ready for that winner's bracket.
New circle is popped. Well, first circle, I should say, is popped. It's going to be pretty.
Nah, they won't be on a bad side mentally.
Section of the wall is going to eat up, I'd say, probably.
That will not affect them whatsoever, for sure.
So Monte Nuevo pretty centered again. So if you enjoyed that last game, guess what?
They should now camp Danoa though.
I will say
like, I rather they don't hot drop them, but instead like just block them in rotations or just try to cuck them in rotations if they know where they're coming from. And if they're getting into fights to third party them and stuff like that.
It went west of there. Those are
just
pretty
trap
rare
them
endings, so that was
basically.
a pretty fun one. They do happen from time to time. There's plenty of space in there for circles.
Because hot dropping it just can go bad, and like it happened before. They lose 4, well they lost 3, but they can lose all 4 and give 4 kills freely to them, you know?
A lot of the same. I hope
if you're gonna hot drop, you should hot drop in a way where you just like dine to the zone.
They go to that western side because the last
they shouldn't hot drop just to commit like fights and like engage so early. They should just hot drop and then just trap them and then just like not even move, just hold positions.
Make those types of adjustments. So
you force Danoa to make mistakes, or you just both sit in the blue zone and you both die to the zone. That's a win for Tianba.
I wouldn't be surprised if we
them fighting and actually getting into fights is not a win.
So
it can backfire.
We'll have to see is Danoa now bored. They didn't get a fight Tianba at the beginning.
I'm gonna grab
so
some
now
more.
Danoa has to kind of roam around, trying to find somebody else to shoot. Unfortunately, there's nobody else there.
It's not going to be as fun this time in the early part of the game for Danoa. But look, they got to be feeling really confident. You know, Loki gave me a bit of a salute, Matt, after that game. So clearly they were feeling very, very strong about their performance in game 1, and they should.
Yeah, I mean, big setup for them is there is so much that we're going to be keeping our eyes on. We've got ourselves set up with some highlights, so we're going to show you what's going to be going on with V7.
왼단방으로 들어가가지고 정리를 할 수 있는 수류탄 성광인가요? 이 정도면 들어갈 수 있죠.
V7, man, they've been in the thick of a lot of these firefights. They're holding down their position right now. They're still, I wouldn't say comfy, but they need to get themselves just up a couple more points. Like you can see that they're on that cusp. SSG, them just 1 point separated, but Tyloo just 1 point ahead of that. So V7 now in that. We need to make one game happen here, at least. Hopefully 2 to where they can secure themselves somewhere a bit further ahead, get out of that danger spot. But with the amount of skirmishes they've been having to deal with, it's been so hard for them.
Yeah, so next up, I think we're going to have an interview here, Matt. We've got some players to hear from.
T5.
ดีใจครับเพราะว่าเราอยู่อันดับที่2ครับแต่ว่ายังไม่ได้ดีใจขนาดนั้นครับเพราะว่ายังมีอีกวันหนึ่งครับในการตัดสินแล้วก็เป้าหมายของผมก็คือการเป็นแชมป์ของระดับโลกครับก็เตรียมตัวตั้งแต่รู้ว่าจะมีการแข่งขันตั้งแต่ต้นปีแล้วครับว่ารายการ PC เราต้องมาให้ได้ครับก็ฝึกฝนสกิลทุกวันเลยครับก็ที่ตั้งแต่จบ PS2 มานะครับเพราะว่าทีมเรา
Oh crap, I'm muted, I'm sorry. I was saying that FaZe is camping the road and I think it's really good. Because they're gonna be coming from edge anyways, and they're gonna be late, so it doesn't even matter. Might as well, if there's a team coming behind you, get 1 or 2 kills, at least, and then come in late edge anyways. And it's gonna work. It's gonna work.
Interesting setup down here to the south now is
it's gonna work.
D plus Kia driving right through FaZe Clan.
Yep, it's gonna work.
And here comes the spray, playing it low next to the coastline, and D plus Kia has to entirely turn around.
1 kill though only.
Really far away from the safe zone.
Yeah, FaZe setting up a rotation trap here, knowing that This is where DK had been rotating. They spotted this out in the previous game. 100% FaZe went into their VOD review right after that game, but said DK wraps that bottom road. We have an opportunity to punish that if it's another Western
Rip died
circle.
as well in the
They
process.
set up for it.
Inonix with one
Almost
kill.
got it.
No,
So,
Loki
really smart
with
stuff
one
there. Good
kill.
homework done from FaZe.
Dude, I should have
And
put
now that's
Loki
some
as
orders. The rest of
my
it's going to continue. Loki did manage to pick up one kill, so
fantasy.
now he's got to go find something, right? We're not seeing as many emergency pickups, and I don't know. It just didn't seem like those went too well last time, so no surprise on that one. Is you might actually be holding them too, given the way that this plane path is kind of set up. Ascend does have some high ground that they are looking down into onto XO. This is going to be just south of that Pozo area.
Well, this is going back to your point about real quick about the
Monte.
emergency pickups. This is a tough area of the map to do some of that. If it
Yeah.
hard shifts to the north, you've actually got more opportunity because
Dude,
there's more
Ascend are
mountains
always
up
here.
there.
Do
But
Ascend
because
always
if it
find
goes the
emergency
thing we actually
parachutes
did
or
last
what?
time to the southwest towards
Every
Monte
time
Nuevo,
it's this
that's tough
circle,
because there's basically
you
like
always
two
see
tall
Ascend
mountain
in
ridges,
that
and everybody and their grandma can
hippity
see
top.
from them. So you're just
They find a
open
pickup
season. I mean,
all the
that's why
time.
we saw Tig go down early. That's why we saw James go down early, is because it's really tricky to get up on top of those mountains with those pickups because of the sight lines that are available.
And so many teams are going to be stacked up on top of those hills because nobody's wanting to play in that
Exactly.
low ground at the start. So while the circle is a decent size, it's going to be significantly smaller just due to the amount of dead zone that nobody is playing in. And that was kind of what we saw happen last time. Is it was just everybody was just stacked. The moment those parachutes popped, it was just a straight beat. And
Oh
that
my
was
God.
that was the shot
Pow
yesterday
pow.
that just got me. I was like, okay, 7-7, I'm watching you off of that.
Bao Bao
I
popped
was-
off yesterday,
this
and he's
ending
so
here for
cheap today
ZYY,
again, by the way.
This was just
Oh, yesterday,
absolutely
2 days ago,
stellar.
right?
I mean, he has no business winning this. I don't know how he ADSs and gets that kill after throwing
He
that
was, like,
stun
super
out.
cheap.
What a reaction
Like,
from the young guns.
18K or
I
something,
mean, again,
or
just
15K.
to reiterate, if you missed day number 1, first of all, shame on you. Second of all, there are VODs. Go back and watch them. But ZYY, brand new player to the international stage, just moved up to the Tiamba main roster. He's been like in their academy team for a while, but this is his first experience on an international stage, and he just was lights out. I mean, he was incredible. He was the best player on the day.
I mean, just imagine graduating from the academy directly into the world final, for lack of a better term,
Yeah.
and then showing up and hitting some crazy flicks in your first couple of games just to make sure to like secure your team good positioning and just start the snowball rolling for him. That is an absolutely stellar way to kick off everything. We're
What's up,
gonna have
Easy
our
Ed?
eyes
Happy
drawn to
Monday.
What he's going to be able to produce going forward. We also have our eyes kind of.
It's crazy. In China, they have like all these different organizations. They have academy teams and all that stuff.
You know, Summer is a player
Whilst,
that
like,
you would
in the
expect
Western
can
world,
play on his own very safely,
it's a
and he
struggle
does.
to like
You know,
get
he's
even
got
just
the
an
escape
AUG.
valve, he's got the
Mind you,
motorcycle
even an
ready.
academy team.
He doesn't
Who we
overstay his
cussing
welcome.
today?
He's
I
never a
feel
player
like
that's
we
going
should
to really make
cuss.
a lot of mental mistakes, right? We saw this on day number 1 where Summer made a lot of great individual plays. He had that grenade
No, I don't wanna say
onto
nothing.
the Sonics where he got the double kill and then got the molly for a
I
finish.
don't even care
So
who you cuss and not
he's
cuss.
very mentally aware. He's very capable.
What up, Banana?
You know, the Sonics there, I actually asked them about that play with that Summer double grenade, and they were just saying, like, we just kind of guessed wrong, and he got a lucky grenade. You know, we weren't exactly sure, and that's the way it goes, man. You know, sometimes great players make great plays, and Summer, one of our all-time great players, you know, throughout the history of PUBG esports, he's always a guy, and we're doing
Similar
it.
circle,
It's
dude.
even worse this time,
What?
though.
This is what, a third the circle still no playable. That hillside
This
where
is
we
gonna
got
go
the kind of
southeast,
indent
and
is
it's
still gonna be the one that
literally
Ty
the
Lue
same
and Noah
ending.
Already trying to regroup into 2-2 splits right now, all trying to regroup. Ascend does have themselves that
Anything about
position
economy in
with
China is a
tons
cooling
of
effect on
control.
gaming and the
These
whole
guys
industry.
can really enforce what's going to be going on in the circle.
You mean a
specifically
cooling
in this
effect
northern
and-
edge.
This actually
that
could
mean?
end basically right where the last one did. I wasn't expecting this again,
Oh.
but here we are. Soul gonna find
Like
Monty.
restrictions.
Donovan wants to try to control some of this territory towards that
Still
western
no
edge
kill for
of the
Inonix.
map, which is now like dead center, hilariously enough. but
Well, 100 meters into the actual playable
I
area,
know,
and you're
I
in
know.
center of the circle.
And I'm like, that's center circle. I'm like, oh my
on
goodness.
phase 2. Oh my lord. All right, so we can see that we do have Tiamba's having to contend up against the Sonics. They did lose 7-7 just a moment ago, as Shrimsy did manage to spot that out. This is a compressed circle. If you had emergency pickups, I mean, you can hold on to them, maybe use them at this stage.
I
but
we were all in like a few
again,
years
we
ago.
kind of explained this before. Everything that's north of the center is
It was a
lot
great pick, but I
more
need to drop
open.
corrects
Everything
after
that's
tonight.
south is going to be vertical based off of those roads and the way it's lined in.
We'll see,
The
we'll
north
see.
is the friendlier area to enter, but there's not much cover.
Because
there.
right now, FaZe is
No,
going to
you're
lose
right.
his bracket as
It's
it
tricky.
stands.
And some teams, actually, I think Exalt trying to take advantage of this dust storm right now, driving down the road, smart. This basically covered 2/3 of the circle. So this is an opportunity for a team to make a move, and Exalt trying to do what they can. Now, the problem is it is coming to a close, so they're going to drop out in the open. This is dangerous for Exalt. Now, they're getting a little bit of help. Soul going to find a knock onto Exalt.
Oh, no, dude. Exalt is...
There's just nowhere to go, man.
No.
Look,
Exalt are just like... I don't know what happened to them. They started They started doing so well online. At the beginning of the year of 2023, they popped off. Then the second half of the year, they just been like disastrous.
We still do have Uba that is alive, holding down, but he's getting harassed.
And now he as well. I don't know. It's like
from several different
it's like they tilted, and the tilter stayed there for now 6 months.
Of course, it's Danoa because everywhere there's bullets and there's fighting.
Granted, they are missing Fairist, right? Who joined Navi. Funny enough, Fairist joins Navi, and Navi didn't even qualify, and now Exalt, his team, actually qualified.
Playing gatekeeper here for the rest of his team, making sure that it's not easy for Sonics.
Maybe he was just a key player.
This is a very pivotal section of the map that we're looking for a fight and control. Linshu holding this higher position, looking down into everything is very, very strong. But keep in mind, Sonics is presently running a 2-2. They're just trying to make sure that they secure these kills more than anything else, and specifically secure the territory, as it does look like the other members of Sonics might be eyeing a bit more to the north. We'll have to see. Yeah, it looks like they're moving in, and they're going to try to go for the flush as they're coming down that hillside. Yeah,
this is smart here. You need to get this flush. You need to start picking Tianba apart piece by piece, because you need to get to the top of this mountain. Most likely is where these circles are going to end up. You know, so you need to get into there. And the good news is you've got control of that space if you can get rid of Tianba.
All the storyline for Uber. I mean, imagine Exalt lose this group stage. They win losers bracket and then win in the final. Like a win losers bracket, win like the last chance, and win finals.
Yesterday during our whenever we were all kind of hanging out, and he had himself. The FaZe members had some amazing fans show up and bring them some really, really cool merch that was just all handmade. Specifically, he has like, he had like some Moon type like stuff that was set up and embroidered, all that other good stuff. D+Kia though gonna have to continue with day trade, as now Nade's gonna be coming out trying to hold. But
okay, FaZe with 2 kills, 3 total.
Position to be playing from now. D+Kia has to step back away from it. Gonna see if he can go for the flush, but he is trapped.
Yeah, Nuren's there. Try to take advantage of that grenade. See if he could catch Americano a little off guard, but I think waited a little bit too patiently. I think if he saw that grenade and pushed, he might have been able to get ahead of it. It wasn't cooked that much. Now Belmoth is going to make Americano pay for that kill on Nuren's. Now
by the way, I think it's ending on the same. Isn't it ending on the same? It's ending on the same.
Trying to make a path in a similar position. They're going to bump into Uba in just one moment. That might spell his doom.
Was it where Danawa or where Cerberus were? Previous circle.
Flash is gone down, but that's going to be all of
Exalted dead.
They trade phenomenal work
0 points in your last place. That is hurting big time.
So I think should be. Oh, he took some damage from Tycon though, and that stopped him up just enough that he's not able to get to Flash.
And now it's just
gonna be a good game for FaZe.
In V7 trying to hold it all together as Danoa just.
Good game for Danoa.
Bullying around the circle. I don't have another way to say it. They're just stepping into whatever they
V7's
want.
beside them, and that's my.
Yeah, the firepower, the experience, the smarts on Danoa.
Dude, Corexi had a knock, and it gets flushed by someone else.
The way they put this team together is absolutely insane. You know, players that like Anonix that used to play on Danoa years ago that came back to the team after a stint on Gen G, brought Loki with him eventually down here to make this super team.
I mean, I guess he's doing damage.
The dominant team in the PWS this year. D+ has been eliminated off screen, and I mean, this is tricky though for Danoa. V7 is really nasty up close and personal. We saw it yesterday that in those close quarters fights, they're pretty brutal.
And this is such a scary compound to fight, and all the buildings are so small.
Oh, two there.
Soul spots out 2, realizing where the approach is going to be coming from. Goes ahead and gets
wait, he knocked himself. He knocked himself. No, he knocked himself with the Panzer first, but it worked out. Yeah, Nonix gets a kill. Heaven didn't do nothing, but it's fine.
The kamikaze mission there takes one out with him, but it didn't matter. It broke it open for his team. Meanwhile, the protracted battle here between the Sonics and Tianba going Sonics' way so far, but a cheeky position might hurt him. Yeah, Pow Pow found an off angle through the blue, held his fire long enough that the Sonics lost track of him.
Exalt and Ace are in the same group. What do you
This
mean?
is a pinched position. Pow Pow is at least going to get 1 kill out of it. Linshu's not really got the cleanest angles to provide any support, so Pow Pow's going to have to fight his way out of this one. The rest of the Sonics, though, taking their time, realizing the fact that they've got to focus on what's going on back behind him, and yep, Pow Pow's just going to go down zone. Linshu, the last one up for Tiamba, as the circle.
It is the
finally
same
leaves the
exact
wall.
ending,
Yeah,
guys.
It's time. We had to do it eventually.
It's the same ending.
This is the likeliest time, so here we go.
Our Pan's
you
still
know,
in the
Danawa
game.
Sitting very nice. This isn't too
That's
far
me.
from our last circle, Matt, so teams are going to be fairly comfortable with this terrain now. Sonics do lose one.
This
but
is
Pow
kind
Pow
of a rare,
going
like
to
this
succumb
is normally a
eventually
rare
out there in the
Miramar
open.
circle.
Ascend.
And we got it back to back.
The classic Ascend move here. Late game rotations to try to make
I mean, the
something
circle
happen,
has,
but
it
going
does
into the
happen, don't get me
middle,
wrong. I have seen this circle multiple
into the
times, but
middle
it's not like a
Oh,
common
they're gonna
one.
be running right into Tyloo. Adana was already getting a spray in. Looks like they might have a dip that they could have secured. If nobody was expecting anything that brazen, Shin is going to
Oh
line up
boy,
down
Ascend.
Rex. He's just got vision into
No.
this and is tearing apart.
No.
Mink is going to go down. The rest of the crew kind of looking down into it. I mean, look, this is all they have to play, and Tyloo's just got vision. Just keep on spraying into it. Sooner or later, something is going to connect.
Tyloo's fired up today. Just dragging across those smoke lines, and then eventually the grenades are going to find it's Chris. Now Kilyakai on the other side of the road at least, so he's safe-ish. Linshu, by the way, just found a knock on to Tiggleton.
Is Linshu gonna 1v3
Tiamba
Sonics?
continues to
What
be
Kickstart
problematic for
should have done?
Sonics
The
not
same
quite in
exact
clear
spot,
in
by the
terms of
way.
their points.
Kickstart was
Kilyakai
on a
runs down the
1v3
open
in the
road.
same
Why
spot
not?
that Tiamba
They're
is
not
now.
gonna expect it.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a
Or
feature
similar.
of all this firefighting that's going on. 39 still alive, and the verticality and the different sections of it, just trying to run across the street in the open, doesn't actually have the most vision on that road.
Yeah, why not? It's a smart play
Stop
here,
that,
Tim.
Smith.
It's a great understanding of the situation by Kilyakai.
Oh,
So
Linshu got
credit where credit's due.
beamed on
Doing
there.
the best that they can in a bad spot. Falcon,
He
speaking of a
repeats.
bad spot, getting absolutely shelled right now. Draft King, one more grenade and he'd be done. That one came up just short though. So Capitan gonna try to stick this res, and I think they're good for it. I don't see
Onyx
Petrichor Road lining
might
up
be
for any more
okay
grenades.
Miramar
here.
has been mean to Tiamba so far today.
Because
as, they managed to
Cerberus
pick up
have a
at least one
long
kill
split.
with it.
I don't know if they can
It's not going
actually
the best for the
control them
Falcons right now,
fully.
as their vehicles are just flying away from them. No cover to be had. As
After the
right
spot,
now,
what spot
Petrichor
did you
Road gonna
do?
Be back behind him. It's going to be FaZe that has high ground vision. They're going to be securing a lot of damage into anything that Falcons wants to do. And this is a
Garaxi
way
has
more
0
open circle
kills.
than the last time. I mean, yes, we still have that hillside.
Come
up
on,
south that we
man.
were kind of looking at beforehand.
How
but
much damage does he
this
have,
is
though?
just going to be essentially the road bisecting through everything. Everybody that's going to be in the west is going to be looking down into these little dips that everybody into the north is playing.
Yep. It's tough. It's a funnel towards that road. The mortars should be coming out. Yep. I was gonna say we didn't see much of them in the first game, but
That mortar math is hard, okay, guys. I know it was a bit nowhere, but you know sometimes you got to get those.
To be
first
the
couple
coach of
shots
lose
measured
up
out.
to lose 50
That's
kills.
why you have a spot.
Minus 20 since 5
Get
months.
somebody to watch.
Hey,
That was much closer, just a little
minus
bit
20
off of
kills
the
in 5
angle.
months. It's insane.
Oh man, this is just. There you go. You got Capitan though. Silzen
Congrats.
has to back off. He needs to re-smoke. You can see that one's starting to fade. You can see it on that
You
bottom
need to
left-hand
lose it, the
corner.
kilos,
Silzen screen there.
because
He
of your
doesn't
job.
see
Like
that, of
that's
course, but he
what the
can tell.
reasoning,
Whoa,
or just like
this
personal?
circle, it's still just right up against the
brutal.
wall. The road's still 50-50ing the whole circle.
It's absolutely brutal. This is a nuts
Come on,
circle. You
FaZe.
almost never see these on Miramar. This is very.
Restaurant
I mean,
time,
we've had two
gotcha.
very unusual circles. This one even more unusual than game one. And Petrichor
On the road,
gonna be
500 kilometers a
considering
day?
move. They're gonna have to kind of cross. Maybe if well, it looks like if they go north, but they got to fight Sonics if they go up north. They're getting shot away, so otherwise they're gonna have to cross Danawa territory. This is a tough rotation no matter what. Yeah, Eggs left already taken out by Shrimzy. Ming's next to go. Shrimzy just beaming him with the mini.
Dude, Shrimzy's just on it right now. Himsy coming up big as there's just so much that Sonics is exerting over on this side. Using that distraction, though, that means that Cerberus did manage to kind of sneak away from the Sonics who were messing with him a little while ago. FaZe has
map
a lot of control in the
stream
circle,
is
and you're going
delayed.
to see them exerting it. T5 can't even really move into the territory of control that they've got between FaZe and Tyloo. Pretty much everything has got some type of vision on it, and it's like trying to assault up into the castle. Cerberus does have vision on Bathapong. Going to go ahead and take him down, and you're not going to be able to crawl away from that one.
Yeah, Hemas has free reign of that for a moment. Now T5 turn their eyes towards him, and Hemas recognizing it gets a little bit of extra damage. Smokes route though.
163 heart rate, dude.
T5 going to try to split across the road now. Kilyakai in the meanwhile up there on his own, just proning wisely, very, very wisely. Danawa making their move in, keeping Falcons out up on the north side. In the meanwhile,
172 heart rate.
doing just what he can.
The
here. I
highest
mean,
we've
he's got a
seen, I
great
think,
spot.
right?
Look at this divot he has. He can just
Shinju,
make
yeah,
people's lives
whatever his name was,
miserable
Linshu.
until a grenade
Sorry.
lands in it, and then he's in trouble.
I think it was
Just
the
wanna
previous
update
highest.
you guys that,
Dude,
Kukai has still
171
alive for
heart
this
rate.
end.
That's the
So
same
his
heart rate that I
streak
had
running did end up paying off for him, and
running
he's
up the
now,
hill today
I guess as comfortable as you could be in a solo in the situation.
for half an hour,
Sonics
running
don't
up and
have
down
a ton of
hills.
cover in front of them, and they're kind of gate kept out
They're
by
getting
what's
the
going on
same
on
heart
Petro
rate,
Road.
just
Dana was
playing
gonna be
there.
moving into the west of them, so you can see utility is starting to run out. And while they've been on a pretty decent tear coming into this game, the blue zone's going to be back behind.
European
them.
record
I mean,
of sleep
like,
apnea.
What, you
Oof.
got a cactus, a couple of trees, and then you've got two
That's
different
no
teams
bueno,
that are
that's
just
no
looking at you,
bueno.
one of them being Petrichor Road.
Yeah, Donova's got problems too. They've got a crossfire between a couple different teams as well. So this is really tricky for everybody on this edge. There's a lot of good angles. Petrichor Road can see right down into this, and they're looking for
I mean, I don't know if
Zach
that's
stuck out
just
of the
like
smoke there as
unhealthy,
H-Rim,
that's
so
drugs, that's
some are gonna
drugs
be able to
plus
clean that up. He was
unhealthy,
dead
or what is
anyway.
it?
Shrimzy gonna just try
In
to
all
throw
honesty, it's hard
as
to
long as he
say.
can with that blue zone bag. There's still 11 teams alive, Matt, with 27 players.
I would love
left,
to
so
see
this
what
isn't
my
even
heart rate
placeable
would have
points here
been.
for Sonics.
Yeah,
right now, if I was
well,
playing.
there's also a lot of solos. Speaking of, there goes Emmy. That's going to be that solo gone. We also still have Poochills. That's going to be alive down south. Shrimzy still kicking in some fashion out there in the blue zone, hoping the fact that maybe people get tired of
Also,
shooting
obviously
earlier, maybe
getting
you can sneak in. That
type of
might
person that
end up
gets more
happening.
numbers
There's
as
a lot of
well is
attention now
involved.
shifted over to Danawa, but that means that
As you
Shrimzy's
look
gonna
to
be sticking
Jimbo,
back
Jimbo
behind
just
a
at
duo of
100.
Danawa. The circle
Jimbo was
still
chilling
gets
while
the
he was
50-50 on
shooting.
the road, and T5 in that really desperate rotation a second ago going to be pretty heavily rewarded for it.
Yeah, Donowa trying to figure out how they can get into this circle relatively safely, because the problem is SSG has angles onto them, and they just learned that again. They've already learned it, but it is really tricky as they do have to make a move eventually. James here trying to flank out. Poochills up on the other side of this for Day Trade, one of those sneaky solos you were just talking about, Killikai as well, out of this next circle. And James knows, you know, with the player count, James very good, a veteran player. Again, one of those players who's been to every international event, probably aware that there's some solos out there if he's been kill feed tracking very well. And I assume he has. Pixel gone now by the
Depends where
hands
the
of
heart rate
Tycon.
monitors are,
So
though.
a little bit of breathing space for Donowa.
This is the
do you
potential for
mean?
a very big game for both FaZe and Cerberus, depending on how the rest of this one goes down. So I really do like FaZe stepping out, trying to go for those solos like you were talking about, secure those.
I mean,
extra
where it
1 or 2
is, it
points,
just
because
would be
right
more
now,
accurate or not
FaZe and
accurate,
13,
right?
They ain't happy about
Doesn't
that.
change
And,
your
I
heart
think
rate.
that that's a big opportunity. Shrimzy! Oh my God!
Shrimzy, por favore.
Doing it.
Oh.
Finally, Sonics do get eliminated in 9th, but how much damage
And
was
Onyx,
done as he is at least going to pick
yeah,
up
they
one
killed
of those
two
kills.
Danoa.
Donowa forgot about him, and Onyx in trouble now. The grenade is out, trying to buy himself a little bit of extra time.
Oh, he's
He's
dead.
going to try to go for another. He's going to pay the price.
Oh, Soul, what can you do? I mean, he's just got a bus for cover. Those windows
Corexy's
are
my
so
last one, right?
huge. He's
Yeah,
gonna go
Corexy's my
down,
last,
and now it's gonna
fantasy
be
player.
Petrichor Road getting a bit of control area to play from, but Cerberus, very, very close, could step over that hillside any second and ruin their day.
Dude, Cerberus might be eyeing to get a win off that game when they couldn't.
Map stream is
Team's
dead.
going to get headshot by Tycon. I mean, Cerberus is looking really strong right now, Matt. They are hitting a lot of good shots. They're taking a lot of good positions.
Map stream is dead.
So climbing up that leaderboard with Tiamat not having the best of days. You can see Cerberus now presently at 62 points in second. T5.
Kiliakai got a
So
kill
the game
there
as
and
well.
a position
Cerberus, though, has
place.
So much vision
Not bad.
and control. Tyloo on the opposing side of it.
You
Are
just
gonna
salvage
spot
a little
out
bit.
more as Ascend finally getting eliminated. Good job on holding. Getting into placement points, though. I mean, that could have gone way worse, way earlier.
Drink some
No doubt,
capelitos so we can do
doubt.
some
I
science
mean,
how
anybody
affects
who can
heart
salvage
rate.
some points in this game with this
Good,
rough of a
dude.
circle. Oh, Tanadol. Just sit Summer down. That motorcycle not safe. Tycon's actually
where's
still on
Corexy?
point. Tycon continues his reign of destruction here today on Miramar. Absolutely phenomenal. Down to our top 4 teams, Matt. T5, Tyloo, FaZe, and Cerberus. Everybody's got 4 except T5, so really going to be interesting to see how much of the road is in this, because the more it goes towards the road, Matt, the less playable stuff there is. It is a just downhill on both sides of it.
If
So
this shrinks
once it
east, this
goes
is going to
there,
be
it's
really rough for
tricky to
FaZe.
find that little nook, that little hill for yourself to hide for, and it is going to go at least over towards FaZe. So the good news here is that there's a little bit of extra playable stuff, but if a team
I don't
can
know if
control
it's
the
much
road and get a
playable
lot
for
of players
FaZe,
up here,
I'm not
they've got a
sure.
good chance to win this game potentially,
Maybe.
because that ridge
Two
line
stuff is in, right?
potentially pretty powerful to fight from. It
Yeah, they
just
do have
depends on
some
FaZe aim as
playable.
well.
T5 has the center of the circle, but I wouldn't say that you really want the center of the
Not
circle.
yet.
Who's to
Right
play
now,
medic?
not
Yeah,
yet.
dude.
Everybody's going to have to make their way down these hillsides, and most notably, FaZe is going to have to contend with Tyloo, which means that Cerberus has pretty much a bead into what's going on with T5, and they still need to move a bit further forward. So you can see this hillside that Cerberus is playing. It's not in. It's been really
Icon
a lot of
again?
kills, a lot of of their control.
He had 5 games. Didn't he have 5 kills last game?
Right next to the road, get some control there.
Now 5 kills again for Stoppy.
Weakening them for the fight that could
Oh man, 6.
inside the circle, and Cerberus with that distraction. Look,
I had
he
him
jumps
almost
back
in
down
my
in there.
fantasy, dude.
One
I
team
had him
distracting
there, I
another
just
team
never
all across the circle
like
and allowing
entered
these
it.
movements for Cerberus.
I
So
did
the
some
problem
roster
for Cerberus
changes.
is that they're
I
still
regret
outside
it
the
so
circle. Now,
much.
The reason they pulled up where they did is because it's
Oh.
outside of grenade range from T5. Very wise here from Cerberus in a way. They've still got a few smokes to work with as well. They needed to keep themselves obscured from Tai Lu to try to take control of this ridge. If
Full
Cerberus
carry,
can
yeah.
clean this up, they're getting some help from FaZe as well. They have a decent chance to potentially do something here because Tai Lu and FaZe likely going to potentially have to fight.
Does
for the
Hemas,
top of the
didn't
hill
Hemas pop
unless
up
Tai
in
Lu tries to swing
PGS
down, but
1?
depending on FaZe's sightline,
Was
I
it
haven't seen a
PGS
good
1?
look from FaZe's perspective towards
Because it's
Tai
the one
Lu
I
yet,
watched,
but
I think he was popping off.
we'll really see. It just kind of
Rosted.
depends.
Rosted wants this so bad. He wants to get some breathing room in a very dangerous
I don't know what
situation.
stats he had
Then
for the
opposing side
qualifier
of
for
the
this,
road,
though.
Cerberus, though, it looks like Ty Lu is just going to send it right up in front of FaZe, maybe trying to move into a gatekeeping position. We did see
Are
that
allowed
happen.
roster
Frank
changes?
landed
Yeah, but
right
that's for
next to them,
tomorrow.
so they're going to use that to get
It's
some
different
type of
roster by
control.
then.
Now Cerberus creeping forward,
It's different
closer,
groups,
closer
so.
to T5, now starting to get into throwable range, could be a bigger problem for him. You can see
The
as
map
this
stream
sprint
is
continues
dead.
to progress, Ty Lu's got to keep their eyes on what's going
Yes,
on.
yes,
with
knock
FaZe.
Tycon,
This is
dude.
a
Don't let him get more kills.
low-ground fight. We've
Finish
got
him.
low-ground teams right next to the road,
Finish him.
but this fight for supremacy at the top of the hill is going to be big.
Tai Lu might
Corexy,
take a
yes.
fight here, and they might be paying for it. Corexy gets the knock on to Zhao Yang. Rasta Jr. shooting the foot.
No, Corexy, no.
Hemas back on his feet, and now
No,
it is a
FaZe,
quad
no.
shot double.
No, FaZe,
Oh my
no.
God, FaZe walks right
Jimbo,
into
yes,
the
Fex,
alley.
yes.
Steps up
Thank you,
big on the
Fex.
counter for it.
Save
Ty
Corexy.
Lu finds themselves in a world of
Save
hurt. Now, part of
Corexy.
That is going to be the defensive line coming up from Fex. Now, LZQQ trying to figure out how he's going to navigate this one. This is a
Save
very stacked up
Corexy.
FaZe, but they are weakened. He knows he might be able to pounce. He just has a 1v2 opportunity creeping out of this when the hillside flash comes out.
Come on,
Goes
Jimbo.
for the
Yes,
run.
yes,
He
yes.
got
Kill for
spotted,
Corexy, and
with this,
Corexy
FaZe
lives.
gets control of the top.
Let's go,
This is
FaZe.
an opportunity now for Cerberus if they can clean Rasta Jr. out.
Dude, look
they
at
could
Gustav's
potentially
heart
win this
rate.
game.
There's no way.
Has to
Look
take
at
his time to
Gustav's
recover.
heart
There's
rate.
only one player knocked for
He has half of
Cerberus.
Corexy.
Grenades are starting
He's
to
just chilling.
ring out. That vehicle I thought maybe might roll a little bit further, but Rasta Jr. no problem, no helmet though, and he is
Gustav
quickly
is
taken
me,
down.
yeah.
Ooh, good
I think I would
creep
have
on
that,
the
I
peaks of
guess. That would be my heart rate.
11 kills for Cerberus right now.
It's chill.
Comfortable down in this lower section. They have control over that center. They heard the firefight. They know it's going to be FaZe that is going to be to their west. Now, how
Even though
does
it's like
FaZe choose
literally
to
they
come after?
just
It's gonna
were
be
in a
James
firefight as
leading
well,
the
right?
point
You'd
down.
expect
Looks like
it to
he's going
spike.
down in the open field.
Either
but this
it's
has already
inaccurate,
been read by Cerberus. Two
my
members
man's
are
chill.
waiting to see how that pathing's come out, but nades still prepped and ready to go for FaZe.
Now Cerberus can just hold this ridge line. They're going to fan out. They're going to stack 2 on the right-hand side, 2 on the other side. They're going to try to
Come on,
overload,
FaZe.
but quickly dealt with. We're traded, though,
Gustav
by
trading.
Gustav.
Cerberus now collapsing and realizing where the
Come on,
assault's gonna
Jimbo.
be coming from. James got to line this one
This
up.
is a good spot for
Gustav down
FaZe.
on one
I think
side,
FaZe have a
but
better spot
still
here.
looking
FaZe have a
this
better
one
spot
through.
here.
Solzy trying to move in, realizing see maybe he can get some utility. Does the spot.
FaZe have a better spot.
Now he does, though.
Nice.
Quick exchange between the two of them.
How does
Cerberus now
Corexy-
creeping up
Corexy
this.
lost
James
that?
Still alive, feeding over the information.
on,
to the
Jimbo.
rest of the team.
Oh, James.
Tycon trying to lead the way on the opposing point for it.
Wait, is
Steps
Fex knocked?
around,
Is
but
it
knows
James
exactly where James
1v2?
is. He wants to get this one quick. Steps in, goes for the spray
Fex.
onto him.
Yeah, Fex was still alive.
Yet
They were so
again.
focused for
Fex is
Jimbo.
huge here. 6 kills on the round
Dude,
already.
Fex is
James
fucking
gonna have
off.
time to get the first aid off. That is huge. It has to be Hisaki. He has to come through and 1v2 FaZe.
This is so
Hey,
much
he knows
pressure,
about
so much
him.
information was being fed over by all of the downed members. Cerberus with just that one up, looking in, seeing if maybe he can slow down the pace, but Fex is going to walk right up into it. Isaki's got to deal with
Let's
two,
go, Jimbo,
and
nice.
He cannot do it. FaZe picks up a much-needed win.
Huge
Corexy
start
died,
for
though.
FaZe.
No extra points because he's dead.
Here to keep FaZe in this one.
Oh, dude, that's just my luck. Of course, FaZe win and Corexy dies at the end.
No surprise on it. That was a very big game.
Ah,
for FaZe as
I
they
should have voted
managed
for
to keep
Fex,
themselves
dude.
up very close to
I
the
should
thick
just
of that
put it on
top,
Fex.
I would say that middle of the pack, they might have been able to
Actually, was gonna put it on Jimbo as well. I had it on Jimbo initially. I had Jimbo, Tycon,
Yeah,
Ionix,
FaZe played the trades really, really well here.
and
First, it was a great back and
I think it
forth.
was
Both teams
Kickstart. That was my
covering each
original
other, but FaZe
roster.
found that angle, expecting the
I removed
aggression,
Jimbo and
expecting
Tycon.
Cerberus to W key. That's what
Put in
Cerberus is known
Corexy,
for. They're known to come at you. They're not afraid
put
to
in
take
Linshu,
fights,
and it
FaZe reads the
backfired,
situation
dude.
perfectly, Matt.
That was
It
such
backfired.
dangerous firefight
It
there,
backfired
moving
so
into the
hard,
open
dude.
area. It was
Ah.
so close. And that was very
Let's
well
go,
navigated.
FaZe.
I gotta give a big shout out to James feeding so much of that information over. I know our analysts are gonna want to break that down.
Nice.
In our Media Day video, you heard FaZe when asked how they were going to do. We'll see twice. Well, I think we saw. FaZe played well. James absolutely out of his mind. Fex doing something crazy as well, and they come out with that chicken dinner.
Typical.
Avenger, I know you were very happy.
Yeah, 2 double clutches here for Fex to step up from this. Like, insane for them, of course, to do this. James and Fex in the end there. But again, yeah, Cerberus, they did push a lot. They managed to get a lot of kills, and again, this is what they needed. They don't need to win the games, again, just top 8, and the amount of points there, again, it was a different, little bit different circle, but very similar Western area there, so Tycon popping off again, Fex with a huge game, so really good to see these guys. FaZe Stand, though, they needed it. 23 points before going into this after 7 games, so they might be able to almost double their points and maybe jump into the top 8 after this one.
Also, Cerberus coming out
this
with
one too
big
from Shrimzy.
points. That was huge. Shrimzy has looked out of his mind. I mean,
and you didn't take him again.
I did. You know, it's crazy, right? Because 2 days ago, I was like, pound for pound, best player in North America. Believe in Shrimzy. I just
big
I
Fex.
made my team, and there was $10,000.
800 damage Fex. 900 damage Fex. Fex farm. Oh, Fex had 7 kills there, and like 1k damage. Farming.
Honestly, I think
farming points.
Aggressive style of play against them, and that's what I really like seeing there. It was really a story of 2 regions, as far as I'm concerned. FaZe walks away with the win. Cerberus, however, is going to be climbing into the top 3 off the back of that one, which means they are now unlocked. That's the problem with Cerberus for everybody else. Once they get to that position where they're feeling safe and comfortable, that's when they sort of go into that crazy mode where they can just do anything they want.
Yeah,
I expect them to have a very wild day.
The good thing for everyone else, the 15 other teams in this lobby, is that Cerberus, we're about to change maps. So the momentum that they're able to build here in Miramar is that they might have taken a little bit foot off the pedal there. So let's see what happens with that. But again, as you said here, Cerberus, for them to start like this is a Cerberus that we know and love.
Absolutely. And I will say that those circles here for Miramar were something else. I have not seen those sort of repeat up there against the wall. Absolutely crazy. Just like the top 4 teams were in that match. Let's take a look at them real quick. FaZe comes out with the big win, 13 kills, 2,000 damage. Cerberus in 2nd, Tyloo and Petrichor coming up in 3rd and 4th. This is a big game for Tyloo as well. Remember, we talked about that last match. They got the win. They had to climb up from 19 points, and then they come out and get a 3rd place at the end. But let's look at the
clubber.
Yep.
Correctsy, man, dude.
Dinner. Looking good.
Beautiful. 7 kills for Fex, of course. 2 huge clutches coming in on his part. In the right situations,
he died at the end too, right?
Tyloo, they were able to take that down. Of course, here towards the end, Cerberus also able to get some huge opening kills in that. Very well deserved here, man of the match for Fex.
Absolutely.
Good to see them step into the fray again. We're talking about this, right? They're able to double their points. They're 23 points after 7 games, and they get 1 good game.
Wait, this is wrong.
In that game, which is going to put them in close to the top 8, if not in the top 8.
He was a rock, nay, a planet, and James was like his moon, sort of rotating around, going out there trying to find these big moments. But Fex was always there to bring him back.
Exactly, and James, he's always this kind of information gathering player, right? He needs to know, okay, what can I do if these 3 potential circles happen? He's always making a plan ahead. He's the chess player on the team, and that's going to put them into the top 8, 46 points there. And Cerberus,
with that big game, FaZe is still like, it's kind of weird. I would expecting them to be maybe top 5, but they're still super close.
Closing that gap, getting
That's
right
I guess how low they were.
3 points, looking very, very good. So Cerberus is now, I think, breathing down Tiamba's neck, and I think Tiamba's going to take that a little personally.
Yeah. I mean, one point in 2 games, that's definitely gonna. But again, hot drops, similar circles. They're gonna have fun with Danawa. Let's see how many of the other maps they're gonna have fun with them too.
Absolutely, and I will say they tried to fight with Danawa. Danawa landed on the roof and found themselves a 4x SLR right out of the gate. And respect to Tiamba, they got in the car and said, you know, maybe this isn't the one for us right now. And that's what you kind of have to do. So that was great for them. I think Danawa gonna feel very good about that match and get themselves set up for the rest of the day. Now, we are shifting. We're going to be going to Tego in just a couple of minutes. Remember, we were on Vikendi first last time. We've switched that back around.
Everything's been toppled.
Just like a lot of teams are going to get toppled on Tego, because it's still one of those maps that we find teams, I don't want to say lost on, but they definitely don't know it the way that they know Miramar and Erangel, and it is going to give us some chaos. Now, is there a circle you're hoping for, or a part you love on that map?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see we're going to have some Cerberus fights potentially. Even with the space station game, it could happen. There's more potential hot drops here that could happen. But in general, we had our North Circle, we had our urban endings. I want to see that Southeast area, the studio around that area. I love that area in general, so let's see if we can get that on Tego.
All right, we'll see if it's on Tego when we come back in just a few minutes.
Well, it's break now, right?
It's time for game number 3.
Break a ruse.
These messages.
Time to Tego.
I guess we go food.
unleash my shopping spree
Duty-free from big brands.
at all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise.
Yeah, I guess I'll grab food now. One sec.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อย ตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่ง
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
팬들은 모르는 나의 비밀 한 가지를 공개해주세요. 저희 팀에서 붙여진 건데 하남돼지, 하남자 플러스 돼지 느낌으로 이렇게 별명이 있습니다.
What position do you sleep in?
I'll just be like.
How do you manage your mental state when the game is not going well? I just blame my team always.
A set of 3 cute expressions for fan service.
One, two, three. Okay.
Thank you very much.
And welcome back. We're going to get everything set up for game number 3. I know you're probably looking at your fantasy rosters right now and being like, what the cha? I thought I had a good team. Don't worry, guys. Those first 2 Miramar games were a bit weird. So I wouldn't be surprised if things stabilized. Now, if you're somebody like Toby that has a phenomenal picks off of all those locations, and life's real good for you.
It hurts. It hurts. All my players that I had on day 1 are popping off today instead of course, you know, it's the way it goes. But you know what? Those guys right there just popped off, Matt.
Yep.
FaZe, Fex, if you had Fex on your fantasy team today, absolutely rolling in it right now. What a heroic performance. I mean, Gustav in there just telling us, yeah, you know, Fex just 1v9'd them for us.
FaZe had a heroic performance. Okay, now looking into it, we're going to stabilize, but let's not forget, we got new maps that we're going to be going to before we make our way over to Erangel to finish everything out. So a lot of adjustments are going to have to be made off of it. A bit more on the fly as we are going to be kicking everything off over on Tego in just a moment.
Yeah, I don't know if our circles can get much crazier. It is definitely, as fans of the PWS know, when I drink coffee, things get crazy, and I did have a coffee before the match today, so sorry, not sorry.
You telling me the fact
We
that I just need to
back
secure like 10
the
coffees
game
for you?
starting?
That's
Okay.
Got you, man.
Perfect timing.
I will pay for them
I gotta do this
myself,
quickly.
so that way we get
Okay,
the wild
I'm
circles.
in.
So let's go ahead and jump into Tego because we've got ourselves a playing path. It's going to be a bit more on the western lean.
Game 3, right? Yeah.
I mean, I'll take free. If it's free, it's for me, man. Like, that's my motto, dude. I'll take anything you got for me.
Oh, really?
Well, okay. let's hold the phone and see what Tego's gonna bring for us as we are scooting down across Godok, where our circle ended on day number 1, and heading down towards Songam. And this is going to be an interesting one. A lot of the Eastern stuff again out of play, which means that when I say interesting, I don't mean it's going to be spicy other than unless there's hot drops. I mean, it's fairly playable for all the teams in their drop spots. You can see that nobody goes Shipyard, nobody goes Kangdung, so this is pretty playable.
Shipyard is where nightmares happen if you're a competitive player, right?
I love Shipyard, though.
I do too. It's really, really fun to play around, but I will say as a competitive player, I could see why it would be a scary place to drop.
For
so,
sure.
Now
I want to eat.
Are we going to have any more mix-ups specifically around prison? As that looks like that might have some attention drawn its way. A lot of late drops coming up from this one. See if we have any more mix-up with Danawa. Danawa is just going to get themselves Yongcheo, and that's going to be about it. They do so have Yambo that's going to be just to the west of them, though.
Yep. Danawa going to be uncontested on this one, and that's scary. I mean, you can see what they can do even when they are contested today. So who knows what they can dial up. Now, once again, there's a little bit of congestion over some of these vehicle spawns. Corexy actually gets it first.
Jumps in, steals the bike. Is he going to turn around, try to go for the run over? Looks
Summer's
like he's
in trouble.
Eyeing it. I don't know if he wants to stay here for too much longer. Circle actually pops in and goes a bit more east than I think that anybody was expecting.
They're going to get this kill.
Yeah,
James is going to get this kill.
From that one. Grab yourself a gun. That's going to make it much easier to take down Summer.
They're going to hunt him down. Yeah, this is super smart. This is why I was about to say the motorcycle is really good in this situation for 2 reasons. A, you can go pick up a gun pretty
Dude,
quick.
I should have got Jimbo, man.
He's just done.
It's on
Corexy! Yes! Yes!
It's everything, dude. That's so good. This is so smart.
This is my Corexy kill.
Like, not only is it scary because initially the motorcycle is more maneuverable, right? So it's easier to run people over around the trees than with the cars. But then
Tiki taka, dude. Tiki taka.
Let's just go get it.
Corexy got the kill, dude, and Jimbo had the gun.
Praised earlier for his in-game intelligence, and this time around,
Let's
he is
go.
going to get outsmarted by another very, very smart team. FaZe played that game so well. Now, they weathered 2 different storms there. Tyloo first, realizing that if they were going to win that game, they had to take FaZe's position potentially, because when I finally got a look at the terrain that Tyloo had to work with, it sloped down towards FaZe. FaZe had enough hills that they could punish Tyloo if Tyloo either tried to take a fight
he didn't really
try to push down that hill. So they had to try to fight FaZe.
He just run around to
Almost went their way, not quite, and because again of Fex.
But with this, FaZe is now in our top 8. That is very, very important. Picking up that 1 kill also puts him 1 point behind Day Trade. You can see up in Tyloo just a couple points behind. Any amount of kills right now for anybody that is in this spread from Sonics probably down into FaZe will find themselves in a much better position just to try to secure something. Meanwhile, SSG did get shifted out of the top 8, but only by 7 points, so they need to try to line themselves up something. But it's been a pretty quiet day for them so far.
Yeah, they're sliding. You know, after getting that win yesterday, I thought SSG has a pretty good chance to get through to winners. Looked like they were smart, capable. But so far today, frankly, they've been... Look, I don't fault some of these teams that are sliding because of how bad those first two circles were. This circle so far has the potential to be bad because a lot of it is river, but we'll see.
The only team that doesn't get an excuse for that is Tiamba. That's just because Danawa made sure that every circle was going to be bad for them. Tiamba only with 1 point on the day so far.
But they don't care.
They're fine. Let's be honest. You can see that the other teams would all have to get 30 points over these next couple of games, which is conceivably possible if they just manage to get absolutely nothing. But I don't think so.
Yeah, no. That's pretty unlikely. I mean, everybody who's at 70 or above is safe, basically. Like the desk has been talking about it. That's about the cutoff usually. It might even be lower in this lobby because of how top heavy it was so early. And now you look at the middle of the pack, Matt. I mean, from let's just go Sonics to V7 and Petrichor Road, 30 points, like you're talking about, right? Like it is not a far cry that a team puts up near 30 points in one game. We've seen it before, that a team can put together, one of those 17, 18 kill point games. And Tyloo, a team that I think very well could be capable of it.
Tyloo sitting there winning that Panzerfaust damage, rocking it pretty good, as they had a very interesting path to get to this event. So let's take a look at it.
这季就是一波遭遇战。石头后自己的血量不高的。我是觉得，哎呀，出意外了。但是 AZ 又是大 A 老师，但是张德胜站起来，站的是打3个，张德胜。
What is this highlight?
Man, they just making.
Is it me or was it a highlight like?
I was gonna say that's the Shen highlight reel, as it should be. He is their star player. He's just cracked, and we saw glimpses of it so far today. He, especially in that fight with FaZe, he almost won that single-handedly for Tyloo. Hit at least 2 or 3 members of FaZe in that fight. So, look, the guy, we praise him, and there's a reason. There was a reason on day 1 I had captained him on my fantasy team because I really had a lot of faith. But that early fight over Razak with V7 seemed to have affected their mental. So coming into today, no early hot drops, and they are really taking advantage of it. Now, this is a terminal rotation here with the emergency pickups this early for day trade.
I'm nervous about using an emergency pickup at this stage due to the fact that with the way the circle lines up, it's pretty northern, still has Shipyard that's going to be inside of it, which also means it has the canal that's running through. So while it is more prone to go down into the southeast, no surprise, PGS 2 showed us the fact that that's not always going to be the case.
And I think,
Matt,
that if Day Trade or any team takes the emergency pickup up to Shipyard here, it's actually a pretty good idea because, first of all, it's going to be unoccupied. There's going to be a lot of space for you to cover to your south if the circle shifts towards the main continent to the southeast, which is more likely to do. But if it has that hard shift over to the west, over towards Yeongcheon, you have boats or something like that to quickly get over to the other side towards the mini pier, towards the mini shipyard. I really think that could have been a pretty wise move here for a team, especially a team that likes to play edge. Now, Day Trade isn't necessarily known for their edge style or something like that, but I still think the opportunity is there.
Yeah, and speaking of what's going on over into that northern island itself, there's a couple of rotators that are moving pretty close to Danawa line, and most notably that is going to be V7, T5, and it looks like Tiamba is playing a 50-50 split just to make sure that they get some type of safety in it, and that's no surprise given the way that they're playing the line over there. FaZe, last round really, really good for them. This round going to be a bit scary in their rotation as they do have Sonics that are going to be directly in front of them. They're going to have Falcons on the opposing side, Petrichor Road and Day Trade just over into their east, and you can see that's where those harassment lines are already starting to kick off. FaZe, though, they are already comfortably inside the circle, so they don't have to move forward just quite yet.
Yeah, everybody kind of towards that center-ish area to the east of Terminal is kind of just going to be able to vibe for a bit. Sonics are holding a pretty decent split.
Wait, was it low?
Here we go. All right, Tyloo.
Oh, yeah.
Where are you going, my boys? I am super curious what you're going to find.
One, just going on an adventure. This is how you scout, right? No more bikes, no more anything else. Just ride it out. See who shoots at you. The other members are actually inside of vehicles right now, and they're going to be moving forward. Looks like they're going to be coming up pretty close to where FaZe was just a moment ago. EXO making their rotation. They're going to be coming in from the east over next to Airport. SSG is running a 2-1-1. Might be Pixel or Roth that could get some attention from EXO in just a minute.
Yeah, that is a huge split for SSG. And again, this is part of the trouble with some of these lobbies is these early splits that you're so used to getting away with back in your home turf aren't going to be as doable because obviously, here's Salute just blew up. I've done that. Worth, absolutely worth. I mean, Soul so fast around that corner, and then an Onyx in there with a little help from Soul to clean things up. But I want to go back to the point I was talking about earlier, that coming into these international events.
Sorry, I just had a thing. Everybody else is playing paper, rock, scissors. He's playing paper, rock, shotgun right there.
Yeah, exactly. I'm over here playing paper.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. You're fine. But like coming into these international events, a thing that a lot of teams struggle with is splits that they used to be able to get away with in their home territory because they had done their homework. They knew the tendencies of the teams. It's different here because A, obviously you don't know the teams as well, but B, the teams that came in here are doing some weird prep. And this is what I'm talking about. These edge fights that you don't expect could potentially be brewing, like with SSG and XO.
This is the second time that SSG, technically we're moving into the third time that SSG has now moved to try to get away from XO, just like you're talking about. You know, these splits can get far, far more punished. And now SSG, they have members, they have the river that's going to be on the opposing side, and still, what, I guess about 800 meters separates them? 600 meters, somewhere around there?
Yeah, and what's even more wild is I see Damo and Kia now starting to potentially drive in that direction just on the other side of the creek there. Of course, the nice thing about the creek on Tego is that you can drive across it, so it's not, even though it is like water-ish, it's not really water in the sense of the normal water in the game.
It's a Texas River is what we call them.
Oh, a Texas River. There you go.
Absolutely. There's just some water so you can put your feet in it as
This
you're
is going to
crossing
go like half-half, right? Like if the circles are any indication. Okay, no. Okay, we're done with the BS circles.
Ooh, Sonics.
You say that for now. Sonics fans, though, feeling pretty good as they're going to be pretty centered up. And I wouldn't say the most comfortable of position, but they're 2-2, not quite as split. They are probably going to need to compress in just one moment. And looks like we already have Kickstart hopping inside the vehicle and is going to do so. Tiamba is going to spot out Donawa as they're making a rotation across the bridge, as Linshu is already going to be in that linchpin position to try to see if he's going to do any gatekeeping line. I mean, it's just straight up lined in. The other member's not going to be able to do too much more of assault, as this 2-2 split means that the other members are going to be crossing the road right back behind Donawa.
I think Loki lost a tire.
Don't get an Onyx. Don't get an Onyx. No.
Getting a headshot.
Yes. Yes.
Onto an Onyx, but an Onyx will be okay. Donawa.
No. Yes.
Took a risk here, Matt. They stayed in Yongchon. I think it kind of gambling that the circle was going to do crazy things today. Instead, it does the normal thing earlier than maybe expected for them. They had priority potentially on the other side of the river if they so choose, but they didn't.
The East is kind of going similar as it is going to be Exalt that's doing some harassment onto V7. So if you're wondering why he was juking the car just a bit, Tracers galore over here as T5 also shooting at them from behind. T5 going to be crossing that bridge in just a moment. Right back behind them as Exalt's going to have another set of targets that they can try to take a shot at. This is interesting though. Hold up. Tiamba regrouped with Linshu, but now they're going back to Yongxian, and it looks like they might be eyeing going over into that eastern bridge. They're just like, no, Donna, we're done with you. We're pretty certain that was you. We just don't even want to deal with you. We're going to go an entirely different route.
Yeah. That's a really good point. They very likely understood that was Donawa. So really interesting stuff here from Tiamba. I think Tiamba now, the name of the game for them should be just play for some confidence, get some good kills, get some good fights in, and go into that winner's bracket, feeling a little bit better about yourselves after that incredible day. Having out in the open for Thanadal. Thanadal here's the vehicle. His teammates are going to get a little bit of opening damage, but actually Tosi with the covering fire gets the knock onto Hatsawat.
Going to allow them to regroup. EXO also coming over here after their adventures that were going on with SSG are going to start getting some vision. Insight playing very aggressive into this positioning into T5. He's playing right along that river coastline. We can see him kind of creeping up, might get some vision, but the hillsides are going to block out most of it. Problem with T5 is Insight's position kind of corners them in with V7 just to the south, as now Tiamba that we were talking about beforehand is going to be crossing that bridge relatively soon, and that is an entirely exposed angle for them.
Yeah, no, it's actually pretty tough here for Tiamba. Getting across that bridge now is going to be really tricky, so I'm pretty curious how they're going to approach that. I mean, they might have to just lose a player potentially and just veer straight to their right when they get across towards the other coast. Kind of very, very keen to see how they're going to do it, and they're making their move now. I can see them off screen. His face still in their compound. Here we go. This is about the only fight that's really brewing anywhere on the map as far as I can tell, as long as Insight doesn't do anything wild.
Linshu back to the bridge cover as he is the only person that's not inside of a vehicle right now taking those shots.
I'm done eating.
Allowing him to go.
No way. What?
Oh, Tossy.
That is ridiculous.
That was a clean getaway. Now let's go back over to Tiamba reposition as it is going to be right on to T5. at least going to be able to jump out. Pao Pao is going to be leading the way for his squad as well as ZYY.
Is this going to be a big game for Exalt?
More to the north to try to escape that, but don't forget about good old Insight. It's going to be a good read from ZYY. Going to pick that one up, and T5 now in a lot of trouble. Circle did shift down to the south, stay centered up on that Sonics position we were talking about just a moment ago. So all these teams that are in this northern position going to have to move.
Yeah, T5 here, I think, got a little discombobulated after that knock from V7 and wasn't really doing their due diligence on their backside. And as soon as they heard the vehicles, instead of trying to kind of set up and try to barricade Tiamba, they felt like they didn't have a good position and instead just got in their vehicles and tried to run away, and they lose a player for it. ZYY continuing where he left off yesterday with some absolutely just brilliant open field sprays. Roth trying to now punish that still rotating T5, who finally has found a spot to set up. Now this whole area of the map is kind of interesting, Matt, because there's this huge flat hill on top of this mountain. So it's really tricky to find playable space inside of it sometimes.
T5's position is very similar to Death Road on Erangel, is a good way to think about it. It's just a bit more of a north-south instead of the east-west that we see. Insight does find himself 7-7, who is not expecting that in the slightest, as the rest of Tiamba is now already moving down into Exalt's positioning.
Well, you know what's so funny is yesterday one of the few teams that had success against Tiamba was actually XO. They actually were getting some kills on them. And it's continuing over here too today. So the XO boys are actually talking about it to me. They're like, well, at least we got kills on Tiamba. You know, like they were obviously not happy with how the day went, but they felt good about some of their fights against the top team in this lobby. So, hey, credit where credit's due. Insight there gets a very nice pick. Great patience from him, and it profits.
Yeah, now where is XO going to go, though? As you can see, this is Tiamba not even in the new safe zone yet. And that's going to make it a bit harder for everybody to navigate. This hillside, you can technically play more to the north and kind of make your way through it. We are also starting to see a bit of an urban setup, as it is going to be Day Trade and Petrichor Road holding down this area of Terminal. Still trying to play around that after we did see the emergency pickup in the earlier sections of the game. Deepless Kia looks like they're going to be regrouping just to the north of where we see a Cerberus duo as well as Falcons.
I'd like to see the Falcons start to pick it up here a little bit today. It's been a slow one for them. They need to get a little bit aggressive, I think. Need to get in some fights, get some confidence going. If they're going to get through into the winner's bracket. Again, it's still wide open enough. If you include this game, there's 4 games left here today, so still points to be found. Ventus has that M24 with the ace, opting to go for the bolt. Probably lacking a bit of loot is DK potentially. Although you'd think they could have found a DMR by now, and here we go. Look at XO's just so confident against Tiamba. I love this. I love this. Just punish them. You already got 1 kill. You potentially have them in a bad spot where you can gatekeep Tiamba's run up to the next hill in the next circle.
Already been spotted out, though. Got to be careful. Pao Pao looks like he's trying to move back into where Monty's going to get some vision lines. Circle shifts very hard to the south away from this line, though. Curious to see if Tiamba wants to step after this one. Is they know the fact that they've got XO back behind them, but at the same time, they also are going to have to make some pretty big moves.
Got 2 south lanes, I think.
Still alive. We're still at 60 in what's going to be a tiny circle with terminal in it and a hillside and 1 compound, really.
Feels bad for Exalt, because Exalt had a really good spot early on, and the circles have just shrunk away from them. This was like their circle.
Now, I think feels like they might have
where they looted
off more than they could chew and is retreating.
And it's just shrunk away from them.
Danawa trying to make a move to the center, and they're going to make it nicely. This is old school Danawa, man. Dude. Like phase 3, phase 4 center circle dives.
This is a good
they
rotation.
Don't do this as much anymore, but these circles have been hard shifting away from them.
You've got to do it on the circle. This is a very open circle. Look at what's going on around them. They're pretty centered, and you saw that little dip that they were in, and they had that one shack, or it's not really a shack. It's more of a shed. I don't know, a small building that you can get maybe 1 or 2 people into. It'll give you some cover, but that's about it. XO making their rotation. Looks like they're going to bisect right in between the duos for V7. Are they going to get 2 punished for it is the bigger question. Insight is going to get spotted out. Headshot's going to knock him out of the vehicle. Rest of XO's just got to continue on the path. It looks like their eyes are set more on the terminal line. Most of Petrichor Road is going to be playing to the east of it. Sonic's also going to get some vision. It's going to be some harassment, but it looks like they might.
My captain is in a good spot. Correxy's in a good spot.
They're going to go on the opposing side of V7.
Evan's going to be edge in a semi. Not really ideal spot to win the game.
Exalt again. Tiggleton there actually finding a knock at a salute for a moment. I thought that was going to be 7-7 getting out, but Aches left has XO
Unlinshu
tried to pull up into the
in a rough
terminal
spot rotating right now.
for their arrival.
Tiamba, how did you get so far away from Donowa for so long and now end up right next to him? Gonna jump out, and it's gonna be Tig that spots one, gets the knock, and now Tiamba.
This is not good. Okay, Linshu's dead. That's one fantasy player down.
Just gonna have to hunker down.
Corexia and Nonix and Heaven left.
Fishing for some points, but they were knocked and flushed too quickly by the long-range shots of the other teams. Grenade out for Ventus towards SSG. Gets some decent damage. They've got SSG pretty well pinned up on this ridge line. Capitan even finds a headshot.
Yeah, Falcons are taking some shots in from a different direction onto what's going on with this one. Technically, they're on the opposing side away from D+Kia, so they're trying to move in on this one. Space Station Gaming still a sharp down, realizing they have some threats that are going to be coming after him. Page going to have to defend up this line as slow and steady D+Kia is moving this direction. Falcons, though, taking those shots from back behind him are probably going to slow them down. Emmy doesn't want to move too aggressively into this one, though, so it looks like they might be steering away.
I mean, SSG needs vehicles, and they only have a very beaten-up pony. That is it. I mean, it's really dire up there for them. Oh, wait, maybe that was DK's position, but okay, they've got some vehicles. I was going to say they need to get down this hill, and they need to do it now.
Ascending drive-bys?
Firefight, and what on earth? They just got torn to shreds coming down into this one. Menuda's just playing from cover, finally going to go down, but Space Station Gaming going to get entirely eliminated.
Yeah, now the mortars start to rain, I believe, from Cerberus onto T5. Rossita
That's
Jr.
unfortunate.
T5 out in the open. Not a lot to work with out in the open parts of this circle. It's hilly, but not super hilly.
Wait, D+Kia is about to have V7 run up right on top of them. That's going to be a whole new.
Is that Malta gonna hit?
For kills, and they're going to find a very weakened squad that they can manage to pick up.
Come on, Heaven.
Come
on, Heaven.
V7 just runs right into their face.
Why did Heaven not get a knock there? Dude, Heaven didn't get a single kill.
A ton of vehicles, a ton of loot, but they still make their way into the circle. As it's going to be Sonics that's going to have a good sight line into where.
Right, he has one though, but it's fine.
This opportunistic play
That's
from
fine,
V7,
I guess.
knowing that they're no matter
It's
where
not a
they go in
winnable
this next
position.
circle, it's going to be tricky. But there is not a lot of playable stuff inside of this current circle, people. It is pretty wide open. There's not a lot of foliage, not a lot of rocks. It's very gently rolling hills down here, so it's going to be tricky. And V7 wisely knowing they need points, they need to take them where they can get them in this situation. And so you cannot fault them for doing that at all.
Exalt's going to have some problems to deal with. Sonic's already entrenched in front of them. Exo, Petrichor Road all going to have to move. Daytrade is luckily already left terminal, and they're eyeing more of the south, potentially into Tyloo's positioning. But Tyloo has a compound for now, not going to be inside the circle, so that's going to be the brewing fight.
Exalta in a rough spot
Cinda
now.
also has to move. Cerberus has to regroup. Falcons have to make a shift, and V7 still has to come into the circle, as well as Exalt, in whichever pathing they choose to take.
And yeah, okay, Tyloo has found some really nice range on to their mortars onto Donawa. That's another knock, so they need to get two players back up and running if they're going to survive this one. I wouldn't be shocked if somebody tried to take advantage of this. Patapon
Come on, Heaven.
out in the open. Rossita Jr. already found one. Glaz gonna let go with the grenade, and I believe that is T5 down. It's actually Cerberus who gets those kills.
Yeah, everything's starting to collapse in. Falcons does have V7 in front of them that they're now going to be eyeing, seeing if they
There's so much fights going on in this one.
Are taking some shots and back
like there's literally chaos everywhere.
Down. With this, we still have Daytrade that needs to move. Monty did get in for Exo, but Exalt is going to be moving down into Petrichor Road, taking some shots. As you can see, Molodok.
There's like no chill.
This is the circle, guys. Look at this. This is the circle. This is why everybody's so hesitant to move, and they're trying to go for firefights on the outside of it. Danawa's positioning is extremely vital, but Tyloo spots out Ascend in their rotation, and it's going to be FaZe taking shots in as well. Ascend now needs to move into what? The north, and that's going to bump them right into Daytrade. So few options, and now the firing lines for the teams that moved in early are just entrenched, and everybody's going to be walking into a hail of bullets.
Yeah, this is such a good spot that Danawa have
there.
there.
A favor here from Ascend if Ascend can do some damage, but instead they're the ones getting the damage dealt to them. It's Chris is going to find LZ. So all of Tyloo is going to go down between three different teams. So Tyloo tried to take this hillside, tried to do some damage.
Exalt actually managed to rotate
smart
without
play,
losing players.
Too many other teams around them to make it work.
I want to point out that Sonics hasn't had too many friends up there over into the north. Everybody's been bisecting around them. Finally,
but it's literally like FaZe's compound, God compound, is just gone there. They were just there after Circle 2, and it's just been shrink after shrink after shrink after shrink. It reminds me of the PG, like the fall, you know, that we just had. PGS fall, was it PGS is called? Where they were getting a lot of shrinks.
XO just found some big grenades.
Somebody out there wants them in the winner's bracket.
Soul starting to really heat up today.
Imagine that's actually true, though.
He has been absolutely a force of nature throughout.
Imagine in the server room.
They're
like, you know, FaZe is a PUBG partner team. We need them to get circles because we need them winners bracket for the global partner team. Although Pero's also global partner team, right? They're not doing too well.
Yeah, day trade not anywhere that they can really go. Here comes the firing line for Danoa, and they are just lighting up. Two members jump out near on no cover. It's going to be utility coming out. And Nox.
The circles could be rigged, and you'll never know about it.
Step up on top of it. He's going to spot out one, but he is going to get spotted as well. He's going to go.
But I'm pretty sure it isn't, though.
But Danoa just
I hope not.
everything in this circle.
Love the proactive play here from
because I've been in favor of some circles.
To clear this edge of the circle if they're going to get further into this one immediately on top of day trade. Great use of utility to obscure the movements of Onyx and Soul, and they're able to get in there and get the job done. Helps that Loki was hitting some really nasty sprays on the way in. Still this fight between XO and Exalt.
Big game for FaZe, though. I'm hoping Corexy gets the kills, though, and survives till the end. Hey, 2,000 biddies, rep. Thank you, man.
Rep 406 Cirdix 2000.
Thank you so much for the 2,000. That's very, very generous of you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Of loot that's going to land down right next to them, so they're going to be coming into this late game very prepped.
I really like the way Sonics are playing this game. Immediately took that flat top mountain control with a 2-2.
Hey, what up, Dado? Exactly. I'll probably bring it back on now in a bit because it's kind of high because I was working out this morning. It hasn't cooled down yet.
The emergency pickup, but he's going to clean out Soul, and he's going to get knocked for it.
Salute, but yet again, Shrimzy finding success for the squad whenever it is needed.
This is not good.
Right now for
Danoa,
Onyx. Danoa, thou's got Loki on this flank position, making sure to try to secure what's going to be happening. The rest of Danoa trying to regroup.
You took him off his team, yeah, I know, dude.
Tick is going to get flushed out. Nice nade coming out from.
I mean, it's 2 kills.
Sonics, they want to move a bit further forward, but Danoa wants to continue to protect this very no man's land that they have to contend with.
Yeah, in Onyx and Loki, the old Genji duo now on Danoa.
I'm doing fantastic though, Dado. What about you?
3-man squad of the Sonics. You took out Tiggleton though, a nice place grenade from Loki, got the flush. Now let's see what the rest of the Sonics can do. They've got control of the northern part of the circle, so they don't need to over-aggress onto this. I think for now there might be a bit of a stalemate because FaZe
Tycon is still alive. Well. Why is Tycon still alive, dude? With 2 kills.
FaZe wants to go back-to-back.
Get this guy out of here, guys.
But it's not technically Sunday. FaZe is getting prepped, though, like it is a FaZe Sunday, as they have themselves.
I think 172 is a record, yeah. Last match. I think that was a record as well. Maybe it was, what was his name? Linshu, right?
They're in prime position to secure themselves.
Linshu, I think, had like around 169 or close to 170 on day 1.
Performance here is, I think that they've got it in them with everything that's going to be going on. The problem is, Danoa's just been popping off as
what a nade.
Sonics in these northeastern area or northern and western areas.
Yeah. But the good news for FaZe is that everybody else is mostly beating each other up. Even Cerberus only has 3 left.
Cerberus?
They're gonna leave Tycon as the anchor there to watch. FaZe in check.
Good morning.
Gustav
Hi. Sorry, I missed it on the YouTube chat.
Really hampering the Cerberus
Eating pizza on the best day of the week? Damn.
That
is officially the best day of the week for you, huh?
Hits and a lot of damage being done.
This is big for FaZe.
It's just so much utility.
The last 2 3-man teams are fighting each other. They only have a 2-man, and now they're gonna have the remainders here.
Now Gustav getting some eyes on what's going to be going on with Danoa. Kickstart just brazenly stepping up into the front of what's going on with Cerberus.
Vex is popping off.
Does get spotted out. He's going to go down.
Kickstart with 4, dude. I'm just so unlucky. FaZe are winning back-to-back games, by the way. That's huge. FaZe are qualified now. FaZe are officially qualified. But Corexy, please survive. Stay alive.
On the rope, so they are starting to push out. Sololzy just hanging on for dear life into this smoke. A grenade from FaZe is going to weaken.
How many kills does Vex have? I think he had 5. Yeah, he has 5. Jimbo popping off. Jimbo popping off. Oh boy.
Just Danoa and Onyx off in the distance.
I had James in my team as well, dude. Corexy, please, don't be greedy for kills. Don't get flushed.
1vx's from
Look for the kill, but don't die in the process.
This is a near impossible situation for him, especially taking this much damage.
X gets it.
PGC
Alright, FaZe are qualified.
Stages, and the last day where we need to see FaZe perform, they always manage to do it. Great game coming out from them as they are just stringing wins together.
You love the way that FaZe gets
aggressive. B2B.
You love the way.
I mean, in all honesty, this one was a gifted one.
Beautiful stuff.
It was a gifted lob. It was a gifted, like, this is a gifted game. Like, the circle and the compound and the ending, I would say every team in this lobby, if they weren't FaZe's compound, would have won this game 90% of the time. Let's be real. It was fed. The other game, they did the edge camp, and then they rotated, they did a good rotation, and the circles came their way. It was kind of also semi-gifted, but then they had to win a tough fight at the end, and they won it. So that was not, like, truly gifted, somewhat gifted.
Well, it's not,
but that's how PUBG goes. Yes, yes.
They come out with two
I've been there too. I've been there when I competed. I've had fed circles, and I admit you have fed circles. You get fed circles sometimes, and you gotta just complete it as well, right? But this was one of the easiest fed circles I've seen. Like, it doesn't disregard what FaZe are doing or FaZe is a team, but it is a fed circle. Like, it's nothing like, ooh, wow, FaZe are amazing, you know? Not necessarily. They are amazing. But I don't think this game is like that entirely. But you need this fed circles to win tournaments, though. I mean, in this case, they need a top 8, right? They just need to qualify. But if you want to win tournaments, you can play well, but you also need to have these fed circles to win, to come first place. Like, you need luck. You need to be a good team. You need to make good rotations. On top of that, you need kind of luck, you know?
Another insane game for him. Super good to see. And James, of course, cleaning up here both Sonics and Cerberus to see things with Fex. I think he got another 6-kill game here. Yeah, insane, back to back.
That was free. For the second game in a row. I mean, they had a lot of kills, but that's free.
You know, anchor in Moon, if you will, and they have been absolutely incredible to watch. So congratulations to them on another chicken dinner.
Look,
but a lot of teams that we saw, Donowa again, they turned on. Look, I don't know what happened. I think that Tiamba decided to hot drop them, and they took that personally, and they were playing out of their minds.
This was a game,
and Soul
right?
Especially, I think it was just
their rotation. Right? Like, you don't blame them. It's nothing to blame. They came from Buksan Sa. They stopped here to scout. They took a spot before first cycle. They saw the God compound was free. It's not really center. It's like sub-center south. If it shrinks south, it will be center. And they were there first phase.
Both Tiamba and, you know,
second phase, they were kind of like sub-center edge, more edge-ish, right? They stayed there.
Absolutely. I mean,
since game 1, they got the south shrink. Got another south shrink.
They didn't have the circle.
Got another shrink.
The circle that entire time, right? You could say maybe that.
I mean, and then everyone else fighting. Like, it doesn't matter who you are. If you're here, literally, they were there since phase 1, and they got every circle. Like, it doesn't matter what team you are, you're gonna win that, right?
It really is. It's absolutely.
It's just fair.
So we saw a lot of those good games. SSG,
it's a good spot to have, but it's fed. You know, you need to be fed to win the game.
They keep putting in some good macros. They get to this sort of mid game and then deleted from the map. I don't know what's going on with them, but we'll keep an eye on it. Let's look at the top 4 teams.
Yeah, 14 kills here for FaZe Clan. I just talked to Luke, the manager of FaZe, of course, and he's like, yeah, we got to get one more good game. Yeah, okay, back to back. That's how you do it. 24 points for them here. Donowa with 7 kills coming there.
Distance travel is a debate because distance travel is based on them going for the cars, them going to Buksan Sa, then driving all together. But the distance travel is basically 0 almost. It was just the first circle.
700 for Gustav. Good to see 4 on James again here. Another
Buenos dias.
Okay. Now we're in the top 8. Now they're solidified. Like, this is such.
Wait, how many?
Back-to-back man of the match here for Fex.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta love Fex. I mean,
imagine you had Fex. Imagine you have Fex as your captain today. Whoever has Fex as their captain today is farming.
I said in those videos, you like that.
Farming.
I don't even know how to explain the personality, the
love
gravitas.
Alright, so they're qualified.
His gravitas, he's quiet. It's just a strong personality that says, I'm going to get business done, and that's what I'm here
for. Focus and discipline is what this guy
Fex is kind of tight on the team, yeah.
Coming in, 24 points. Donowa, 13 Sonics, 10 Cerberus. yeah, it's just these teams that we expect to do well, and they're solidifying themselves quite easily. Gotta say, on the other end, though, Tianba, they did not turn on today compared to what they did on their day one.
I mean, and you know, they came in, I think that's just some reticence, but probably didn't do the same amount of prep that they would normally do because they didn't have to. But that's why you show up on day one. This is our first lead change of the group as Cerberus passes Tiamba. It has been a long race to catch up to that first place.
FaZe are qualified with 3 games to go.
We have 10-point gap, right? So is it gonna be the 7th and 8th place that we're gonna be talking about a little bit? Maybe we're gonna have V7, we're gonna have Petrichor Road, SSG, Ascend has to step up. Falcon still on 28 here, but still,
in all honesty, this group is looking like
on this kind of middle pack that we're gonna be seeing fighting. I feel like T5 and Sonics.
Like this group is so far shaping kind of predictable results.
We're talking about this 75 to 85 cutoff.
Maybe V7. I had V7 in top 8. I had Pero potentially. I had SSG potentially. I had Ace potentially. Like between 8 to like 10, you know?
This is becoming a real, it's like a tea party up in here. There's so much sponge.
Like all the favorites, personally for me at least, favorites are like qualifying so far.
There is not space. We are 3 games away from deciding the top 8 teams who will go to the winners, the top 8 who will go.
There's no like real surprises. Maybe T5, but I haven't seen much of T5, so I don't know how opinion on them.
It seems like they're struggling right now.
Falcons 28 points. They have to have a fantastic game here to start the second half of the day.
It's expected maybe Falcon to do a little bit better actually.
But still,
they were also a borderline team for me,
so
but
many other teams that are on fire.
All right, let's head to the snowy slopes of Vikendi. It's game number 4. 3 left to play. Let's do this thing.
Doing this thing indeed, Toffees, as we are making our way over to the slopes, giving ourselves a taste of the Wonder Wheel, Dino.
We make a coffee after this, I guess.
Could be had as snow cones galore to be found.
It is going to be interesting with this plane path, though, Matt.
Oh, will you also wait until last second? You can wait for the pick'em? When's the last day you can use the pick'em for? I thought it would already be locked out because they're playing. Unless it's to loser bracket or something.
I know it's not in the center of the map. I know it's not.
Voted for Danawa, though.
You loved it, but it's not bad. Don't
But in all honesty, I'm kind of shaky about Danawa because they decided to change their loot spot away from Yasnaya, and I actually really like Yasnaya, and I was hoping Danawa would continue playing that Yasnaya, but for some reason they decided not to go Yasnaya.
Where are you going to go
I don't know.
at this stage? You have to have a decent idea.
10 more days.
Do you just assume that, okay, they're coming for us, we have to go somewhere else?
Well, it's been Tiamba.
You can wait till last second.
Usually, it's just like, I think that might be done.
Yeah, it looks like it is.
I think Tiamba kind of realized that, okay,
yeah, of course you should wait for the last second and see. I guess they would wait until the finals, but yeah. What if Danawa get eliminated and they don't even go to finals? And I could have just changed the team, you know? I've locked in already. That's silly.
Danawa's done. Tiamba's so last week. Now it's Petrichor Road. That's the new friend that they're going to be making, is they're going to be landing along this line. Pretty much a lot of the usual suspects for today, right? We've got Cerberus that's going to be coming over here, FaZe. This is kind of a mini top 4 all landing right on top of each other as they're committed.
Danawa and Pero fighting.
No fear from Danawa today. They are just jumping
this is kind of silly from Pero. Why would you do this if you're Pero? This is Danawa's qualified. Danawa's qualified. You should not be hot dropping a team that's qualifying.
So now 2 players, and
I mean, it's gonna work for them because they have 4. Okay, never mind. I take it back. P4 kills. It worked out.
Should be able to get the res. Is Danawa? I mean, okay.
Still, I don't think it's a good decision, but yeah.
Gotta go wrong, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is so.
Worked out.
When I was talking to Danawa earlier today, they said they had hot drops in almost
every Nonix is dead as well for me.
And this was a potential one with Petrichor Road, so. It is what it is. I mean, frankly, Danawa's probably fine, Matt. They did what they kind of done what they need to do now, and it's worth it to continue to fight these hot drops now because they're basically secure to go to the winners finals.
I don't know if that was so worth it for Danawa though.
You know what?
They just gave 4 full kills, dude.
Played brilliantly for the first 3 maps today.
They don't want Pero to be qualified, and they just gifted them. Juicy start.
Cerberus going to be near what's going on with Petrichor Road. Not going to want to get too involved in any of that anymore. T5 going to be just to the south of this. They're going to be regrouping pretty strong in just 1 minute once they finish their loot sections up. D plus Kia, not having the best of times right now.
No, look, I like the D plus players. But if I'm being perfectly honest, I didn't have huge expectations for them coming into this event. They're just they're too cautious at times. They don't have nearly as much firepower as even V7. So, you know, they're struggling in these lobbies. They're trying to get into places on the edge. They're bumping into these other teams that are on the edge, and a lot of times they're losing those fights on the edge.
He's a captain, so early
yeah,
death
D+,
2 times.
It's just kind of more.
Oh yeah, I
more
lost
sadness.
points now as well
You know, the
because of
history
early
of
death.
D+ in PUBG Esports, unfortunately, hasn't always been the best, and that's just more of the same.
Who chills over here getting himself that good.
Yeah, Anonix is my captain.
As you saw by himself.
We
Ross
both
getting himself that good,
we
good
both got early.
information
Oh my
and
god, I just
vision
lost
for
so much
days up
points
here.
there.
Gonna be taking some shots in on.
It's not my day
Petro
today,
Road,
dude. It's
and
not
how
my
they're gonna
day.
be navigating all of what's going to be going on in just 1 second. A lot really that we're going to be looking at with this Petrichor Road shift, though, is they're going to be moving into the north. Not a lot going to be going on, but Hisaki going to go ahead and find out Pathapong and take him down.
Dude, stop feeding Cerberus points, guys. Like they're already doing really good here. You don't really need to give them any help, but I get what T5 is doing here. Getting up on top of that tower, you can punish these teams that drop where Petrichor Road and Dono were fighting. They're really a lot of teams are really good.
map
I saw
stream
Luke
is
12 doing
delayed a
this a
little
lot during
bit. I need to
PNC.
pass over.
Really fun stuff to see.
We got a lot of fun stuff to
phase
see
1
as
back
we've
to
got
back.
Ascend making their way
How
across
about your
the map,
captain
but
is
also we wanna see how they
0.21
manage
today?
to PGC.
Yeah, he had a popped off day 1.
What? He just kicked him in the mouth, but Brex comes down and wins the fight. Are you kidding me? That should never happen. Mossbo.
They're pretty comfy over here right now.
Oh,
as they have
popped
no
off day
wire.
1, but
Closest
yeah.
player's gonna be about,
Not great today, I
12
guess.
meters away, and that's going to be Roth. Looks like he's on the tail end for SSG. Is Ascend going to have a lot of different options coming in as they were playing much more to the south, west of Winery, just south of Pavilion, actually Pavilion itself, I believe, and now going to be making their way into the north.
Yeah, it's, you know, that's Ascend in a nutshell. They're very passive in the early part of the game. They want to find space on the edges of circles where they can just kind of wait you out, pick off players, get some kills, you know, off of knocks and things like that.
I've got to say, very few things bother me as much as the fact that Space Station Gaming doesn't go to Cosmodrome to loot.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, that should be like their natural home, right?
I know it's thematic, right? I know it's way over there in the northeast, but come on, man.
And we should give them the spacesuit, you know, outfits, and let them wear those.
Phase
Hits
with
me,
a
I'm gonna
drop?
lose my mind.
You can do it.
Please.
I mean,
Well, he's not even trying with that
That's
rate of fire.
That's more get away from here.
Yeah,
Snipes,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. Okay, let's see. Okay, so Summer gets punched, almost gets taken out. Salute almost got that, man. I mean, Summer was one headshot punch away from getting knocked, I think. Loki had some really nasty sprays, but Axleft is just Axleft. I mean, he is a god. Seen it time and time again that up close
Danawa
and
could have
personal,
won this. Danawa had the advantage. Danawa had the advantage.
Yeah, that's just what you do with that one. I mean, you can.
They
see it
had
doesn't
2
even bother 'em
knocks.
Too much. They're like, okay, we know everything's
3
fine.
up versus 2 up, right?
Dude, he's the owner of the team. Be careful. Ming, if there's anybody you don't want to run over, it's that guy.
Look, sometimes you just gotta let the boss know who's in charge, right? Like he was getting too much of an. He had too much ego after that. Play
Owner
right there,
of
you
the
gotta
team?
Shut it back down,
It's
bring
true.
him back down to earth.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I'm really hoping that Axleft.
You got another
kills
coupon
Shrimsy
zone?
today.
Dude, are you just like looking at chat and just
stream
looking for
yesterday.
coupons, dude?
Axleft's guest appearance. I can't
You're just
repeat what he
staring
said
at the
there.
chat?
Yeah,
Are
it was
you
very
even
much like,
staring at the
you
game?
guys missed it. It was just pretty much Shrimsy being like, "Oh, look, it's Axleft the game." Steps over, grabs the microphone, and
Axleft says some things.
pretty
What
much
do the
I'm
coupons
sure-
give you?
Yeah, they're very funny. It's very funny. You should
So
check it out.
I'm on the opposing side now. I want Shrimsy to kill him and get vengeance.
Oh, okay. That's fair. That's fair.
You're taking the evil path
Yeah, yeah,
now,
yeah.
Paper. You're
Oh,
just
yeah, yeah.
full committed in. You're like,
That's
yeah,
right.
I want Axleft to just assert all the dominance.
I'm a Sith, man. Like I'm all about the chaos, the fear, and the anger, and the hate.
What's up, Rob? I'm
They
doing
fuel
good.
me.
How about you?
They fuel me.
That's what happens, I guess, when you start tossing on those turtlenecks, right? You just have to go that route.
Yeah, I lose all the blood flow to my brain. So I
Who's
start
gonna give you
getting
the
a
skins in
little
these
bit
switch
wild.
up? Gotcha.
Updating you guys on what's going on. We do have Tyloo that's gotten pretty close to phase in rotation, but not a lot of vision that they're too focused in on. This section of the map really, there is vision, but there's also a lot of recesses in the hillsides and pathing options for the teams to work with. That's why we're not seeing a lot of skirmishes outside of that.
Am I
one that we have
supporting?
right off the get-go. Instead, it's about more.
I mean, ideally
territory
FaZe.
control. We do still have Lumberyard, Dino
Apart from that,
Land,
I don't
train
really
station
care all
inside
that
the
much.
circle, so I'm gonna see a couple.
FaZe, I want the FaZe boys to do well.
Yes.
Yes, give it to us.
More mortar.
Yes. I really...
Other than that, anyone that I have in my fantasy
It
team.
was in dire straits there for a moment and somehow stabilized. Well, they got help from
in-game
really.
battle.
Mortar damage top 3, of course it's Loki. I said this on day 1. This guy is like the best mortarer.
It's karma, right?
Yeah.
He's been inflicting so much damage.
Dreams
with
is
the
the
mortar.
left.
Sooner or later, it has to come back to his side.
He
Tiamo,
is.
Are you gonna take that train? I don't think so.
I would.
Well, I mean,
why not?
They're pretty centered right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
who cares? Have some fun. No,
it's kind of true, right?
Right.
I mean, you're sitting at a grand total of what, 3 points so far on the day. Maybe just hopping on the train can do some good. Yeah, Bears. It's okay. You go away. We don't have anything to do with you right now.
I don't know if it works if you type in the PUBG website. Is it a
problem here?
PUBG website
Monty
to type it in?
some damage from afar, but
PUBG.com?
I really want this circle to not just go center, Matt, because at PNC,
Redeem.
like every one of our circles was like straight down the center. Dinoland's
Where
great.
is this?
Northwest is great. You know,
How do I,
East,
like...
great, just not dead center, because I had so many circles in that,
Yeah, but is this...
you know, that green
oh,
valley that
log
runs down the
in.
middle of this. I'm just like, can I get something different? Yesterday was great, or 2 days ago was great.
We got to save Dino Land for Poro, though. That's just...
Why? Because he's old? And he's a dinosaur?
But he loves dinosaurs. Why you got to do him like... I'm saying it because he loves dinosaurs.
Oh, because of his
and
name?
Just gonna
yeah.
go after it.
His name is
Porosaurus Dino Land, and you're like,
yeah.
oh, he's just ancient. Go ahead and give him a cane. Damn, you did commit to the evil arc, didn't you?
I know. I'm on it today. I'm feeling it. All right. Look, wherever the circle goes, it's fine. Okay, this is fine.
Yeah.
Ty Lue really...
Let me see.
Really loving this circle for sure. FaZe as well. Just straight north.
So we've got a death funnel that's going to be brewing down in the south. Looks like Falcon's going to be moving into Cerberus's line, who are kind of gatekeeping. They're going to need to regroup, but we also have a lot of movement that could be coming over there. T5 looks like they're going to be cutting more to the west, as V7 also going to be collapsing in. If a lot of these teams come in directly from the south, it could be quite scary, but a very long northern wrap would be so good for any of these teams if they want to commit into it, because there's near on nobody up there.
You read my brain. I was just thinking the same thing, because I love what I'm seeing from Space Station Gaming. They're making that long northern wrap that you're talking about, Matt, and I was literally just about to compliment them on it, because I think it's a really smart move in this circle. You know that not a lot of teams, if any, are going to be up there. Maybe there's one, you know, I mean, unfortunately for Space Station, they've been running into some teams on the edge like we saw with XO in the previous game. Yeah, nothing like destructive came out of it, but it kind of screwed up their rhythm. It screwed up their momentum.
Cerberus, after getting it at first, you're just going to clown car?
Rewards?
Oh, no.
Then no current rewards?
It's going to be Tiamba that's going to take some shots. They do
Blame
manage to
game
at least
account?
jump
No.
out, but Linshu,
Where's Redeem now?
Cerberus, there is
Linshu,
nothing
yes.
to be done. That rock is the only
Yes.
bit of safety that you have.
Watch them.
And it is not good enough right now. Just
No.
away. This is real scary, but look at the 7-7. Wanted it, man. He wanted it so bad. That tree, the only thing that's protecting
Oh, he's
Cerberus.
going to survive.
Oh, boy. Very close. Very close for Cerberus, but I think they're going to get out. Our two top teams.
Well, you're getting messages deleted. Oh. Linshu with 3 kills. Let's go.
Some success, man. That's got to be a good moral victory for him.
PUBG.com, events, redeem.
Must have
Okay.
been some absolutely disgusting shots. We didn't get to see it, man. Do you see how fast those kills came in kill feed?
And with that, Tiamba now regains first place.
Okay.
See,
That's
lots of going on for that one.
Yeah, a moral victory there for Tiamba. Both those teams are fine. That fight was...
Use redeem code.
You know, that was just kind of a confidence builder for Tiamba. Like I said, but that's what they needed, right? I've been talking about it, that the early part of the day did go well.
I don't
That
know
fight
if the
right
redeem
there
code
could
works
just
there,
be enough.
actually.
They're just like, yep, okay, we're still good. We still got it. We're still fine.
I do it in game,
ZYY
but
had
I
that
don't know.
nasty spray out in the open on Tego. You know, I don't see any signs of Tiamba really slipping up, other than the fact that
Yeah, true though. That could
maybe
work
should
actually.
not be hot dropping teams. It hasn't
work.
gone so good.
So we don't need to log in
Sounds
on
like
the.
rotation. Brex for Ascend going to be moving forward. Ascend running. It looks to be a very wide 4-person split. I mean, Mika and Chris are pretty close to each
I
other.
wonder if
They're
it's
from
faster
opposite
to do it
points of
maybe
a
on website or
hillside,
something
so
or in game.
gonna have to eye
Which
how
one is
they're
it going to
gonna
be,
moving
or is
through
it
this
just
one.
the
I
same?
think that maybe Ascend got a read on how all these teams were going to be moving in front of them and behind
Okay,
them.
so Inonix lost me a lot of points as a captain dying early, but Linshu
Are they just going to follow up?
has
I mean,
already
they
3
realize it's
kills.
just kind of Brex. He's taking the shots in. There is T5 up on that hillside taking those shots, but I mean, Sonics are going to read that, realize this is open. There's only a solo over here. Brex is now going to have to contend with all of Sonics. It's Chris is now coming down here. He's got reinforcements, so 3 members.
There was a BZ grenade there. There's a Panzerfaust.
Still on the outside of this, and Trimsy,
there was a Panzer.
Trimsy today, man.
Yeah, Brex there almost walked into his own molly, and now he's going to come out on top and couldn't quite keep the
There's a Panzer downstairs. Grab it, please.
For a knock. Sonic's going to have to do a
Brex,
delayed push here as Brex is trying to buy as much time as he can, trying to catch him off guard, but Kickstart having none of it.
With that, that's going to shut down now.
What was that?
Go ahead and rotate over into the east. Killiakai also going to regroup. Killiakai did get that loot that you were talking about, but it came at a big
He just
cost.
jumped in the middle air there.
Petrichor Road pretty centered up, but T5 has a lot of vision and control on that hillside.
Well, this is just a continuation of the problems that Koa was telling me about before the match today for Ascend, where they think they can hold a solo player at a compound on the far edge of a circle or something, and then somebody crashes it when they're not expecting it, and that's pretty much what happened. Now, Killiakai was out trying to collect some crates greedily, and they're going to pay the price. Now Ascend has to try to center up on top of a hill, try to make that work, and that's tricky on Vikendi. There is not nearly, in some areas, as much foliage. Now, this hill's pretty good, but certain parts of the map are pretty exposed.
Oh,
so
Dado got timed out for 300 seconds. I'm sorry, Dado. I didn't see that. I thought it was 1 second. I apologize. I didn't see that, Dado.
But they got Petrichor Road right next to them.
Man was timed out for 5 minutes.
They're on 5, might be getting one in there soon.
Oops.
Exo again and Exalt.
Oopsie.
Just want to fight.
Dominance for name right now as Uba is going to go
One
down.
day.
That is going to be Rip that spots him out. And at range, you can see that Rip's
No, Exalt, dude. Exalt actually had a good position.
That Exalt can really do about it. This fight's getting to be a kind of precarious position for them to kind of contend with. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to not go on for too much longer.
EX and Exo have been extra.
We have a P90 though.
Man, it's just been a lot of battles here. After Miramar, Akita attempting to be rezzed. Monty's going to let loose with some frags. Try to buy some space for them to get this res.
Rip has such a good spot there covering fire, man.
I think they might have gotten Akita to safety. Depends on this grenade.
I mean,
it's 2 nades.
About how long they can cook it. Art also sneaking
away.
No,
it's not reaching.
The distance looks like he's trying to provide some support, but he just doesn't have the
correctly with a knock, correctly with a flush.
B7 getting caught up
okay.
Just down in the foothills as Ty Lu's also taking some shots into them. That's kind of opened up more movement where we can see Exalt trying to move up this hillside.
Getting some extra points.
Fishing with Dynamite right now. Those nades just kind of going a bit awry, not quite finding what they want, but I mean, you got a gun to go close
1 HP, dude. 2 HP. 2 HP.
Now Akita up and running. Fate's got the P90 though, and that gun gives you confidence. Everybody knows it. Once you get a P90 in your hand, you got that level 3 gear.
Sonic's got the Panzerfaust that Brexel missed out.
You want to hammer these other teams.
I am
now,
assuming.
Is on the outskirts of this fight potentially. Rip takes a headshot from Art. Things getting a little
SSG is getting destroyed by Sonics.
Down in the bottom right,
we're not seeing that.
Squaring up with SSG, so NA on NA action wouldn't be PGC without it.
Hey,
and another Panzer.
When he wants this one real bad, but SSG.
They had multiple Panzers.
The peak, he is going to see that throwable come out, and that's going to draw his attention. Molodok, though, going to have to contend with what's going on with Exo still, and what is one of the longer fights that we've seen so far today. Now it's going to be Sonics that we're kind of keeping a much firmer eye on. Trimsy, of course, Trimsy hits the nade onto Pixel.
Oh, he's fine.
It's a bad Panzer, dude.
Get it in through the, it hit the window.
I'm known for my bad Panzers too, but that one was, that's not it.
Still has 3 frags, so just barely.
That's good game knowledge right there. Realized exactly how far it would go.
Oh.
Sonics, though, it's going to be Tig that goes out.
They had so many nades and Panzers and nades and Panzers.
They're kind of the kings of
that was rough.
Everybody else is playing in that almost 50% of the eastern part of the circle.
I mean, Sonics are just on the warpath, just taking out team after team on the edge of these circles, dude.
I'm just loving Legacy with their little clappers
dude, Legacy is the ones cheering the loudest for the NA teams. I love it. I love the support of their region. It's so cool to see such nice guys coming in here on their day off and just having a blast watching the games.
I think the casters were talking about this yesterday, about how they're always just so happy. Molodok, though, I'm going to have to try to find a way to be happy, making a very precarious push into this one. This is going to be right on the edge of the zone. Art still committed to defending his friends, but that means the fact that he doesn't really have any close range support, as this fight looks like it's going to get close range really, really quick. A lot of kind of shifts coming out. Falcons trying to find somewhere that they can go, as FaZe is going to be regrouping pretty close to them. It's going to buy them the space that they want. Tiamba, as well as D+, Kia, and Daytrade all on the outside of the
Circle went to FaZe again.
Looks like they could be bumping each other as a Storm. Also,
if it shrinks northeast again, then there must be someone in the back. Even though FaZe is already qualified, they don't need circles, dude.
Trying to find some way through. You still got this fight that's been going on.
Save the circle luck for the finals.
This fight's been going on long enough that we could actually fossilize some dinosaurs on. Like, this has been a really long one.
Nobody wanting to overstep. I mean, it's a
Exalt haven't got a single kill, and we've been seeing this fight now for 2 years.
Art finally makes his way into this firefight, but it's going to be V7. It looks like they're going to be rewarded.
Come on, Heaven.
For all the hard work that these two teams have been putting in. They're just going to jump up.
Oh, now they finally get kills. They went from 0 kills to 4 in the second.
Barely got those kills in time before V7 showed up to the party. So V7 just a touch late on this one, but they've only got one player left. It's Molodok. Got a lot of damage from Tosi on that. Art and Fate basically dead to rights. So maybe Molodok is just going to try to get out of here.
And this is what you're going to do if you'll FaZe. You hear that firefight going on with V7, saw him shift in, realize the fact that this has been going on for a while. Weekend squads, FaZe just going to shift in right back behind V7 as they're dealing with Molodok.
FaZe are going to third party this.
Long enough, FaZe can essentially swoop in and save him, and he realizes that he's
Correxy, let's go.
Thanks, guys. I'm out.
Yeah, FaZe already getting one knock. Correxy onto Heaven.
That's my fantasy player. One fantasy player killed another fantasy player, dude. What are the chances of that?
To avoid some stuns. Now gonna load up the grenade. If it's onto Tosi, he's done. That one's not gonna get close enough to find Glass.
Is it worth the trade?
Grenade from James.
Correxy. Okay. Corexy. Yeah. Saving points for me.
He's just taking everything. Molodok still running as now. Sonic's going to spot him out. Circles are going to get shipped into that centered position. Tyloo very strong. T5 very strong. Petrichor Road, everybody else on the outs.
Molodok is really in trouble, trying to use the...
Yeah,
he's trying to protect himself in the face. I mean, it does theoretically block bullets, but I mean, there's too many angles. There's just too many angles.
Just stop. Poor
Tiamba in a rough spot.
FaZe.
Corexy with another kill.
Man, they just got a knock on a Tiamba.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're looking at the map, which you should, map feed, great feed. You should be
Young
watching this side by
Corexy.
side as well. We have team feeds on PUBGesports.com. Make sure you're checking those out. But you can see into these storms, and Gustav making great use of it from the edge.
But wanting to have something happen, you can hear.
Lynch with 3 kills, Corexy with 4 kills. Not looking too bad, but I did have Inoinix die at the beginning. Alright, let's hope for good Tiamba rotation, please.
Petrichor Road, I believe, is the one that are throwing this direction. It's either them or D+ Kia, I can't tell, but with this Tiamba going to be
good rotation.
Very, very close to them, but the vision
this is a blind rotation because of the snowstorm, though.
So Tiamba really using that to their advantage.
It's going to be a mess. This is going to be reliant on reaction times. Yeah, I mean, Americano can't see that vehicle. You can see it through
What? He's getting spotted?
Somehow Tiamba's getting kills. Like, DK is out in the open trying to figure out where Tiamba is based on the sound.
Dude, this snowstorm is so silly. Tiamba can see DK, but DK couldn't really see them. This is so stupid, dude.
At the same time, this is just trying to get any territory control. This is going to be a pretty open circle. No surprise.
It's so dumb, dude.
Again, as Tiamba getting involved in what's going to be going on, getting some separation out. Petrichor Road's going to use that jump up in front of them.
Phonics are farming this game.
Eyeing in this split 2 ways. Looking at what's going on with T5, now also going to have to be looking at what's going on with Petrichor Road. Sonics really want to harass FaZe out of a much more entrenched position over there into the east.
Yeah, FaZe has won enough today. Sonics are on the warpath.
Jimbo just mortared.
Actually gets H-Win with a mortar out in the open here. I mean...
Corexy?
I mean, this is just great. Oh, God.
Driving into mortars. The Sonics no fear right now. They're like, no man left behind. You saw it inside the interviews that going into this, they're like, no, we're all going to be playing this one together. We're an entire squad. We're a family. Family, you don't leave family behind is the mindset. But luckily ran out of mortars. Otherwise, you all would just be together, just done.
I love the way Tiamba's playing this. This is so smart. This is such a great game for Tiamba to get their confidence back, to get their rhythm back. Now, Petrichor Road, though, Chewy trying to do what he can, gets 7-7 on the other side of the vehicle, but he's getting hammered by ZYY.
The snowstorm is still here.
Petrichor Road getting dismantled piece by piece. finally something coming up. And it's
A random solo.
One inside, but D plus Kia is going to get eliminated. Linshu's got vision on what's going to be going on with Akeslift. Akeslift is just going to have to retreat away from this. Keep in mind, Daytrade's also shooting into the back of it, so there's not a lot of
Linshu's
options for
knocked.
Akeslift to
No.
New Circle's going to pop.
Save Linshu.
Ty Lue in their positioning, but this firefight from Tiamba is got
Save Linshu.
They are going to slow the pace back
Linshu, why did you peek?
Yeah, they did
Oh,
what they
Linshu's
could, and now
dead.
you gotta go
All right,
up
3
against
kills.
Left. Pow Pow, low on health, but so is Akeslift. Akeslift knows it. He's gonna go for the molly. If it's good, he's done, but he overthrew it.
Oh, this is really risky, but I mean, this is exactly
11
where
bullets.
Akeslift wants to try to make this one happen. Steps in,
Pow
gets
Pow.
red. Pow Pow comes up big. Can he get 7-7 because they need to continue their trek into the circle?
Pow Pow, 4 bullets left after that fight. That is it. He had nothing left.
Everyone alive right now is in the top 8. We're in the top 8 to begin with anyways.
Not feeling good after
This is
that,
bad
but
for
I
the
think
teams in the
they've
bottom
just
8.
gotten to safety potentially.
See, the center of the circle is going to be more to
There's
the
not going to
left
be
here
any
as
new
Sonics
team like popping up.
eyeing in. This is going to be the kickstart Tiggleton setup, not quite yet inside the safe zone in front of them, so few options to deal with. The other members of Sonics are kind of hanging back, seeing if maybe they can deal with Daytrade. Belmont's been eyeing what's going on with Tiamba, but the other members of Daytrade trying to move into the Sonics line are going to get denied out there. Don't forget, Rossadid is also in a position over here. Faye is going to need to come in on this pathing, so Sonics getting sandwiched at range.
I'd almost forgotten about T5. Very happy that Rossadid's able to survive. It's been a really rough go of it here today. Let's see if he can salvage a few more points for them. Tiamba able to get a res, so they still have a couple players up. FaZe now gonna crash in. Nurin's doing a little bit of
Wait,
help here,
FaZe are going
but the
behind?
very, very strong
What?
for Daytrade on
What's
the
his
both
rotation by
and the
FaZe?
Sonics.
FaZe wanted to swoop in onto that one. The shots from Daytrade coming in an opportune time for it, but now FaZe is going to have to creep in just a couple
They had
more
nothing to
meters.
play on the north, I
Again,
guess?
this is what we're looking at for the end game. You can see everybody's just trying to fight
Oh,
for anything they
no.
can get. Tiggleton does get the knock on Corexy, as it is a ton
I mean, maybe they have a
smokes
lot of
coming in.
nades
This is gonna be
and
moving into a much more close range fight.
they just want to
Sonics
wipe
realizing
Sonics
that
and take
FaZe
this
is the
spot.
bigger threat. Daytrade still playing on the outside of this one. They're going to have to make a move. The zone is coming in and is going to force Daytrade to move.
Yeah, some good smokes here from FaZe are going to cut Daytrade's angle off, so they're going to be able to at
Yeah,
least
Sonics doesn't
protect
seem
this
to have
rest
any
of the
nades,
Corexy.
so
I
this
don't
could-
see any more frags in the hands of the Sonics. Shrimzy, sure, he put some parting shots into James, but James is going to try to use this opportunity to get underneath the Sonics.
Oh, this is not good.
Trying to flank around
This is
Tiggleton,
not
though, just
good.
doing the damage in the
Jimbo
main
also
section.
was
Squad
flanking.
Sonics reads that, those spots out James. FaZe
That
now
backfired.
trying to limp their way around this one at range. All their close range members now getting torn apart. Means the fact that FaZe has to slow this back down. James, though, can't feed over a lot of information. Corexy keeps trying to go for those peaks, but Tig just doing a great job on shutting down anything that FaZe is trying to make happen. The problem with it is back behind all of this, Daytrade's trying to get that harassment in, so Sonic still has to keep an eye in that direction. And to love Gustav to get so close, going for the sprays up.
This is
into
bad.
Sonics, though, continuing to try to hold the line up.
That's
H1
rough.
spots up Gustav, gonna get him down. H1's gonna go ahead and now start racking up, finishing out all of this Corexy, now walking into
That
a
was
very
interesting.
Sonics.
Yeah, H-Win holding that angle. The heady play from the brilliant IGL of the Sonics, able to cut off James. I like the play from James. It was about the only one he had, and H-Win read it like a book. Corexy on 4 HP, all but down.
Yeah, they
and
got
out
super
here.
confident.
Tiggleton
They wanted
trying
to
find
fight
him.
these,
Gonna do so.
but it
H1
wasn't a
gets it,
favorable
and that
position,
is going to
especially if
be
they didn't
FaZe
have
gone.
a lot of
Sonics
utility.
on the
I like
warpath.
this FaZe decision if they had a lot of frag grenades, right? Let's say they had like 10 frag grenades and they see that Sonics are in a dip here, and they just had so many fights, so most likely the Sonics don't have utility, which is true. Then it's a really good call by FaZe. That fight would have definitely worked out in their favor with nades, but it didn't seem like they did, and if they did, it was like 1 or 2 or something.
Time and time again to try to use that for some type of cover.
I don't know, maybe there was absolutely nothing north and they needed to take this fight even though it's unfavorable,
Most of the
but
utility from all the squads that Sonics just fought probably already gone just getting into this position.
Yep, exactly. Oh, Flash though.
this should
Gonna
be
get Tiggleton
game
down.
for Sonics now though.
The big gun for the Sonics. On his knees, Ty Lue just
I mean,
trying to
like,
make
they should be dead
everyone's
now.
lives a living nightmare. Ty Lue wants to have a big finish on this map. Only 3 kills so far. If they can really get deep into this one, they could solidify their place
Sonics are
in the
qualified,
winner's
FaZe are
bracket.
qualified.
2
At the end of the day, it
members
doesn't really
for
matter. I
Sonics.
guess FaZe
Daytrade
wanted to
just
fight.
making it rain.
There is just nowhere to go. Even Rosty getting spotted out by Tiamba. That's going to finish this one out. We're now looking at our top 4. Tiamba with 2, Sonics with 2, technically 3, but it's going to be hard to get that res. They might be
Sonics second place.
Shrimzy Shrimzy has been a workhorse today, so they want to keep him active. They are going to get that res, and now going to have to move forward.
They have 24 points. They have 24 kills
bypass, get inside
together.
So at least one member of Sonics has
it's like a
found
third of the
way
lobby.
in using those smokes. What is Day Trade going to do to respond?
Yeah, it's
a little bit
really
over
curious. I mean, Day Trade just continuing to barely make this edge work, but now I think their hillside has finally left them, and I think they're going to have to make a move. So into the vehicle they go. A little bit of
actually Sonic surprisingly survived with 3 there.
If Day Trade could suss out that Tiamba's only got 2 left, if they could figure this out, they might be able to just brutalize Tiamba's position, or at least, you know, force them out eventually. But Day Trade seems content to just take this dip, take advantage of it. It's a little bit concerning if somehow Tiamba could find an angle up and over that hill, but I don't think they can because of Ty Lue, so never mind. Although Flash has a FAMAS, putting it to work.
I mean, Ty Lue's coming into this so fresh. They've been in this compound for quite a while.
This is a risky push.
Stacked up armors, everything should be really, really good. Creeping in,
but they knocked Shrimzy.
Yet again, Lord knows how many times that guy's been knocked going into this firefight coming forward. Day Trade swooping in from the south, gonna let Ty Lue do the work for them up in the north. As the way that Circle has popped, Sonics is gonna have to move yet again, and that is gonna be LZ dropping a great nade on top of him. They're gonna commit in, and Shrimzy is gonna get rezzed one more time. And
they got saved. Sonics got saved by Day Trade.
Yeah, Puccido's there, giving the Sonics an extra breath. At least keeping the heart beating for a little bit longer here.
Oh,
they're going to be able to carry kickstart. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see what I did there? Hey. H-Win now trying to provide some covering fire here for this res and hitting some good shots, knowing that there are likely to be players by that tree, probably spotting a few pixels out of place as well. Able to do some decent damage. In the meantime, Ty Lue is just going to use this opportunity to take control, try to take the chicken dinner, and get themselves into the winner's bracket.
It's going to be Shin and LZ that are lined up against Sonics right now. The other 2 members for
Tiamba, 11% winner chicken dinner percentage is a bit too high.
Is going to have to make a move, and now as you're looking,
I don't think it should be 11%. Like, that's saying like he's gonna win this game 1 out of 10 times.
Close to the center, but about as close you're gonna be able to get to it. Honestly, as Day Trade moving.
I think at best 5% if something.
Using it for cover, wouldn't be surprised. There's not a lot of options for them moving up that couple of meters into the north just to try to get to safety. As LZQQ reading that now starting to be
160. Oh, you reached.
Smoke some timing here as the Sonics to break through the formation of Ty Lue. Basically the same kind of story for Day Trade. Although they've got an extra player to do it. I don't
like it's so much higher. More.
No idea.
It's much higher than his
Shrimzy
teammates.
And Kickstart are sitting on in that situation. Day Trade as well, seemingly low on smokes. As I see none in Puccido's hands, and this just plays right into Ty Lue's favor because not only what you mentioned earlier, Matt, that the utility should be pretty strong still for Ty Lue. The other teams are basically bled dry.
This is, we talk about the war of attrition. I mean, this is just heart that all Sonics has to play with right now. You can see one bullet just hits any of them. I don't even know if they have any armors, anything to really work with helmets. Puccido's gonna just walk along the car. I like this, just using it for cover. Step. They don't need to make too many big moves. Ty Lue has control of almost all of the circle. Now Shin has shifted up into the north. Reads this. He's playing it so slow. He's gonna let all of them walk in from him. He's gonna take the blues on damage. So he can pop up at the worst opportune time.
Was that worth it though?
Right there.
That was not worth it. Ty Lue just threw the game.
Day Trade though runs in. They want to finish this one out.
Huge stuff here.
He just threw the game.
Day Trade. Shen might have overstayed his welcome, might have cost Ty Lue this game. The push is on. LZ stuck behind a rock. Shrimzy able to get the res, but will be enough? No, he's shut right down by Flash.
There's still one player left of Ty Lue.
Right now. Flash is going to go down. Kickstart was the one res. Finally, Sonics go down after so much.
Wait a minute.
Day Trade wants it. Moving forward is a 2v1 Ty Lue. They had this in their hands and now down to just one member.
Through the smoke is Nuren's LZ trying to do what he can to stay alive. Think he got the heal off. Yes, he did, but he's out and he's done.
Day Trade picks up the win after what is one of the hardest end games I have seen in so long.
Beautiful fighting from the edge the entire way. Tons of damage. Garners Day Trade the win.
My God, Vikendi, you delivered on that one. It is just absolutely nuts. We're kind of eyeing if you're as
He looks so upset. He looks so upset. Was that Shen? That was Shen, right?
Pointing at Day Trade and absolutely losing their minds.
I gotta say though, the play coming out from
he looked defeated, even though they're qualified.
the timing was just a bit off.
Yeah, Sonic should have died well for sure. They fought their way. Onyx fought their way this game. They pushed SSG, had a compound fight. Then there was another compound fight versus someone else. They had like back-to-back team fights. Then they pushed the dip. Then they pushed over to the end there. Like they were on the move all the time, fighting.
Yeah, it's just from the get-go, just popping off. It's beautiful to see. Ike's left, of course, with the anchor play and the
news that they threw hard, yeah.
That's unfortunate for them, but still important for in terms of the drop with that, because Dynamo is one of the teams that
game felt like you win this game or you win this game. You win it. Okay, we'll win it.
But Donovan and Cerberus going out early was nice. It kind of blew open the leaderboard for a lot of teams who are in sort of the chase.
Is the only FPS where Asian teams are dominating?
Now we're gonna walk through these highlights. We saw Exalt.
I don't know about other FPS games because the FPS games in Asia,
and Exo Monty, I
think they do well in Valorant. No.
He's really picking fights, and while they haven't been winning, they're giving as
most often than not, they have like their own version of the FPS games.
And in general, the circle with how the compound is laid out, and also
it's not necessarily true because if you look at the last 3 World Finals, it was won by Navi, which is a EU team. It was won by Sonics, which is an NA team.
Sonics closing down FaZe Clan like that, that's important. This Shen play here is smart. Unfortunately for them, Adrian managed to get a knock onto Yao Yang, and that kind of closed off the opportunity for
it's not like Asia's completely winning all the time or something.
Off the group stage here.
But they definitely have the most teams and players and stuff like that, so it makes sense that they do well. Which they do.
That would have been a deletion of the Sonics.
But it's not a complete domination like League of Legends, for example. It's dominated by Korea and China. Like, year after year in Worlds, it's always Korea and China, right? In League of Legends, for example.
We've been waiting for. It has been a wild Vikendi experience throughout this event.
It's not necessarily true here.
Showcased the fun that is Vikendi, the difficult driving, the conditions that can be hard to deal with, the storms making rotations challenging for some.
Yeah, because I don't think there's that many teams that play Counter-Strike in Asia.
For sure. It was very interesting.
They had their own Counter-Strike game. I don't know what the name of it was. It's more popular.
Was going to win that. It just seems like such a strong Tyloo position.
And you can definitely tell that Vikendi is one of the maps, you know, now that is the newest map in terms of the addition. The teams just don't know it as well. They're discovering new stuff on the go, right? Oh, this terrain is like that. Oh, we can't push, and they have to kind of drive a little bit more than we usually see them. Usually they know the exact path that they're going to from A to B. Here it's like, oh, we can maybe play this. I'm not sure if this house has this angle here. So the top 4 teams, of course, here.
But it's fun to watch the teams evolve, because every time that they wipe a team in a spot that's pretty cool, they go, oh, I didn't know about this spot before. So we're literally watching them learn. Top 4 teams, Sonics comes out in first because they got 15 freaking kills on that game. Shrimzy is out of his mind.
Third, right? 20 points.
Daytrade gets 9 and officially second, but they are the winner chicken dinner, so they're going to get the team stats here. Flash, and even then,
it should be Sonics getting the Steam chats. Like, if you're the team that got the most points in that game, you should be the winning team.
And Flash, both with the 4 kills, 6.
Like, imagine it's a best of 1.
99 damage taken.
Imagine it's a best of 1 tournament. Are you showing Daytrade or are you showing Sonics? Obviously, the point structure will probably be different, where the winner chicken dinner would be guaranteed the win if there was a best of 1, right? But it's not the case here.
I like that. Well, it worked out well for Flash as he comes in with that man of the
I
match.
understood why they do it.
Wow.
I mean, they show it here, I guess.
Sonics officially in first
they do show it here.
But third place because of the kill. That's crazy.
Yeah. And then Tiamba up there looking great in
fourth.
third. Day Tyloo down to 4th. FaZe, how did you know? Okay, Martin's the only person with FaZe on his fantasy team. It's like he knew. Did you have breakfast with? What did the guys say to you that made you believe in them so much today?
It's Sunday somewhere in the world. No, I paid for a drink for James yesterday, and he paid me back in fantasy points. No, Tiamba, they're able to jump back into first here. We asked them like only a few points after the first few games here, and now they're able to, of course, step up to the case here with the amount of points.
Ooh.
Good to see the guys kind of turn it on back.
Look at 8th to 9th.
Digits from them here.
That is 17 points.
That's rough. Here. But yeah, it is the top sponging still. It kind of makes it difficult because, as you see here, from 8th down to 7th.
I'm guessing it's gonna be 2 games to go. Yeah.
It is a huge gap establishing itself.
Yeah, it's a big gap. With 2 games to go.
That is where it's kind of getting a little bit dangerous for the boys.
Like, you need to win now. You need to win.
We're going to remind you guys of that.
If you're in the bottom 8 right now, you basically need to win and an okay game.
17, yeah.
It really does mean that this is
rough.
with 2 games left. those teams on the right side of the leaderboard need to get off of the wrong side of the leaderboard and over to the
Yeah,
left,
yeah,
and they
they
need
do.
to do it now because 20 points is not something you can hang your hat on, especially because those other teams are going to pick up 5, 6,
And
7
the
points.
teams in the top 8 need to do bad.
You know, salvage games. They
Like you need to win, have a second good game, and 8, 7, 6 place team need to do bad.
5, 6 more.
That's too much to ask for. I think it's already GG's.
That's our focus.
It's pretty much GG's.
But they're a win and 7
Or
kills
2 wins,
ahead
like you said.
of
You either
ninth
need
place
2
right
wins,
now.
and it doesn't matter what the top 8 guys do, because if you have 2 wins, you're going to do it. Or you need to rely on the other players, other teams.
That are just solidifying themselves.
It's
also
GG's.
a mentality test, and that's what I'm excited because
I'm
this
gonna
is
go
a double
pee.
elimination
I'm gonna
event,
make a
so
coffee, I
being
think.
the bottom 8 doesn't mean you're out, but I want to
'Cause
see
it's a
who
break
plays
now.
these last 2 games and it isn't tilted, isn't thinking about the next bracket already, who thinks they can go the distance. Let's see. We've got 2 more games to play. Both are in the grassy patches of Erangel. We'll do it right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, coffee time. We're back.
Unleash my shopping spree
Duty-free from big brands.
at all King Power stores and King Power Online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่าย แต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับ 1
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
팬들은 모르는 나의 비밀 한 가지를 공개해주세요. 저희 팀에서 붙여진 건데 하남돼지, 하남자 플러스 돼지 느낌으로 별명이 있습니다.
What position do you sleep in?
I'll just be like,
How do you manage your mental state when the game is not going well? I just blame my team always.
A set of 3 cute expressions for fan service. Thank you very much.
Here's the weather update for the Rondo area. And from the Rondo region, if you've been yearning for the sun after yesterday, please check your flight schedules to ensure your travel plans.
Why did you come to Rondo? Stand your ground.
Now we make our way back over towards Erangel to end out the day. 2 rounds that we're going to be moving over into there, as we have had a very chaotic set of circles with not a lot of cover, but Erangel, everybody knows how to play well.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really curious to see if there's going to be any more hot drops here, if Donovan and Cerberus are going to continue their fight. They probably will, because they're both probably fine to go into that winner's bracket, so I expect that to continue. Day trade here, big win in front of the hometown crowd. You love to see it. Phenomenal control of that circle, phenomenal utilization of what little space they had to work with. FaZe is just having a brilliant day, just absolutely just rocking and rolling. Yeah, they might not have won that one, but you know, they're doing a lot of smart plays. They're taking points where they can. Really, it's just a breath of fresh air.
Group A feels like it's all about momentum, man. When we had Tiamba on the first day, this time around, FaZe just really rolling through, finding a lot of successes out of it. So shout out to everybody. If you have FaZe on your fantasy roster, Dave, probably feeling pretty good. But let's not forget as well, there's a couple opportunities for G-Coin as we're going to be moving into game number 5. The first squad that gets eliminated, make sure you have your codes ready to be dropped into the game itself, as that is going to be something that we're going to be giving away this round. Just want to forewarn you, because, you know, sometimes there's a bit of chaos inside of All Around.
Yep, and you can redeem the codes in the esports tab and go on up there and get ready to put it in, because they go quick, as they should. I mean, everybody wants those G-Coins. Get in there and slam in some hideout crates. I don't know.
Right now is when the code is coming,
really,
right?
A few teams on the outside looking in. SSG going to be one of them. Again, I really like their rotation, but when the Sonics
never pick until we know who's in the grand final. Don't have to pick until then. Yeah, I made the mistake as well. But I believe in Danawa, dude. I believe in Danawa making the finals.
No bias as caster from region.
That's such a disaster type of pick 'em, though.
A place they should have died like 10 times.
Yeah, no, I agree. I thought the Sonics were doing a really good job there, Matt. Fighting tooth and nail.
Cold patches because it's too warm? Is it because of that?
Throwing some good smokes at the right times, using good cover fire and those kind of things.
Putting cold in your head seems kind of weird, though.
Is in the air, and we are making our path, and it's going to be over Zarky, ending on military base. So,
all right.
Woo! Good luck on figuring out where this circle's going to go.
Yeah. Well, maybe we're looking for a military-based circle, eh?
We haven't had one yet. So
yeah, why not?
Where am I in the Fantasy League?
It makes it possible, that's for sure, but we'll see. Again, just
I have 303 points. Oh, I'm falling behind Maddie and Amy, dude.
Haven't fought over
My
their
team is not looking
really
good.
Too much. I've heard rumors that Tai Lu is going to be abandoning Razak, so we'll see if that's true now that they're feeling a little bit more secure. I don't know how secure they are just yet with 2 more games to go. I'll have to take a little bit of a closer look on the leaderboard once it pops up, but a lot of teams on the outside looking in, of course, because only half can go into that winner's bracket. Only the top 8. That's all that matters here, is that you get top 8.
Tai Lu doing an alt drop down to military base, given this playing path, not the worst of
When in
decisions.
doubt, go for scout.
Ascend are going to be the ones that are following over there.
Okay, what do we have here?
Make it over to Milton, no surprises on
Danawa.
Gaming going to be one of the teams that has a further drop that they're going to be going for. T5 did drop early. Instead of going over to Kameshki, they're going to be getting some Zarky and North Georgia Pole loot, as Tiamba is going to have a friend, as they always do, close by. This time it's going to be T5. Petrichor Road.
Danawa going school.
Yeah, okay. Apparently it is Petrichor Road that is the new target.
Huh. I mean, this is very off the mark for Danawa. This is not what I had even remotely in mind for them. Aches left with the Dragon.
Millie.
Yeah, there we go. We wanted it, baby.
Millie.
Tai Lu, by the way, I was told that their new drop spot is going to be military base while V7 is in the lobby with them, because they don't want to screw with that hot drop anymore. They felt like they weren't really getting the better end of it. They felt like V7 had a better read.
Huh, what is this? Okay, they got their guns.
Yeah, exactly, Nate.
Go ahead and try to send it
they
down
know
the
Chewy's alone.
early.
They saw it with
the drop.
They saw it with the parachutes, and I think they're going to try to punish this. Potentially. We'll see.
I mean, if they're going to approach, you usually go to the back wall. Yep. So that way you can come in a bit safer. So it looks like if they are going to do it, this is going to be the pathing that they used to go for, and exactly as you said it.
Yeah, and Chewy there in the warehouse. Not exactly the most defendable position, but if he tries to run out here, I don't think he has enough time and space to get anywhere safe.
He's
so
going to have to 1v3.
Fight for this. My eyes now to the rest of Petrichor Road to see if they can get a vehicle and get over here, if they're even going to bother. We did leave Anonix, though, as an anchor for Danawa.
But Danawa also has an Anonix hopping inside the vehicle at the same time. So it looks like the entirety of the fight is just switching over here where Chewy is at. He did move more over
Oh, no, Anonix. No, Anonix. Don't die early again. Don't die early again.
Dude, he's losing me points. Danoa's trolling, man.
He wants to get any kill he can. Keep in mind, he's also got a shotgun. Heart rate just booming up as he realizes he is in some trouble.
I just lost points again.
Come out and Danoa punished for that aggression.
Unbelievable shooting there from Chewy. Just, I mean,
like if I knew, I should have figured it out. But
it looked like he was maybe going to be able to.
Danoa will not 100% guaranteed qualified today.
But at the last moment, he catches some air. That's going to slow
now
down
they
a
are.
little
They're
bit.
kind of going for these plays.
Punishes him.
I mean, you can see that heart rate turning back down. He was up there for a second, realizing it was a stressed position and hitting some quality shots whenever it mattered.
The anti-Evil Knievel there for Anonix. He tried to go for the hero play and got shut down. I mean, I like what Anonix did. He's literally just about 5 seconds too late. Like I said, Matt, if Chewy goes out there into the open, it's going to be a little bit tricky for him. But because Anonix came over and was just a step too late, it cost.
He actually tagged someone, by the way. He tagged someone.
Okay, so let's see what we've got going on elsewhere. Given the plane path, we do have Day Trade Falcons, Tyloo, Exo, and Ascend already down on the military base itself.
My captain is dead.
That bridge position. Sonics
Wants
are
one to die.
onto the western bridge, so might see something going on over there with them. Danoa has managed to regroup most of them, just kind of looting over where the damage was done. Petrichor Road is already starting to make a path into the circle. It looks like they have Summer and one more, at least, trying to come back into that direction. V7 did watch most of this and just kind of gonna leave it alone.
Yeah, and V7 barely outside of that top 8 right now. They need a good game, and they will be right back in the thick of things. Tyloo right on that bubble, 65. I mean, a decent margin ahead of Petrichor Road, but Petrichor Road getting one kill, probably feeling a little bit confident. You know, Danoa, you don't want to see him in there. This is back over to Tego. This is Linshu. Thank you for getting this, observers. Oh my God.
Just taps it right on top of him, man. That is just a terror to contend with.
That's brutal, dude. That is absolutely brutal stuff.
Brutal.
Linshu. His control there.
Brutal.
Well, we do have ourselves a, I believe, we have an interview with Tiamba's Pow Pow, I think, that we're going to be going to.
Pow Pow.
开门红就很满意自己的状态，就兄弟们都很放松吧，然后觉得很不容易来一次，然后想打出自己的风采。因为我打的国际赛事比较少吧，所以可能对于这个身价问题比较低，其实没有什么太多的感想。谢谢一路支持的粉丝吧，然后走到现在也挺不容易的，希望继续加油吧。
And the trek continues down into the south as Tiamba is going to be rolling right next to Exalt. It looks like Tiamba might have already spotted out a boat that's going to be down there in Primorsk, so that's going to be their pathing option, how they're going to work with this one. Cerberus is playing that northern area of Military Base Island, kind of watching the shores for any breaches that might come that direction, but most of the teams already making pretty big and quick shifts over is, oh man.
Wait, did I say all I sucks all again?
Station game, you can't find anything to work today.
I mean, I laugh, but it is just more of a like gallows
and then
humor
Shark Shot
here.
runs over Roth at roughly the same time.
Oh no. Fiesta, dude.
It's just from bad to worse, dude. It's just hard to watch this.
Yeah, so it is a bit hard to watch. So you know what? I have an idea. Instead, why don't we watch some highlights on how D plus Kia got to the stage?
Wow! Ah! Oh! Yeah! That's Korean shoutcasting for you, dude. Say some stuff and then just scream after. You don't hear that in English.
Not the easiest to make, to say the least.
No doubt, and Petrichor Road on one side of the bridge, sort of Phase and Ascend on the other, although it's mostly Ascends, it's Chris. Just trying to find somewhere to go to escape this bridge camp, this pseudo bridge camp.
Is it me? It's Chris looking super laggy, dude.
So Gustav here.
My man is lagging around.
Maybe. No, he's backing off a little bit. I think it's Chris actually heard Gustav.
This is so laggy.
It's slower. Okay, see what's happening. V7 going to be running right next to
Professional YouTube accent.
Just don't. If
What's
you're going
that?
to go near any teams, it looks like Danoa wasn't quite.
No, it's a spectator lag. It's a spectator lag. No, dude, it's happened now as well.
Kills today as
Man,
another 2 fantasies down.
They are right in
3 people died. Out of those 3 people, 2 are my fantasy.
Behind them, and that's kind of the cutoff point for 8th. I know we were
is
talking around
this?
70 points, but it just feels like
I'm
these
done,
top 8 teams
dude.
are the only ones
Get
getting
me
points.
out of here.
No doubt. And this is even worse for V7. Again, they're in
Get me
second
out of
place.
here.
They're on the outside looking in. They need big games, and they lose their superstar fragger, Heaven.
Come on.
That's just from bad to worse. I mean, a lot of these teams that are, like you're saying, Matt, that need the points are struggling.
What is this camera view, dude? I'm gonna get seasick.
Gaming losing Page early is going to be
Hello?
quite problematic, especially moving into a blind military circle. Looks like they are going to be
Enjoying your minus. Did Heaven give me minus points for dying there? Like, when do you get minus points? Is it amount of players alive, or is it like time, when the time paced?
And V7 all needing to maybe make that shift over to the military base. V7 looks like they have their eyes more set on the peninsula right now, on the main island itself, trying to scout out what's going to be moving.
But that's the Korean culture of casting has always been like that, though.
Looks like they might be eyeing that eastern
To do with YouTube.
And if they are,
But yeah.
Petrichor Road's playing one side of it.
Before 10 minutes?
Yeah, man, I mean, a couple of these
I just
teams,
got.
think,
I'm gonna get
still
negative
wait
points this
on the
game.
other side of the coast
I'm actually
just
gonna
to
get
make
negative
sure.
points.
I mean, there's still a world where this circle does not go military island. It's
Gonna happen.
rare, but it does happen. So, V7, you're gonna have to be safe. Plus, a crate just dropped right here, so you can get some extra gear. And Yumin has done so with that Groza. So, nice pickup here for V7. I mean, a little bit of a, you know, a prize for losing your best player.
Captain's
Yumin,
1.3,
very, very good,
yeah.
of course, but,
First
you know,
one to
losing
die.
Heaven definitely hurts a lot. And you can see
Capitan,
Samba
dude. Capitan is not the
wide
captain
rotation,
today.
2 members already on. So these 2 players in the boat have the information that it is safe on that western coast of the military island. They're going to be able to join successfully without any due, you know, interference, I believe.
I've still got my eyes drawn on what's going on over in that eastern bridge area, as it does look like D plus Kia did stop out, and they're kind of eyeing what's going to be going on over there. T5 also now rotating in right back behind them, as Cerberus trying to cross over. Get punished pretty heavily, as they're going to have Falcons that's going to be firmly in position just to the south of them. Circle does still keep a bit of the northern section in play, keeps most of that bridge in play as well, so just really our outside cusp teams to the southwest of military base going to need to move in.
Ah, yes. We're right back to crazy on our old maps.
Yeah.
The Miramar, Insanity. And now, oh my God, no, not like
Exalt,
this.
no.
Players of Exalt out in the open.
Exalt, no.
Did he catch that one on his right? It's
That guy's dead.
Yeah, Art is gonna fall.
Art was doing some pirouettes in the air.
But Exalt could have gotten punished way worse than that one. Uba is already down. So now just going to have to read around.
Respect the parachute, though.
Kind of a desperate situation. Looks like Exo might also be rotating in a similar path. I think they are going to be running up next to Falcons. But now just down to 1 member. And you know the fact that they want to get Molodot back up is they're going to go ahead and throw out the smokes. Ascend doesn't really want to push this, and I don't blame them given the amount of teams that are now starting to give this area attention.
Yeah, it's really just a matter of using the safety of these buildings.
Ascend losing one player here is kind of
right
rough.
now until you've really been able to kind of get your bearings and clear your space. But these buildings are tough to hold. I mean, they're really tricky. It's a 1-story open house that is very nadeable, and then the wizard houses as well, not that difficult to displace people, and that's a great blue zone there from It's Chris to get Molodot.
They just resed him, and it goes immediately back down. So now it looks like with the amount of smokes coming out, there might be a world where Ascend could try to do something with this, but I think that they've mainly just been smoking those off aggressively to block windows, anything else like that. They might just be content. They know that that is a very weakened squad because they're the ones that weakened them. Tyloo did shift over to the west of this, so Shin might also get some vision on any movements coming out from that. Day trade. Looks like they're going to just be playing along this hill over in the east. We all know the strength of coming in from this position. If this stays on this, specifically military base island, this eastern approach on those hills is so strong.
I can see V7 now. They moved over to the mini pier, so they're looking to take the ferry over towards Novo potentially. I think they're going to gamble that this is likely to be military once that one shows up. T5, I think, going to be driving to look for boats. Petrichor Road going to try to solidify a position here up towards the coast. I think this is not a bad idea at all for Petrichor Road with how much water is still in this circle. You're going to have a decent amount of playing time left, most likely, from this position where you're in the circle. And eventually, if you need to move, it's very easy to control that space to their south in like where those trees
It
are.
can still somehow shrink north, I think, right?
Still
Once.
playing inside of Pachinki. I wouldn't be surprised if they found an emergency pickup. So
Yeah.
if
I
you
believe
see them
it
hanging out
can
in the
still.
blue, that's probably what's going to be going on with them. Problem with it is drop positions are going to be pretty, I guess, pretty much taken is the best way to look at it.
You're
Unless you
absolutely
manage to drop immediately into the west, but that's going to be where Sonics might be moving in just any second.
Yeah, the seats are already sold out on the Sosnovka Island. So there we go. V7 is indeed going to be taking that ferry, and I think this is probably the right decision. And in fact, they could probably bail off of this if the next circle does do the unthinkable and goes up to the north, which it theoretically could go towards the farm. That is still possible. I've seen circles end in that little shark fin down beneath it.
Donma is actually not taking emergency pickup. They're just taking vehicles in. I guess they just got enough.
Are they going to try to take the pier like the next, or the ferry the next time it comes around, I guess?
Maybe? I don't know. It feels like they might also be trying to figure it out. So if you see that on the map feed, they're going to try to figure this one out. They keep cutting different directions. It's no surprise. Circle goes this direction. Big shocker for everybody, right? As
big yoink for Send.
Don't be surprised if they jump out halfway through, probably a bit north of where Petrichor Road is.
Hey, Donawa here pulling a page out of Gen G's book. Gen G used to love to do this stuff on these circles where they would wait and then go around phase 3 to try to get in from the western edge. Now Himas watching that boat, but you can very easily obscure yourself. It's just a matter of where
he showed
you're
himself.
Get off here as V7. That's the dangerous part. You could theoretically jump off beneath the bridge and get out there. That's a possibility. There are some rock cliffs that you could potentially try to sneak underneath Petrichor Road's
This is usually one of the safer areas, just because that hillside that comes down. If you're going to go for the bridge, if you're going to go for there, it feels like depends on how much Petrichor is going to be watching this, but you're right. V7 still just kind of holding this one through. They could almost go all the way back over to Novo.
Come on, Corexy.
If they want to try to find vehicles, they could try to go all the way to Novo, eat a little blue, and do it that way.
D plus Kia makes that cross. They get some bullets come at them, but it's not the scariest of scary for them to deal with. Petrichor Road is running a 2-1-1, I want to point out. So even that coastline defense not going to be the strongest, is they're not going to have to deal with this kind of shift coming out from D plus Kia. Instead, D plus Kia going to head right up into the Falcons line. This is very, very brazen of an approach in, and I mean, they get pretty clean. Given how many teams they drove by, I'm kind of astounded.
Yeah, it's not too bad for now. I mean, the good news is you have Falcons on the other side of this. Falcons have been relatively passive. However, the bad news is that Falcon needs points, so they might consider trying to swoop in and claw D plus out of this position. The opening spray from DraftKings is good.
Gets the knock onto it.
The Scar doing wonders.
Falcons, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that as Insight, we know, wants to get involved in anything that's going to be going on. Not too clean.
One of DK have Panzer
They're going to be blocking out near on everything. As near quick glance, it looks like there's about 6 down between the two sides of them already, maybe even 7. Now, what are you going to do to try to play around this? D plus Kia just commits into the res. They are going to get rewarded with that. Molotov is going to be coming out from the Falcon side, but this is easily navigatable. Look at that gap in between them, and instead it's just going to be running right into it. Ventus does go down. It's going to be Silzen, the veteran, playing on the opposing point, but that Molotov now becoming a problem.
Yeah, Silzen had a great off angle, but it got shut down by John.
1v2 Falcon,
but now
dude.
it's a backstab from Insight, and out goes the Falcon. So D plus Kia offered a reprieve temporarily, at least. Tosi trying to find somewhere underneath that vehicle.
I forgot about it.
Doesn't quite have the angle. And XO, they need points too. They got to go for this. They got to clean up D plus.
Did I win it?
Exactly where
no.
Dude,
I forgot about the team wipe. I wasn't ready for that one. I'm like looking at the game, dude. Why is there codes when you're so into the game?
I think this
what a
is
scam.
exactly what they needed. This could give them enough energy.
Anyone get scammed, dude?
To start racking some
Who else
points
got
up
scammed?
I don't know if it's even really that possible. By the way, V7 did get.
Yeah, I would have got it, but I completely forgot probably because I wrote it correctly.
Petrichor Road might have thought that their entrance into that forest was safe. Now they're getting smothered by Ascend as well, and they're going to lose them in rotation. Still though, Miruda trying to sneak out whatever points he can, but man, it's you know what. This is not great.
This is your
not
life
good.
Yeah, you are now one with this truck, and it is one with you. And anything bad that happens to it spells the doom. For
I was actually 3 seconds slow in terms of like reacting. I wasn't even paying attention.
Not going to be looking at. Petrichor Road did get some separation away from the Sin that we were talking about a moment ago. XO still wants to really be focused in what's happening in the south. I believe that Kita spot out the rotation by Tiamba, and so that means that reinforcements are now going to be coming in. Donawa going to be playing in that pathing that we were talking about, coming over on that western bridge where we did see Sonics playing from. Sonics are pretty separated out, and they're going to find themselves pinched if they're not careful. They're going to have Donawa coming up back behind them with Kickstart and H-Win. Meanwhile, Tiamba has moved up in front of the other pairing as they've now gotten into that hillside. So this could be a three-way fight, potentially four-way, as it is going to be T5 also on a similar path.
I think the Sonics here are about to scrape with Tiamba. Yeah, indeed. Pow Pow gets the opening knock onto Tiggleton. Tiggleton has the rock, smokes her out. It's going to be tough to get a grenade
18
up there.
seconds.
It is a really steep hill, but T5 might be backstabbing Tiamba like you were just alluding to, Matt.
But it's EXO again, aggressive on this hillside. They pretty much got control over this entirety of the hill. Kickstart is going to get a spray into Tiamba as they're making their approach in. EXO, though, is going to be the backstab I don't think that Sonics are going to be prepared for.
I love what EXO is doing. They're being so aggressive on these edges, just sweeping back and forth, cleaning out these fights. This is brilliant stuff. Rossita Jr. from T5. This is disaster for Tiamba. They are just getting smothered back to the lobby.
7-7 just trying to make a run out is going to be the duo for EXO that was playing more to the southeast. They're going to get some shots in. T5 watched all of this. They were aggressors inside, but they're now going to have to make a move in. Keep in mind, it is going to be Sonics that are going to be gatekeeping, but only with 2 members because the other 2 members are still caught up with whatever's going on with Donawa.
Yeah, Donawa has got a couple members stuck in the blue. H-Win out there, I believe, trying to drive back to the rest of his team. Shrimzy putting some damage down. H-Win going to get caught, so he's not going to be able to reinforce this Sonics position. It's going to be up to the 3 fraggers here trying to do something. Hatsuwa not even looking at Shrimzy!
I thought it was a free pit, but Tiggleton knocked one.
Demolishing them right now. Space Station Game is going to get eliminated at range, but it is just
he gets knocked.
Big way.
And Soul's going to hit him in the back after that beautiful spray with combined fire with Tiggleton as well. Kickstart in the blue, trying to get the heels off, trying to see if he can get some more points. I mean, again, for Sonics,
he knows there's one there, right?
They are going to winner's bracket. Now it's time to just practice some things, maybe take some fights, get some confidence. But I love EXO in this game, man. They are all over the place, and it's almost working out. But that point gets stolen by Tanadol.
Rip.
Oh, and now it's going to move in. EXO, it does have the gatekeeping position, but they have to be careful. Tiggleton kind of eyeing a lot of what's going to be going on. Shrimzy's got the nades coming out. Danowo now being more aggressive into this. Tig's going to have to recess all the way back down that hillside. Shrimzy is going to go down, but EXO's got vision on what's going to be happening with Tiggleton. Tiggleton's lost all of his cover, all of his defense, nowhere to go. Sonics are going to get eliminated. Now Danowo going to have to contend in with EXO in their positioning, but let's not forget 7-7 is still alive out in the blue zone.
I mean, EXO needs to take fights, and they should. I mean, Danowo's already weak. If they've been kill feed tracking.
That's Correxi's
they
kill.
Should know that they've got an odd man opportunity potentially. Yep. Oh, and they're getting help from Shen from Tai Lu. He does a bunch of damage to Soul.
This is going to be what's happening over in the northeast. Complete opposite part of the circle as it is going to be FaZe collapsing in back behind V7. Cerberus collapsing on the other side of him. V7 in a lot of trouble. Just these 2 members about to just get sandwiched in the worst of ways.
All right, well, EXO is doing a little bit of damage. Gumin here just stuck in this pseudo cave. Grenade out. That could be
not
so close. It just bounced a little bit too far to get both of them. Hema should know he's got him weak. He could have a double here. It helps when Solalzi's there on the off angle to get it. Yeah, Cerberus is going to claim 2.
Steps away. Feck's going to go ahead and throw in a nade to add insult to injury off of it. Now then, what are you going to do? FaZe looks like they're going to come alive. Realize that this firefight could be going on. With Solalzi now down, blue zone nade's going to be coming up. FaZe getting in control, and that FaZe vibe continues, man. Momentum just so big for them as they've already knocked 2. Just 1 more up, but it is Tycon. Never count out Tycon. Gets some damage.
That was
back
so close.
God, he is so outnumbered.
Jimbo.
Step up, take care of it himself as FaZe at 7 kills.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. Meanwhile, this battle.
Corexi has 2 kills. Okay. FaZe for alive is in maybe.
Game, though, a really solid one. However,
maybe Corexi salvages some points for me.
Their spot in the winner's bracket, and that grenade just barely missing. Loki's got Akita, and of course Donawa mostly out in the blue. I think Loki, yeah, he's definitely in the blue. He's ticking down as well. So
if FaZe win this game, they go first place.
Really good edge.
And it's definitely possible.
Their time is running out. They've been fighting so long. Eventually, things are starting to crumble.
And it's becoming a bigger problem as it goes. They're going to have day trade on the opposing side. Tyloo moving aggressively to the south. Loki looks like he's got his eyes on trying to make it into the safe zone. He might be able to get spotted out. Yep, and it is going to be Insight that at least picks up 1 more kill. So EXO, 8 kills. Now just trying to run out. And yep, it is going to get
This is really bad for the bottom 8 teams, by the way.
Lining up, they know the fact that he was running from something, and they're going to assume it's going to be that Tyloo line that's coming down.
Because Tyloo are going to be really good. Day Trader really good.
It might be too little, too late.
Arrow's like the only one.
I don't know if they're going to be able, especially if Tyloo keeps
But they're getting
hammering home
knocked.
here that they're going to be able to have any hope of getting into the winner's bracket.
Daytrade left Puchil's all the way over there next to FaZe. James is going to be lined up against them in just 1 second. Now this means that the members for Daytrade have to retreat back over, provide some type of support in what's going to be happening. They have to leave this Tyloo position.
No,
FaZe
Jimbo.
now also just trying to run back down, provide some type of reinforcement. They've already lost. It's done over there. Gustav trying to at least get some vengeance in, but Puchil's trying to juke it out.
If Puchil's can get away, I think Daytrade has a really good opportunity to go back-to-back here, but FaZe is on the hunt. They know they have Puchil's really.
This is kind of crazy that Tyloo and Daytrade are in the position to win this game, same as last game.
Because if FaZe came over that hill, he would be able to punish
Come on, Gustav.
turning their attention
Come on,
to
Gustav.
the sole survivor from D+. Ducking and dodging and able to survive for now.
Center of the circle, man. He managed to survive, live it out. Also, Exalt and Sind are still fighting each other. Remember Molodok in that drop that we saw forever? Looks like finally it's starting to come to a conclusion.
Wait, Ascend are losing this?
Brex, as the 2 members for Exalt
Huh?
who had to cling to life here for so long, now starting to find
Ascend were 4-man, Exalt were 2.
Molodok is gonna
They
get
turned
out.
this
There's
around?
the nade to finally finish out Ascend.
And that's exactly the problem.
Oh yeah, Ascend lost 1. Ascend lost 1 early. They lost Mika. They were 3, but still.
So easy to get those blue zones and frags in there to clean players out. Meet it out. Finally gonna die? Yes.
Rexy.
Okay.
Yes.
So Tyloo gonna be up into the north.
Rexy 5 kills. Dude, I lose 2 players early.
Also Flash doing whatever Flash is.
Imagine if I didn't lose the players early.
Nobody around him.
This looks very familiar to the previous game, Matt. It's almost the exact same teams. You have Exalt instead of Sonics. That's the replacement team there. And now Nurin's trying to punish FaZe's side angles. But now FaZe has control. A little bit of space, a little
Exalt
bit of a
out.
compound. Well, a shack is not really a compound, but it is something. Zhao Yang going to be able to finish off Exalt.
4v3.
So Tyloo still 4 up. Really would love to get these points. They're really in a good spot now to get to the winner's bracket. Daytrade as well, looking to rake in a few more to make sure that their ticket is punched for
FaZe is kind of
break until next week.
pinched here, though.
There are 8 players still alive, and if FaZe manages to take them down as well as get themselves win or some combination of
Oh, I
that,
went from like
they might find themselves in one of the
guaranteed
big
qualifying. Now it's like
themselves all the
they
way
are
up into
pretty
first
much guaranteed qualified,
So,
but
you know the fact the pressure's starting to mount on, but FaZe already feeling pretty comfortable with it.
like if
Tyloo
Pero
looks like they
win
are eyeing
and
more down
Danoa
FaZe,
gets 0
leaning
points and
northern
Pero
line,
win with like
slowly shifting
23,
in. It's gonna be Shin
you know,
that's gonna be
13
playing
kill
very
win,
far into the
T5
north,
get
seeing if he can
6
spot out
points,
FaZe. Daytrade
Danoa's
also
out.
creeping into that line, so while FaZe
But
is in
chance
the
of
circle,
that
they do
happening
have
is
the
low, right?
momentum. They have 2 big problems in the fact that it is 2 4-man squads versus their 3-man squad.
Jimbo just casually drinking water. Oh wait, Jimbo's dead. Never mind. I was like, he's just drinking water in the middle of the game, but he's dead.
To work with on their western flank, so this should be a
Yeah, FaZe were in the bottom 8. FaZe were
kinda
like
has to fight
going
Tyloo.
losers
There's
bracket
no
to now
choice.
winning the group.
I really feel
That's
like
kind of
this
crazy.
should be Daytrade's game to go back to back.
If you also think how Tiamba started the day 1.
Okay, with the way that the circle has fallen, the way it's set up.
In all honesty, Tiamba, if they wanted to win the group, Tiamba would have won the group.
Northern area. FaZe is going to have to move.
But since they're guaranteed top 8, it's like a little bit different. They started hot dropping. They started doing shenanigans. It would have been like a different day if they just like played, you know, quote unquote normal, potentially, right? Potentially, it's not for certain, but potentially.
They just don't have any options. Both of those routes are closed.
They definitely would have not all died game 1 because they wouldn't have done that.
Gustav gonna try to go towards the edge of this hill. He's gonna prone down. Fex is gonna try to cover the flank from the trees. You know, a lot of players are gonna want to set up there, but he's immediately spotted out by Shen. Shen feeling confident with a 3x. Gonna find Gustav.
Yeah, and that's gonna be even
It's unlucky.
bigger troubles. As
It's
Daytrade hears
GG's.
that firefight, they're gonna be
I think 5 kills is all I'm gonna get from
There
Corexy.
is nothing that can be done. No cover really to be had. Now heavily outnumbered.
Ben still with 160 heart rates. Someone needs to check this guy, dude. He's had 160 heart rate now for like 4 hours.
Leans back away from it all. Vex is gonna get spotted up.
166, 169, it was going up.
Gonna be coming out from, gonna get the knock in. Vex should get a read into it. Does get the knock, but Nurin's is gonna go ahead and
Rip.
follow it up. Daytrade though did lose Puchil's for it, and now
Is this
could take
Tyloo's
back.
game to win
I
now?
think Tyloo could potentially take advantage of this situation. Daytrade is really spread out. Belmoth doesn't have the best angle to cover this res, but I don't think Tyloo has quite sussed out where the rest of Daytrade is. I think they're afraid to over-aggress onto that. Instead, they're going to try to just take control of the high ground, take control of these hillsides, take control of the circle, and play for Phase 8.
Two different strategies. We see Daytrade running a heavy line of control over into the east. Meanwhile, it's just Wolfpack. Everybody together for Ty Lue right now, trying to roam up, see if maybe they can get up this hillside, figure out what's going to be going on. Is again, different sections of information. Belmoth is going to spot out Zhao Yang, take some shots in, is going to slow him down. Means the fact that he is now separated from the pack. And we all know what happens. Whenever you're separated from the pack, you are now weak and wounded, and Daytrade is trying to see if maybe they can get an angle into it.
Well, this Phase 8 is going to be much more crucial than normal because there's kind of a hill in between them. And whichever
Dark
way
Sage,
this
doing
shifts,
good.
it's
How are
gonna
you?
be pretty challenging. It is basically dead center, so it just depends on who has a little bit more time, and it looks like Ty Lue is going to be offered that extra moment to kind of wait this out because they're able to place a player or two inside the current zone. Daytrade starting to be able to get to that position as well. Center Dock going to be very, very much in the middle of kind of no man's land between these two teams.
Ooh, this is just going to continue to mount more pressure. Zhao Yang, they know that he's over here, but he's kind of turning in, being trapped by himself into its own advantage. He's controlling this area for the rest of his squad. Nurin's playing on the opposing side from it, and that means that the other members for Daytrade have kind of realized, okay, it's a solo up there. The other members could be coming in from the south, so they're trying to creep into that point. Nurin's, though, look at this. He's playing this really sneaky, trying to use this hillside to creep into a new angle to see if he can spot out something. Shin is the center point of the line for Ty Lue, as now it is just a directed lineup. This is old school firefighting. It is just an entire beat across. You got to make sure that you hit your shots. As long as trades come out, life's going to be good.
Yeah, it could be one of those fights where whoever gets that first knock is going to come through as long as, like you're saying, the trades are there. But Nurins and Puchil's now, Daytrade's going to think about some kind of 2-2. I mean, the good news for them is Ty Lue has very little information on what the formation of Daytrade looks like. Puchil's taking that vehicle over, try to offer some kind of extra mobility, potential distraction for Daytrade. We'll see how they want to utilize that. You as a little bit of extra cover as well could potentially be set up towards those trees in the center of the circle. I think for me, I'm really, really curious about how Nurins is going to play this. Is he just going to regroup with the rest of Daytrade? Is he going to continue to try to make this flank work? I mean, there's a bunch of blown up cars down in front of him, so if he can get there, he might be able to kind of really punish Ty Lue's lack of information.
We can see the way that the hill is kind of lined in. Daytrade's leaning more into trying to play off of this point. The top of it is actually pretty flat. We've got a couple of trees that teams can play for cover, but it recesses back down right in between the two of them. So you can see both squads slowly collapsing, and now Daytrade much more in the full stack up. Smoke's now starting to come out. This starting to
it's not the latest Ognuff. The latest Ognuff is not in effect in this in the patch they're playing.
Daytrade has a lot of frag grenades left in their bags. You can see Flash has 4. That could be a big difference maker. I mean, they might just get it done with the gun. Nurins almost
gets a couple of taps in.
It's gonna be a Daytrade win, never mind.
Daytrade, though, has one of the members go down. Ty Lue starting to find the opportunities. It's gonna be Puchil's that went down for it. Throwable's now starting to come out. Zhao Yang starting to move forward. Puchil's gonna go down, but Belmoth already stepped forward inside the smoke.
I'd love to see Daytrade really try to wait this out. Use as many smokes as you can to buy time to
Ty Lue's gonna win. 175 heart rate, that's the highest we've seen. We need a doctor.
Flash finally gets something in retaliation, turning this back into a 3v2. Daytrade slowly creeping this win in. Ty Lue is kind of compressed. Flash on one side, very far to the south. Belmoth playing into the north. So there is a sandwich crossfire effect that they're trying to exploit. But with this, Ty Lue
why is it going down to 105? Oh, that's because it's Puchis.
Put the pace back into their favor, get everything under control.
Now Belmoth is going to try to do what Nurins was thinking about earlier, but Nurins regrouped, and instead Belmoth loses 2 players and then thinks about going for this flank angle. Flash on the edge of the circle, shut down, and it's over.
Then win.
Just like
Ty Lue win, I mean.
Ty Lue manages to pick themselves up a
from throwing last game to now winning.
As that was a clean technical set of plays, as both sides thinking the same thing. It just came down to who won their gunfight.
Yeah,
he's now happy.
I mean, Ty Lue, and I'm going to take Ty Lue a lot of times in those gunfights because Shen's on your team, and those 3x AUG sprays are pretty brutal. And
so shit on a Ty Red Bull at all, yeah.
Trying to flirt with some interesting ideas with those flanks. They send
probably
the
right
down to try to create a crossfire angle, but that's a really easy position for Tai Lu to punish.
Because that is extremely high, in my opinion.
Just so much
I feel like you can get
inside
nervous
that
and
one.
stuff like that, but I think that seems a little bit too high. Unless you are like a lot of energy drinks or something. If that even affects it, probably does, obviously.
The highlights today have been wins by teams, multiple wins, I should say. Tai Lu
That
comes
was nice
out
shots.
with their second one and not only shows us how to win a chicken dinner, but also how to do a cool secret handshake.
It's not a back-to-back, but it's a double.
It's a double.
And they started with 19 points after 6 games yesterday. So them, that's a redemption angle for sure. It's good to see for them to step in and do this. And also after that game, they could have won as well on Vikendi. And now they're able to get this one here. So good to see.
New Rondo
Tai Lu
video,
step
when
up
did
and
it
Shen
release?
step
If it
up to
released
the level
today, I
that we know
haven't.
they're able to perform at.
It was also nice to see Day Trade in there because at that point, when we got to that sort of standoff, it was a guaranteed one of them was becoming a second
I have not
chicken
seen it,
dinner
no.
winner.
You like
It
that.
seems like these teams are absolutely dominating right now. The ones who came to play have really, really shown up. FaZe has also played incredibly well. They ended up in third with that one, but they were playing so strong. Defense was really, really good here.
Yeah, really good. FaZe also, of course, had some fights on the eastern side. I was a little bit surprised to see. I mean, James, of course, had to get one of those off angles, had to get information, but Puchils was covering that. They left Gustav on the other side of the road, and then quickly they would turn from 4 down to 3 and then down to 2. And unfortunately, they were the kind of the teams that's going to get squeezed in before 2 strong teams with full 4 man alive there. It's just rough for them. But yeah, of course, Tai Lu to able to take it home in the second to last match.
Let's be honest, though. FaZe also, I think, playing with a bit of a what do you want to call it? A hubris mentality. This idea of like they know they've qualified. James is making some plays that are maybe a little more aggressive than I think he would have made earlier.
I thought we might see more Dragonov plays even after the latest buff. I still prefer so now. They're not playing on the latest Dragonov buff. They're not playing that one.
Day Trade, Tai Lu, and FaZe keep showing up in that top 4.
And it's scary for the bottom 8 teams. This little bit of a gap we had in the going into this game here, it's still there and it's continuing because Tai Lu was actually the team that was being on the chase there on the 65 points, and now they're able to take this one home. Just makes it harder for anyone else. And as we were talking about, it's likely that we could see just with 2 games to go that the top 8 is going to stay in the same top 8
Some people
here.
do play it. You do see people play with it.
Just bunching it up at the top.
But you see this, you see people play with Dragonov the same amount that you see people play with Sniper.
The teams that we've seen
like before, you saw people play Sniper maybe like 1 in the team, and even then some teams don't even run Sniper. So maybe it's like 1 out of 4 teams run a Sniper.
EXO makes
The Dragonov basically is kind of the same.
Big chase from them. They were in the mid pack going into this game.
And some people still take the Sniper as well sometimes, so
definitely
next patch you should see more people use it though.
Right now. So we'll see that when we get to the overall leaderboards, because those teams who are in the top have been so consistent, including this one right here. Winner, winner, chicken dinner team stats coming to you directly from Tai Lu. Shen has just been, I mean, great, right? Like,
yes,
I expect greatness from Shen. He stepped up and made some incredible plays.
What we saw from MPGC last year is just, it was on a different level, right? Especially from such a young guy, right? It's good to see him come in here and also prove that already in the group stage that he's capable of it. So, yeah, maybe have some big expectations to him for the rest of the tournament too.
And PGC is the greatest training camp in the world in the sense of it's a full 3 weeks, right? So Shen turning on this early, getting this confidence. We saw what he was at the last PGC. He's going to only get stronger as this thing goes on. Match leaderboard, Tai Lu comes away with 20, FaZe gets 16. Day Trade's going to be very happy with that 11. You can hear the hometown crowd. They were really hoping they were going to pull that one out. But for me, it's EXO making that push up there at the end. Exalt, you know, they go out here in 5th, but I've seen some good moments from them today that makes me more encouraged for the losers bracket. I won't write them out just to be kind, but you know, at the end of the day, it's probably going to happen.
It's also
26 kill game, and it was a 25 bots.
But 101 points for Tianba, FaZe in second, Sonics on third.
17 points, 8
gap, though, we have to talk about, which is 1 game to go. It's still 17 as it was before. Third and 5 is now the gatekeeper on 68, down to Pero 51. It's a big one, and I gotta say, with 1 game to go, I feel like it's not happening. Third and 5 is they know they have to get like 4, 5, 6.
That's my worry. The thing about third on 5 is they play better when they're aggressive, and they've been playing defensive to lock up this 8th spot. So I do worry a little bit if they drop far away, they try to slow play this, and a team like Pero or EXO goes off, or even V7. They've been amazing lately.
They have.
They could step up and make that run. It's only 17 points.
Yeah, and for them too, or 19 for them because they're on that second one. So yeah, for sure. I gotta say though, again, Tianba has surprised me. They have been a pleasant surprise. It's always good to see a team that comes in and just steps up. Group stage completely dominates. I hope they can bring that same momentum and fierceness into the winners. And out of the, you know, even with Tianba, 6, 7, even 8 teams that are currently on top 8, it is top teams. They are the teams that we're kind of expecting to be into the winner's bracket. Some of them are favorites to win the whole tournament.
Absolutely.
So yeah, happy to see them step up. And Tianba and Pao, we've seen it before. Like these guys, they can frag.
I think it looks like maybe a little bit of frustration there, but they shouldn't be. I think it was a slow start. They played very well. This is a team here that is going to be suffering a lot of frustration right now. SSG was hoping for winner's bracket. They're going to almost 100% be in that loser's bracket. Try to take away what they can from this game. It's going to be a good one, though. There is a slight race. The Chase,
I was about to ask if you bots meant 3 or 22.
Careful here and manage themselves.
22 bots, Temptress.
Do you think anyone can catch them, or is our top 8 pretty much set?
I think it's settled. I don't see, you know, unless it's Petrichor Road pop-ups and like 15 to 17 kill win. I don't see it. I think Theragon 5 is going to defend. Danawa, they know they just need to get a few points, and they're going to be in that 75+ mark, so they're going to be fine.
All right, so keep an eye on Theragon 5 and exactly how the start of the game goes. It's time for our final match in Group A. Let's get into it. This is the last one. Erangel, baby.
What is my fantasy updated?
Last
it is,
one
right?
Indeed, is we're going to be making our way
Not looking too good.
into a pretty centered path, but this time it's going to be going
I'm going to go Pete whilst this is happening.
And a much more northern lean, so no military. Maybe Zarky's on the table. Maybe Stalber. You know, I'm content we had our one. But I know the fact that there is a lot on the line here at the desk, saying the fact that it's pretty cemented, and with the drop-off of, 17 points, Petrichor Road would need to have a massive game to step in.
Yeah, I mean, look, Petrichor Road is fully capable of it, no doubt about it. I mean, I'm sure they're a little peeved at Danawa kind of messing with them unexpectedly in that last game. But if there's any team in this lobby that I think is capable of dropping a massive 17-kill game, yeah, Petrichor Road definitely up there for me. I know that they have the firepower to do it. It's just getting it done, and I'd love to see a Stalber circle. I want to see that new Stalber in play. It's got that observatory. You know, we're checking out the stars. You know, not just from space, but also here in the game.
Exalt making their approach in, landing much friendlier than we saw them land inside the last.
How dare they?
Second time.
How dare they not entertain us? This.
Are you not entertained?
Exactly. Exactly. I'm very entertained. I'm very entertained. I want to see an entertaining game for Petrichor Road. That's really what I want. I want to see Petrichor Road really pop off here. You know, I don't know how worth it is to mess with Danawa, but I mean, I'd like to see them have a really strong game because I want to see an exciting finish. I want to see it where they're, riding 14, 15 kills coming into the end. Severny Circle, somewhere up in that vicinity, it looks like, most likely.
Yeah, shooting range hillside, the usual contender over here, or we might see the warehouses in the Badlands that are going to be just to the south, just to the west of Stalber itself. Those are the usual suspects for this one. Tai Lu is still playing around Rajak, not landing in it directly. They're just kind of playing the outsides of it. So they are technically not committing to the Rajak, but it looks like they might be wanting to do something back onto V7 now that they're feeling a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, this might be a bit of a punish onto V7. V7 basically out of it. Again, V7 needs one of the most brilliant games you would see in PUBG esports history to get through into that winner's bracket. But, I'm sure
game.
It's got to be on Tai Lu's mind now that they're qualified. Like, let's screw with V7. Like, let's make their last game miserable. Let's really just try to beat them down just in case we run into them again further on in the tournament.
You've been going to go ahead and regroup and grab the vehicle, and that's a good thing at this point, is like we were talking about with Tai Lu. But Tai Lu is also running a 2-1-1 with Shin, like, north of the river, and then we have Xiaoyang all the way down next to kind of Sonics, and Tiggleton already making a rotation. So gonna have to be careful with it. They have Boatyard, but they also have a ton of other space that they're gonna have to contend in. That also says something about Sonics. Getting inside the vehicles, we know the fact that they rotate early, but they're already pathing in here. It looks like they want to get a.
Where's Jimbo going, dude? You see that? Jimbo's alone.
It does feel like they've been chasing the circle pretty frequently.
All of FaZe are in Milta, and Jimbo is just like casually going up to Yasnaya right now.
Strong with the way that they fight. They're so smart with the way that they fight that they can chase circles all day and punish teams on the outside edges. They're so smart with the way.
This is where James is right now.
They're so methodical.
The rest of his team is in Milta.
That DK fight that they took on the north side of Miramar 2 days ago, where they just broke them apart. I mean, just piece by piece. The only mistake they made was that H-Win just over-aggressed, got a little too spicy because he had level 3 gear and felt a little too confident going into that finish onto the last member of DK. And Glaz has no idea Shen is here. Yeah. He has no idea.
Just waiting for it. Be like, oh, you wanted Rajak? You can have your Rajak. I'll go ahead and take you down, Glaz. And that is a
dude, he's 146 heart rate just now. Not even late game. 150 early game.
Shen is just too good, too smart. Guy is absolutely a monster, as the analyst desk was rightly pointing out. One of my all-time favorite players to watch. I've got to see him for years over in Asia, and he is just a treat.
This is about to get pretty awkward over here on the outskirts of Georgia Pole, as Tiamba is going to go ahead and get the quad that's out there. Exalt was trying to path over here. Sonic whoa! Petrichor Road is just gone. D plus Kia. My God.
Oh, well.
Panzer first, dude.
I mean,
what you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? You clown car and, you know, you mess around and you find out. That's what happens to the only team.
That's the only team that had a chance of V7, and they're both dying. Literally, this is a pointless game now. V7 also dead. Heaven is my fantasy player, and he's already dead. I lose points. I lost points again.
What they're seeing here today.
That was.
I should have gone for Shen, dude.
This is why you guys want to take as many.
Shen is popping off.
Talk about the importance of securing multiple vehicles for your squad. Yeah. There's two great examples, just back to back.
Shen is probably using some illegal performance-enhancing drugs, though, but he's popping off.
Then you're limited on the number of vehicles you can normally get. You're cut off. You only have that one spawn that's just to the northeast of Apps. That's your guaranteed vehicle, and that's all they got. And after that, you know, they can't necessarily, I guess, go to that garage that's on the other side of the road to the southeast of Razak, because that must have been contested or something. I didn't quite catch it.
The only team that has a chance of top 8 is EXO.
Again,
22
like
points.
I said, mess around, you find out.
Space Station Gaming, who was in a more comfortable position at the start of the day, and now kind of had that slowly and steadily usurped away from them, as points have been hard to find for them. Now find themselves in the thick of this lower bracket.
This is gonna be a fiesta of the last game.
There are opportunities for it, but
like
again, with
99% chance of everyone already top 8 is qualified.
It's so hard to go back and VOD review these types of situations. Be like, okay,
not
so
higher.
Do this, and
you're not even gonna,
this.
You're not even gonna want to watch this game. You don't even need a VOD review this game. It is because there's very little of consequence left that can possibly happen. The situation is set. It is going to be T5 up to Tianba. Let's have some fun.
And I guess that's kind of what we've been seeing so far. I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah.
Looking out, giving you guys some updates. We do have a lot of our rotations coming into play.
They need to look for T5, and they need to win the game as well.
Up on top of the hill and shooting range, and try to get some information. If they get around those rocks, you know.
I want to see some Sonics pop up here, huh?
Yeah. So looking out, we do have ourselves a highlight. We want to look and see how Falcons managed to make it into PGC.
Bit wide out. See, maybe connects in, gets a shot onto one, going for more. 2, 3.
Well, MVP the last one up for Legacy. I thought they had it under the Sonics. Legacy LMP will.
This is a little dangerous, as it's going to be DraftKings fly.
Based off of this reposition, maybe something else. It's just not going to be enough.
I had to laugh in there because it was your voice again, and I'm like, wait, you're sitting next to me. How is this possible? Has science gone too far?
It's all scripted, so I can take a quick break, grab some water.
Fair, you deserve it. It's been a long
day. These games today, I do, man.
They've been exciting, yeah. They've been crazy.
And highly unexpected moments, and I've been loving it. Panzerfaust.
Panzerfaust 4K.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard.
V7 got hot dropped in Rozok kind of thing, but then got trapped and they died. Well, they didn't get hot dropped. They just got surrounded, and then they lost a player, decided to pull up, and all died.
They had a bad situation.
Arrow got clown card panzered.
Decided to get spicy, and you know they had to gamble on a big.
Went to DK in Yasnaya, South Compound, at Crossroads. They drove with the US with 4 people and got panzered. 1 panzer killed all 4 players.
You can get a lot of kills and a lot of points from that position.
I want to talk about Dano's positioning real quick, where they're in 7th place on the overall leaderboard. But look at how they've been playing. This is just a good awareness on like where the total point thresholds are, where they should be aiming for, and just playing for those types of positions while making statements and other style stuff. That is some really heady play.
I agree. It's what we saw like earlier from Tiamba to lesser success. Where they
What's
tried
going
to
on, dude? What's going on?
Do what Donawa just did at Petrichor Road, but even just like you know, everybody's been
Are you in
talking about
PUBG
this,
squad?
and
Ever
very
try a
rightfully so.
tournament?
The
I
announcers
used
the
to
other
play
day that this is a
professionally,
mental
yeah.
game. The analyst desk as well, just as much as it is anything else. And that is 100% correct. And Donawa just showed you that they didn't even have to fire a bullet to wreck Petrichor Ro's day.
Is going to come.
As a player, I personally wouldn't like the Panzerfaust that much for fair play. It's just when there's no counterplay, when something can just one-shot you, it's kind of silly. I don't really like it. But since Panzers is just a one-shot thing, it is kind of rare. And that was it, by the way. But these moments make it fun for viewers. It's like you give in and you take in, you know?
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
It's not a big issue.
That's all I needed in my life today, actually.
If I was playing, I wouldn't mind having it on either.
I'm going to go to bed a happy man after that. That's all there is to it.
Looking at, I did want to point out Danawa is running a full 4-man split. Some of them in Rajak, some of them across the river itself.
Oh,
Daytrade trying to make.
I'd rather move other stuff in PUBG than Panzers.
Knocked out. Daytrade going to have to figure out. Okay, we're not going to go that way. Ascend, you can have it. That's fine. You can have the island.
Yeah, we didn't want it anyway.
Yeah, it's okay.
I mean, you can carry the Panzer in the US, which a lot of people kind of do.
We're gonna bridge camp the other side, and just you wait.
That's right.
Other than that, they wouldn't really normally use it unless it's a specific strat.
It goes there. I mean, it is spicy.
Coupon?
This circle's, I'd say, we're on the medium scale of spicy. There's still quite a bit of the river left. There's the lake up by Yaz.
And we've got the
it worked. Thank you.
Cutting in with that river, right?
I got the coupon. Cheers.
As well. That means the fact the rotation's going to be a bit
Thank you for the coupon.
Got
I'll wait now with that coupon.
Surprise, surprise! Shrimzy hits a massive shot just rolling through. He's got coming back in. They know the fact that there is a weakened Tyler. Just go ahead and pick up those kills, man. You deserve it.
I love the drive-by here from the Sonics. They are just going for some
voting coupon. You might be able to try it in PUBG.com.
Let's
redeem
just go for
link.
Some big highlight reel plays. Let's have
Let me
some
actually
damn
try
fun.
it. Use the redeem code.
Man, I don't know what he is on right now, but he's been just nuts, so freaking
This
nuts.
count has already been redeemed, or the count is no longer valid, yeah. You can try it on this link, by the way, for the codes.
Shrimzy is just going hog wild, not letting
Try using it there, you need to sign in, though.
Shrimzy's out there just being like, nah, that's not okay. Fate, that was your teammate. That's unfortunate.
It probably did, Tempest.
Yeah, that's a
And the pack works in tournaments. I mean, tactical pack doesn't exist in public right now either, but eventually I guess they want to add it. Hopefully not, though. That's one thing that I don't like about PUBG. Some of the things there, but yeah.
Top fraggers on this Exalt team. I mean, before Uba,
like the drones.
Yeah, go for it, dude. Yeah.
Tactical backpack will make Panzerfaust silly.
You flush Shrimzy right now. If you get the knock on him and you have a chance for it, you get that done.
Oh, yeah.
Molodok can't really find the angle for it, though. Kickstart going to come in and reinforce.
We have 14 dead in the second phase already. This is like the last game of a scrim, and people are just like trolling.
Tiggleton, gonna see if he has anything to say about this. Ascend just looking to end on a high note here, as they are likely, or well,
Losing Ferris to Navi really hurt Exalt. Also, Ferris moving to Navi hurt himself. It hurt Exalt and himself. Like no one won. Like no one won. Everyone lost. Everyone literally lost.
This is a very interesting fire.
The only person that won is Uba out of this whole situation. Was actually Uba.
Also, D plus Kia has
but has he really won? Like Exalt don't look like they're gonna do well at this tournament anyways. They've been on a decline. I'm pretty sure Fairest would rather play Worlds and get a paycheck from Navi though.
Footsteps and is gonna spot out Molodok. Step in cover, not too good for Molodok. He's just gonna drop back down. No cover to be had over there, and yep.
But Exalt were looking kind of decent with Fairest, so.
Trying to run away, but he might be going in the D plus Kia sight lines. Hard to say for sure. Uba just doing what he can to hang on. Yeah, Tig eventually finds
Sonic's out,
bullets from Minuta.
but not that it matters.
That'll be Sonic's gone in 14th place, but
as well as my fantasy squad.
Yep, me too. I'm
which ranking position is paid? Every position is paid.
Pretending fantasy doesn't exist today, Matt. It's
yeah.
But for group stages, it doesn't matter.
No.
Speaking of some rotations, we've got Danawa that's now crept in just below Tiambuk because, of course, why not have those two squads next to each other?
That's just the way it goes. That's today. That's just. Oh yes, replays. Oh, yes. Yes. Give me that Shen juice. Give me. God, he's so good.
This is what happened to the other guy, yeah.
B7 kind of went a bit too
Shen
far
just
that
popped
driving,
off.
but that's okay. Shen.
He knows. You see
He
him look at
deserves
the
it.
camera. Yeah. Take your moment, man.
He well deserved. It's Chris.
IMO,
Decent damage numbers here
to make it more fair in the game. No, more fair. I wonder if they should just have prize money per game. Like winning the game gives you prize money, even if it's group stages. To encourage people to actually win the game. Not like chicken dinner, but the team that gets the most points in the game gets like $1,000 or something like that. So there's $12,000 to be played for in 12 matches. That way in the last games,
for SSG. This compound a little tricky at times to hold down.
because this is a fiesta for most teams now, and there's hot dropping going on. You know, some teams want to take this game seriously, but other teams are not even taking it seriously. So it's just like a fiesta. Like Ascent, EXO, and SSG, if they have a win with with a few kills, they can actually get top 8, and that's what they're trying for. But everyone else is just like not even caring.
There is no cover opposing away from this position. Everybody that's played on Erangel knows that this is a very barren section of the map. And so as we keep our eyes drawn
potentially as well, Zone, potentially.
We're only at phase number 3, but it's something that I know is.
But that's one game. I know, yeah, in the last game. But if it's 12 games,
exactly. It's kind of
something.
The spin out the tire, will the tire get hit?
For example, Tiamba starting the day, they were already qualified. Literally, they were qualified at the start of the day, and they were just trolling. But if there was 6k extra for them to play, you know, it's something.
The flush as well, but Ventus gonna get hot swat.
Maybe it can be 2k per team.
Now, at least Americano's gone, so T5.
But then that means less prize pool for the
Well, they also managed to get in a gatekeeping position back to get vengeance on D+ Kia if they path over here.
It wouldn't be that much anyways.
Pretty close. Exalt already hopping inside their vehicle, did manage to weather the storm that was going up on the top of the hill. Now going to be rolling down at roughly the same time the D+ Kia is making their move. And oh, I don't know, Ventus. Are you going to stop?
I think he has a Panzer.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I saw it off screen, and I was like,
just go ahead and shoot it at Thanadol. It's the last of my fantasy squad.
Dude, can we give Ventus the the?
Oh, I completely forgot about my dude.
It's gonna be Ross.
That's another Panzer. What is going on? I forgot about my fantasy.
But EXO sees this, and it looks like they're trying to move in. Opposing side is also gonna be Exalt.
I mean, D+. They went big with the Panzers in this one.
I have Corexis in the middle of the circle.
For sure. Just give me more river. Dang it. I was hoping it would just be one of those brutal river endings where the circle's like 100 meters away from the river.
I love Mondays.
Not going to be the case. Patapong out behind the tire well, and that vehicle about to explode. And maybe him with.
Yeah, I jinxed. I mean, I knew it was going to shrink up north anyways because it's phase 4. It goes away from order, but still.
Technically 2 points. They are running a 2-2 split. They've got control of the gas station.
Thing is, Danawa, FaZe, and Tiamba are my free fantasy players. They're going to most likely meet soon.
Would probably be the option a lot of these teams are leaning into. Because, of course, it's just the theme. The moment I saw that hillside, I was like, man, there's no cover to be had in it. We've had no cover in any of our games for the end game. That's obviously where we're going to go.
It's the way of the day, my friend. Just going to be one of those days where a few out in the open, a lot of the out in the open circles. But that's, you know, I think why you're seeing some of the same teams at times coming out ahead in these, because they're really good at playing out in open space, because they've got that gunplay, because they've got that smarts. They utilize their smokes really, really well at the right times. They find what little space there is to work with incredibly well. They rarely overextend. That's why you're seeing teams like Daytrade, you know, Cerberus now, but Tai Lu, FaZe, really good teams with space in front of them.
Falcons at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, while they're in their position, should be feeling much better about that one. The opposing ones they're running there up against right now is going to be Exalt, who's not in as easy as a position Falcons are sitting in. Realize the fact that they've got EXO on one side, open terrain just down to their south, as well as Tiamba that they're going to have to contend with.
I mean, Falcon cannot even qualify anymore.
And this hillside
it doesn't even matter.
Big. Molodoc has got to make something happen.
No one could qualify, I think.
Yeah, no doubt. And he's thinking about it. He's gonna see those smokes and
It's just like the reason you see some of the teams that come out on top is because they're good at the game. I would never come up with that myself. Who said that? Was that a cast that said it? I didn't listen.
Saw that, James. He's gonna go back to his teammates and be like, "I hope they didn't catch that one on stream."
It's fine, man. You know,
it's not a big deal though.
Like it's the wind. It blew the branch. It shifted it. He had it all lined up, and then
that's the golfer excuse. It was the wind.
It's wind, of course. Molodog. I mean, you do have to give it to Exalt. They are wanting to pick up whatever they can. They want to make sure that they secure stuff. And while yes, we do have our top 8 that are going to be going on to the winners bracket, the lower bracket also still needs to make sure that they're focusing on mechanics, building up their skills, getting some momentum coming out. You know, you want to make sure that you end this game on something to give you some type of momentum moving into the loser.
Early alive phase
because you want to make sure that whatever's happening right here, right now, is gone, and you are set and ready for the next stage.
Precisely, Matt. And what I want to see as an extension of what you're saying here is I want to see Donovan and Tianba just fight, just drop the gloves and just go at it. Just grab the jerseys and start brawling. But it's only Salute up here, so not like
grab the jerseys and start brawling. What?
Earlier today, and I want to see that grudge.
Wait until a knock happens. Whenever a knock happens,
one
of the two teams realizes what's happening. They're like, "Oh, it's you."
At this point, if you're FaZe, you don't want circle lock.
Space Station Gaming going to be
this is just too much.
As well as Falcons in their positioning. Looks like they're going to go ahead and opt away from their 2-2 split, and that's no surprise given the fact that we still have 30 up and there's like 3 pieces of cover. So yeah, you're probably going to get crashed in that 2-2 split.
No doubt. And that's it's going to be interesting what Donowa is going to end up. It looks like Salute's just going to fully retreat back to the rest of his team here. Cerberus going into the circle right ahead of EXO. Exalt trying to punish EXO. And gas station.
Everybody saw Falcons retreat away, and they're like, it's free, go now. We got Exalt trying to make it in there. It's going to be Uba that gets stopped.
Yes.
Cerberus gets the inside track. On a Capitan, though, moved back in, realizing people are going to be going for it. Has the DP of all things. This is a statement play.
My man, I like it. Go with something with a little bit of a deeper mag there for that angle. But just not really able to get himself set up in time. Lin Shu is going to find a knock on a page, and the
Buenos dias, Dave. ¿Cómo estamos? Good day, good morning.
No one really messed with them. They got that going for them.
Uba's still alive.
Is not doing
you
so
almost
hot,
jinxed him.
For now, it's okay, although I suspect it in danger of exploding. Yep, there it goes. Tianba crashing into SSG here. The blue zone to clear one side of it. If they can get some grenades into the back end, they can really do some serious damage to SSG.
And there it starts to come through.
Oh, poor SSG have had such a bad day. Really bad day.
Not a lot of options to really kick into. Sharpshot, you can see just trying to maneuver away from it. Realize the fact the page is going to go down as well. SSG now just down to 1.
Lin Shu with 1 kill, we take those.
But guess what? Remember how I said just got to wait for the kill feed? Yeah, Danoa sees what's going to be happening over here. And they're moving in aggressively to try to close this out.
My man. Good call. They've got this hillside. They're going to control some space. Tai Lu, though, kind of potentially going to do some damage. Yes.
No, don't knock Lin Shu.
That knock onto Lin Shu. Hopefully
save
that
Lin Shu.
In some more fireworks. Exalt Akita done and dusted.
Yeah. There was just nowhere to go.
Headshot.
Oh, you don't peek that angle again.
Ouch.
Lin Shu's just
that was Dragunov, by the way. Was that a Dragunov neck shot?
Maybe outside that 100-meter.
Yeah, or outside the 100.
The Dragunov is an instant knock, but Lin Shu, Donovan knows he's trying to crawl back. They're trying to spray through the smoke, but only getting a tickle of damage into him. And they should be okay for that res. And now Donovan has to take their attention away. Tianba just didn't take enough damage here that they're really able to aggress onto that angle. And Tai Lu probably
101 meters, yeah.
Shots
he was 2 HP. Maybe 110 meters
let's
or something.
just wait this out. We can maybe punish Tianba later.
I also want to point out Falcon's positioning, while it is very, very bold, is very intelligent for what's going to happen.
Probably a little bit more looking at the distance now on the map.
Remember, Falcons were originally where Cerberus were in the 2-2 split. Amy was holding down where the other duo was. They moved back, sent Capitan back over here, and now are playing that recessed section of the hill. So they've got control over that. Cerberus
FaZe are going to fight Donovan now.
And that gives them a massive amount of territory control, especially with Silzen playing.
I kind of want Donovan to win if Ionic stays alive with a lot of kills, because he's my captain. Ideally, I prefer him.
Danoa, though, also has to keep an eye on what's now going to be happening with FaZe as...
But whoever wins,
gonna have to make another move
let one of my fantasy players at least get kills.
The Falcons might be able to get a win here. because everybody else is going to be scuffling out on the outskirts of the circle.
Corexy with a
All
knock.
the teams that are outside looking in are
I don't entirely mind that.
battling. Tiamba is the only one who's not involved in this.
Okay, Danawa is now dying.
James there, yeah, that's an easy flush out in the open. Anonix up in the Wizard, trying to do what he can. Zhao Yang, Tai Lu trying to play spoiler on Tiamba's entry into this next phase 6 zone.
Yep, it's a matter of where the action is going to go. With the shots between FaZe and Danawa, they've now decided to separate out a bit.
Yeah, but Corexy never got the kill.
Some of the ships coming out.
All right, here we go.
Where do you even go?
That is not it.
Isaki takes the damage. Good juke around, tries to make something happen. Hamas is going to go, but him.
Linshu is down.
Deal with a nade right up on top of him. Diambo makes it down this hillside. The other members from Cerberus going to be harassed at range, not going to be able to really exploit too much of what's going to be happening in this lower section of the hill.
I really liked what Cerberus tried to do there, but Tiamba's just so good right now that their execution is just slightly better.
Linshu is actually going to get res.
The two members of Cerberus are stuck inside of that wall and can't really help.
Of course.
Yeah, I thought Cerberus would wipe that.
They were like, okay, we saw this is where the action is happening.
Oh, come on, just drive into it.
Do it.
Just do it.
Just do it.
I'd love to see it. I mean, you got enough grenades. You could just like drive at this and throw some grenades into the mess, and that's a free point. So
oh, Sol, why Sol? Why not Anonix?
Stop feeding Toby's fantasy team. No.
Mine. So now with the Hamas out, you can see the smoke launches going. Linshu realizing the fact that, guys, we cannot stay out here. We've got to go. Falcons at least providing some kind of fire for him. Linshu realizing the fact the problem's going to mount. And here it comes. Danawa's hopped down of the vehicle. They're rolling out right up on top of him.
That's my fantasy plan.
Making that landfall right up on top of him. And the entirety of the party is going on over here. Capitan, opposing side's going to take down Tycon with the DP.
Yeah, if you had a DP kill on your bingo card, congratulations. You could check that one off. Did not expect to see that today. Danawa, no one else on the outside of this fence, actually on this side. They're going to find out here right now as the smokes are clearing. ZYY going to go down to Salalzi. So Cerberus still clinging to life with just one player left. Tiamba out as
Jimbo,
well. FaZe now in trouble. Zhao Yang gonna get the knock and the finish with that Panzer.
Okay, nice. Corexy. I think Corexy didn't get a kill. I think that was a flush.
Stepping back in. Weekend squads galore around. Danawa is now focused in on what's going to be going on with the Cerberus and the last member up, but Capitan has stayed back over there. FaZe now getting this higher ground position is going to have a lot of information that they can work from and flex out. Issue is cover, man. Where do you go for cover? Hopefully you've got some type of smokes, but you can see a lot of utility has been burnt out. Luckily, Danawa's going to solve that problem just by running over people.
Nice back screen.
Yeah, why not? If you're given the opportunity, let's do it. So,
oh,
play some cover, but he's going to pay the price. Try to cover his teammate. Vex has just been a monster today. Already 444 damage in this game as well.
Dude.
He is just feeling it.
Vex is just so good right now, and with this FaZe now getting more control and it's starting to feel like momentum yet again, shifting in that FaZe direction. Just 3 points back behind Tiamba right now. Tiamba getting eliminated means in fact there's an opportunity. Vex gonna pick
Vex
it up.
with more kills.
More kills, and that is first place on the leaderboard.
4 kills now for Vex. He is having a
He's
monstrous day.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure how many kills he has, but it's a lot. It is absolutely a lot.
FaZe went from 10th or 11th to first.
And, you know, he's got his snacks. He's got his Slurpee. Now he's trying to get back into this circle is Salalzi, but he's got 2 members of the Falcons. Capitan, I think Emmy has a bit of an angle down onto him as well. And he can see those
Sunday,
feet.
It's basically Sunday, right?
Yeah, maybe not.
I mean, where do you even go at this
It's
point?
a zone.
Just kind of run it out, throw it into the blue zone.
Imagine dying to zone when it doesn't even matter, dude.
Such good control, such good positioning earlier, Paper. They're going to have to contend with FaZe, who, I mean, yeah, okay, you've had positions, you've had good stuff that you can work around. How do you compete?
I guess it doesn't matter whatsoever anyways.
It's a good question. It's not going to be easy. I'm not sure there's a great answer other than just, you know, play smart, right? Like that's really the Falcons' best hope here is that they can utilize the fact that they've been relatively unbothered during this game to their advantage. They should have, you know, a decent amount of utility potentially. They should be able to have some vehicles underneath this ridge line to utilize if they need to maneuver if this circle isn't as favorable to them in this next situation. Gear looks fresh.
The thing is, you would think if Falcon win here, it's like, oh, they're gonna get some like, oh, we won a game, you know, for losers bracket, get some motivation. But in reality, like winning this game doesn't mean anything. This was a troll game. This was a scrim, last game of the scrim with like literally no one cared.
This is the thing.
Like winning this game does not do anything.
Down this. We saw the amount of smokes that they managed to bring out.
If it was a normal game, like you get some confidence and hype, like you can actually win a game when it actually matters, but this one doesn't.
Problem is the cost. We are sitting at phase number 8. We're going to be having to deal with phase number 9 at some specific point, and it is going to be phase that's going to have to contend with those phase shifts.
Yeah, no. This is pretty difficult for phase, but with the way they've been playing today, they could very well just steal this away from the Falcons. The Falcons are going to opt to just reinforce this slight hill on the eastern edge. Now, I'm not sure how much of a plateau phase has to work with.
There's no money. No, there's no money.
Side, or if they're just going to drive at them because they have a P90 and just, you know,
they're going to lose this bracket.
Okay, well, now we send it down the hill.
Clown car.
That one little recess in the hillside is going to be enough. And Silzen's like, wait, what are they doing? They're going full lineup. They're going to go for a full flank around using the vehicle, jump back in. Throwables are going to come out. That is going to take down Gustav, but Vex running up the hillside, realizing it's going to be cars on both sides just trying to roam through. Silzen goes for the spray back into it. But look at this exchange. It is going to be Falcons.
Hey, look, they're not even hyped. What I'm saying. They don't even care.
Smile there from Silzen. A cheeky smile.
Maybe a cheeky smile. That's all you're getting.
Down to losers bracket. You can see Capitan a little
Either upset.
frustrated, but I mean, look, you got to win. You had some fun. It was a good game. We got a little bit spoiled early because Petrichor Road got lambasted and sent back to the losers bracket very quickly. But regardless, a really good day overall. A really good day for teams like FaZe, Tyloo, Daytrade. All had phenomenal performances. Cerberus was just dominant. We had some exciting stuff with people jockeying for position, teams trying to mess with each other to prevent people from maybe getting their drop spot securely or things like that.
All I gotta say is, vamos Falcons, great job, as we are going to go ahead and start getting everything else to shift over to our highlights in just one moment. Phenomenal performance coming out, and that was just such a fun last game.
It really was. I mean, I was hoping that Petrichor...
Why did I hear vamos? Who said vamos just now?
And meanwhile,
imagine winning a car. Exactly. What's up, Zero?
And we're gonna go ahead and throw it over to our highlights.
Falcons flying high as they manage to get a chicken dinner in the last match.
I'm gonna get some water and pee.
Will it be
the
enough?
usual?
We'll find out. I'm gonna go with probably not, but it is a confidence builder no matter how you slice it. My name's Topies. I'm joined by Avenger, and it's time for the highlights.
I gotta say, the phases on Falcons, they were like, yeah, we knew we were last place going into the last game, so it doesn't matter if we won, but still, they played it well. And if they had that game, maybe in game, 3, 4, 5 in the first day, it could have been a different story going into day 2.
But it shows maturity. Like, to me, the fact that they played this so well, the hold that they had south of gas station, the fact that they gave up gas station but still held the sort of defensive against it with the rock. Then they brought Capitan over to sort of keep the chaos going. Falcons played a master's class of a match from that position. It's just, like you said, too late. But that doesn't matter. It's a double elimination. They still get to go to losers bracket and fight their way back out of this thing. Now, we see a lot of Panzerfausts in this game.
Some of them are disgusting.
Some of them were disgusting. A full team wipe, if I remember correctly. Sadly, Petrichor will never forget it. And then the end game with some cars and a little bit of fun to bring, I don't know, maybe a chaotic end to a chaotic day of PUBG. And it really was chaotic because the teams that we thought would be dominating at the start of today, like Tiamba, struggled at the beginning and opened the door for some of those middle pack teams like FaZe, who was middle pack when they got here, to absolutely go crazy.
Yeah, they obviously had an insane day here. You can also see how many points they were able to get out of this one here. They could have made it a 3. They could, if Jeems didn't get panzered there and they had a 4-man strong, they could take Falcons on 4 versus 4. It would probably not have been a drive-by for the funds, so for the Lulz. It would have been an actual try to try to win this last one here. But yeah, they're looking good. Of course, this is the kind of the last day they needed because they were struggling a little bit in day 1.
And it was. I think that's going to be a boost, a confidence boost. All I can say is the Jeems-Fex connection has been beautiful. And I mean, the metaphor truly of Fex being a rock where sort of Jeems is out there just causing chaos sort of in the gravitational pull effects has been fun to watch. maybe a little too chaotic at points when I think some of those Jeems extensions were fascinating. But I like this idea of what they're going to be taking to the next phase with that synergy. They absolutely phenomenal play today. All right, so let's take a look. We'll look at the top 4 teams in that game. Remember, this was a unique game because a lot of the teams in the top 8 were essentially solidified.
Right.
So some of those top 8 teams were trying some things a little bit, getting crazy. Some of those fights we saw, I don't think we would have seen in a normal scenario, but it was fun.
It got shut down a little bit. We you know, contemplate a little bit, okay, with 2 games to go, is this going to be our top 8 teams? It ended up being it, but also ended up being it because Petrica Road and V7 Funpin, they got absolutely destroyed in the very early game here. But yeah, Falcons
brutalized
with 8 kills and a win. Good to see here. We know these guys are capable. Silson, one of the most decorated players in PUBG history, been at almost every single major event. I think it was PGC 22 he missed as the only event, otherwise he's been in every single other one, so impressive. But yeah, Capitan likely to take the big MVP here.
It is, and I will say this is a roster. You see Capitan with the man of the match right there, 3 kills, 479 damage. Previously, a while back ago, they were KPI. They did very well at PGC. They disbanded, they went their own way. For whatever reason, they said, this year, you know what? We did well. Clearly, we played good together. Let's put any differences aside and let's come back together and see if we can make a run this year. And they are. They do have these amazing moments, and that's what's going to make them better. These confidence wins to show, hey, we do work well. We can synergize as they go into the next round, I think is a big deal.
Yeah, huge. Phase 15. Falcons, as you said, 18 here. Cerberus, another great game for them, another double digits. They have had a fantastic run today, too. Definitely a huge turnaround for them compared to what we saw on day 1. They struggled a little bit. They had a lot of hot drop situations, of course, but today they stepped on the speeder.
Absolutely, and they stepped up a little bit. You know, I think Cerberus, despite the logo, is often a 2-headed dog. But we saw Solozzi getting involved.
Last meeting of the day.
So maybe they are growing.
What's up, Pickleberry? I'm here.
FaZe makes the jump at the very end to 108 total points to finish in first place.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Hey.
107. They got 27 points only today. Not enough for them to hold on to it. 2 teams on triple digits. Cerberus close, Sonic's close, Tyloo close. A lot of teams on the big sponges on the very top on 90+ points.
It's fine.
Daytrade and Danawa and T5, of course. The 8 teams here making it. Quite impressive.
Ace is still in, yeah, but they're going to lose this bracket. Alright, it's been fun. I'll catch you tomorrow for more games. Hopefully a better day for Twisted Mind. Alright, Nate, have a good one. Hopefully.
Once we start that on Wednesday.
And they're going to have to step it up.
Wait, we're probably going to get a FaZe interview, so we'll stay.
Sponge at the top of that one as well. Not quite as much. So it's going to be Miramar, Tego, Vikendi, Arango. So tune in tomorrow as we will find the top 8 from that group who will join the top 8 from our group today to make up that winner's bracket as well as the loser's bracket. Remember, those teams to finish in the top 8, they get a couple days off. They get a chance to breathe, reset, especially the ones from this group who made it through.
Yeah, for sure. They have 4 days off. They're not playing tomorrow. They have a day off, and then there's 2 days of losers, right? So it's just 4 small breaks for that.
And maybe they can take a break by relaxing in the On-The-Seat official gaming chair. They are a partner. The chair elevates the gaming experience with ultimate comfort and exceptional
Wait, how many fantasy points did I get that game?
Choose the seat of victors.
I went down after that game. I lost points. Well, I gained, but like...
Logo Pro esports gaming gear made with a unique design. And as a world-leading gaming brand,
not a
MSI
great
stands out as the most trusted brand in gaming and esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championships 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as the designated hardware provider for this event. Tauganoi, live deliciously. And finally, #1, fast and reliable fiber internet brought to you by True Online. That's how you stay in the game. FaZe taught us how to stay in the game. They came in the middle, they fought hard, and they went the distance, and they finished with a first place. I can tell you, something like an On-The-Seat might help you get there, or train as hard as Jeems.
Yeah, honestly, in this situation here, I'm just questioning, did Vex really have the kickboxing pants under everything today? That's why he popped that off? I think he ended up as the top fragger. That's been super impressive to see him back-to-back 6 kills, back-to-back wins for him alive. What an amazing day for him to kind of come back, a little bit of a redemption angle compared to what we saw on them day 1.
And it's the relationship on that team that I love the most. Yes, they got kicking back boxing pants customized with their names and the FaZe sort of logo on it. And James was funny last night. He's like, yeah, we're not going to wear them.
That's a cool present to get,
He goes, except Vex, though. Vex looks really cool in those shorts. And it just cracked me up to see that relationship. It is a cool gift, but the fact that these guys seem to get along so well, it seems like a very strong iteration of this team.
For sure. So the synergies are an all-time high here. And of course, course, after PGS1 not making it to the grand finals, they are not going to turn this down. They're going to go straight to the winners bracket here, and I feel like we're going to have a good run from them, and they're going to go straight to the grand finals there too.
And it's meaningful for me. This is a storied brand that has bound around PUBG for so long, has some of the most dominant rosters, has an actual meme. FaZe Sunday is a thing because this roster, this dynasty has been around for such a long time. To see them so strong right now is very exciting as we go into PGC. That's it for Group A. We'll be back tomorrow with more action from Group B. This is PGC 2023. Let's check in with Pan as she speaks with some of the players.
Thank you for the wink, Toffees. Okay, Rap God Pan. Rap God Pan.
บนเวทีนะคะอันนี้บอกไปว่าในช่วงท้ายของเกมเดี๋ยวเราจะได้มาพูดคุยกันแต่ว่าเนื่องจากในอันดับ2 3 4เนี่ยเราคุยไปแล้ววันนี้เดี๋ยวเราขอคุยกับแรงค์5ด้วยแล้วกันนะคะแล้วก็วันนี้มีกองเชียร์เยอะมากด้วยเช่นเดียวกันแต่ว่าอันดับที่1ก็พลาดไม่ได้อยู่แล้วต้องคุยกับเขากันก่อนนะคะดังนั้นตอนนี้ก็ขออนุญาตเชิญตัวแทนจากทาง FaZe
Oh, Fex interview.
Hi, so we're here with FaX, everyone. Wow, you've done such a really great job today.
Fex is so huge compared to her, dude.
Because after a show on the first day, so you came back and rolling like so loud with 2 dinners and multiple top 4. So about that, what do you attribute to this turnaround?
We didn't talk about too much. We discussed some of our main weak points, like our communication and stuff. We just tried to really focus on that for today's games.
โอเคนะคะท่านถามไปว่าจากการแข่งขันเมื่อวันแรกนะคะก็คือก่อนหน้านี้เนี่ยต้องบอกว่าวันนี้โอ้โหเขาแบบ turn back ได้แบบยิ่งใหญ่อลังการมากแบบคำรามมาเลยนะคะก็เลยถามไปว่าคือมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นสิ่งไหนที่คุณได้แบบว่าทุ่มเทหรือว่าได้มีการพูดคุยกันเขาบอกว่าในทีมเนี่ยส่วนมากเขาจะแก้ในเรื่องของจุดอ่อนหรือว่าสิ่งที่เป็น weak point เนาะตรงนี้นะคะทำให้ทีมเนี่ยสามารถกลับเข้าขึ้นมาต้องไม่ใช่คำว่ากลับขึ้นมานะต้องบอกว่าโอ้โหวิ่งปู๊ดขึ้นอันดับ1ขึ้นมาเลยนะคะ and for the second
I'm pretty sure that was not the correct translation just by the way she was doing hand singles, dude.
So what do you as a team need to do
maybe she's asking the question. Yeah, okay, she was saying the translation of the question now.
We've been working really hard on, trying to get our international performances better because it has been rough. So we've been working with a sports psychologist. She's really been helping us get in the right mental state for this tournament.
ว้าวอันนี้สำคัญมากๆเลยนะคะก็คือเขามี psychologist นะคะก็คือคนที่ต้องบอกว่าช่วยในเรื่องของแบบการบำบัดทางอารมณ์หรืออะไรต่างๆด้วยนะคะแล้วก็รวมถึงเขาเน้นมากๆนะคะในเรื่องของเขาเรียกว่าจิตวิทยาหรืออารมณ์หรืออะไรหลายๆอย่างคือไม่ใช่แค่เรื่องของการพัฒนาความสามารถอย่างเดียวนะคะคือเป็นทั้งในเรื่องของทางด้านอารมณ์ด้วย Do you have something to tell to your fans over here?
Yep, thank you very much to all the fans. It's been great seeing the support, and thank you to the fans that have brought us gifts.
Thank you, and this is FaX from FaZe. Thank you so much นะคะก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆทุกคนด้วยนะคะเอาละค่ะทีนี้เราไปพูดคุยกับแรงค์5กันบ้างแต่ว่าโอ้โหแฟนคลับเขาก็เยอะไม่น้อยต่างไปจากทีมอื่นๆเลยนะคะ and next let's talk to Tyler.
Oh, Shen. Does he have a doctor with him? Does the Shen have a doctor with him?
And we're right here with Shen, and the first question.
Is that a doctor?
So, in the last match that you had
Doctor/translator?
before play to YV7 and send them to the loser bracket. So, could you please tell us through that story today?
So, 就是上一局你做到了1穿4，然后想给大家分享一下你整体的打法，或者是你整体的想法，为什么要这么做，跟大家解释一下整体情况，可以吗？
就是本来就是要把他们送到败者组的，因为我们有跳点冲突。
Okay, so because they have the same dropping location, that's why they consider them as a strong rival. So they always think they consider to send them to the losers bracket. So this is the major reason, and he did it.
Yeah, and you did it. And so the second one, so you have a couple days until the winners bracket begins. So what will you do?
Language is a different way to communicate things, like sing or dance.
Find yourself in the grand finals.
所以马上就过几天，马上就要到胜者组的比赛了。所以这几天
Entertainment presents such a different vibe to these
自己能够在能前往总决赛呢？
放平心态吧，然后做好自己的。
I mean, the Korean commentators are like super hyped as well, though.
Let's say he will be himself, and he will continue to practice and have the same average standard to perform his best to make sure he qualify to the final.
Okay, and do you have anything to tell to your fans over here? There are a lot of them.
She's not translating it to Thai, I guess. She did it for Pex.
Love you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Talu and Shanshan. Thank you. Bye bye. ขอบคุณค่ะเมื่อกี้นะคะที่ได้คุยกับเฉินนะคะเขาบอกว่าโอ้โหตอนแรกเนาะที่เขาบอกว่าทำให้วิกเจ็ตกลายเป็น loser bracket
Small but gave me 87 points today. Yeah, he popped off today.
ที่เขาสามารถจัดการได้
Then did
นะ
pop
คะแล้ว
off.
ก็แน่นอนค่ะจากการที่เราถามไปว่าเราถ้าสมมติว่าวันนี้เนี่ยก็บอกว่าอีกไม่กี่วันมันจะเข้าสู่ในรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเนาะคือการที่เราจะแข่งขันเราจะเตรียมตัวยังไงจะทำตัวยังไงเพื่อให้เรามั่นใจได้ว่าเราจะเข้าสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลนะคะนั่นก็คือการรักษามาตรฐานของตัวเองนะคะค่าเฉลี่ยที่เขาทำมาหรือว่า average ต่างๆ average standard ที่เขาทำมาเขาก็จะรักษาสิ่งนั้นไว้เป็นตัวของตัวเองแล้วก็ซ้อมให้หนักขึ้นนะคะเอาล่ะวันนี้ก็ส่วนที่3แล้วพรุ่งนี้ค่ะเดี๋ยวเราไปเจอกับกรุ๊ป B นะคะก็สำหรับท่านไหนนะคะที่อยากจะมาเชียร์ก็เรียนเชิญกันได้เลยนะคะที่ BCC Hall เซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวนั่นเองค่ะส่วนวันนี้แพนลาไปก่อนพบกันใหม่วันพรุ่งนี้นะคะสวัสดีค่ะ
It is way different to like Korean, Chinese, and like Japanese, though, for example. Like it stands out more. Like the others, at least for me as a foreigner that doesn't speak those languages, it seems more similar, but Thai is like more poppy. Like it's more poppy behind it, like. Vietnamese as well, probably I guess it's similar-ish to Thai. Alright. Let's watch Rondo now. Oh, that's not the thing. That's climbing.
펍지 배틀그라운드의 10번째
What is this?
론도에서는 동양의 가구와 현대가 공존합니다. 역대 가장 플레이 지역이 넓은 8곱하기8 크기의 거대한 전장. 그에 걸맞는 다채로운 환경을 구성하여 월드를 탐험하는 재미가 있고 론도만의 새로운 컨텐츠로 신선한 플레이를 경험하실 수 있습니다.
도시나 마을부터 대형 건축물, 자연 경관이 멋진 곳까지 여러 가지 컨셉으로
Video's
개발해
laggy though. Why is it
진행되는데요.
laggy? Why is it not like smooth and clean?
시각적인 테마뿐만 아니라 규모와 배치에서도 차이를 두었기 때문에 지역마다 색다른 느낌을 받으실 수 있습니다. 특히 대나무 숲, 습지, 폭포, 생태공원 등 건물이 없는 공간들도 충분히 흥미롭고 전략적으로 이용할 수 있도록 구성했습니다.
由于龙都同时拥有传统庭院、现代住宅以及繁华都市，因此我们也将注意力集中在如何将这些不同风格完美诠释在同一张地图上。建筑风格、装饰、壁画、植被等细节也是我们关注的重点。除调查及阅读大量的资料外呢，我们还进行了实地走访考察，为了在地图中传达东方美而做出了极大的努力。
론도의 주요 스팟 3군데를 소개하자면 먼저 맵의 동남쪽에 위치한 자데나 시티의 경우 고층 빌딩과 화려한 네온 사인이 특징입니다. 기존 대형 도시들엔 없던 이동수단인 에스컬레이터를 추가하여 다양한 상황이 발생할 수 있도록 유도했습니다.
玉林是被石山、湖水和树林所环绕，
This is new map,
展现出
Rondo.
东方韵味的地区。此处所有的建筑，篱笆、瓦片、墙面、大门还有屋顶，都是在进行了多方面的考察和评估后才开始制作的。
대나무가 하늘까지 뻗어 있어 무협 영화에 나올 법한 곳도 있는데요. 투척물, 차량 등으로 대나무를
Oh,
파괴할 수
you can
있다는 점이
destroy the
좋습니다.
bamboo.
如何打造
Dude, I'm gonna destroy all the
移动
bamboo.
战斗、生存这一完整游戏
Mow
节奏
everything
闭环
down.
也让我们思考很久。考虑到呢可影响游戏节奏的地点间距、建筑密度、地势地形、视野角度等因素，我们将把这张地图大致分为2个区域进行了开发。
A 지역은 에란겔과 유사한 플레이 경험을 할 수 있게 디자인했습니다. 중심부는 평탄한 농지, 외곽은 산지로 이루어져 있어 대부분의 지형을 교전에 활용할 수 있습니다. B 지역은 낮은 언덕이 많아서 능선
Two regions. But they split it like this? I'm just thinking of esports. A circle pops up, B is gonna hardly be played. Like, if they make two regions, like they're saying, like, this is two regions, two different style of gameplay. But B is like, they say B is hilly and, like, on foot play. But then it's, like, on the edge. It's, like, gonna hardly see game time. And again, they do rivers and stuff in the water here, dude. This side looks okay, I guess, though, but...
중심부는 평탄한 농지, 외곽은 산지로 이루어져 있어 대부분의 지형을 교전에 활용할 수 있습니다. B 지역은 낮은 언덕이 많아서 능선을 중심으로 한 교전이 많은 곳입니다. 물 웅덩이를 배치해서 A 지역만큼 차량 활용이 원활하진 않지만 걸어서도 운영이 가능할 수 있도록 했습니다. 이외에도 더 다양한 플레이 경험들을 준비 중입니다. 기존의 파밍과는 다른 방식으로 아이템을 획득할 수 있는 새로운 시스템이 추가될 예정이고, 앞서 말씀드린 쓰러지는 대나무숲 외에도 필드를 파괴하거나 플레이어가 은폐 언폐물을 스스로 만들 수 있는 기능도 준비 중이니까 신규 맵 이후의 업데이트들도 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 업데이트들도 많은 스스로 만들 수 있는 기능도 준비 중이니까 신규 맵 이후의 업데이트들도 많은 기대 부탁드립니다.
Okay. Interesting. Portable cover. Interesting. I mean, it doesn't look too bad, I guess. It's a map. I have one coupon code. Wait, what did I pick here? Is this for group stages? Or which will have the higher final rank? Okay. Purple Mood over Howl, that's looking good so far. Phase of an NH, maybe looking good. YouTube stream is dead here. PMA over XO, I don't even know. Day Trade over Genius, looking good. As a pentagram, I think I think this is close. I'm not sure who's winning there. Both Esports over Space Station, looking good. Enterforce over Team Falcons, looking okay so far. I mean, if we still have the losers and winners bracket. Genji over 4am, I don't know. I think it's looking good. Exalt. Oh crap! Why did I pick Exalt here, dude? What am I smoking? What am I smoking, dude? Can we change this? Can we change this back? Distant mine over 17 could be okay. Pero is not looking too good. Dynamo Sonics is basically the same so far. B7 are not doing too good, but they might go down. Tiamba is looking good, actually. Legacy. Luminosity of Ascend is looking good. Suburbs of Kia is looking good. Most are looking good, but some are not. Oh, the Turban? No, that was the last game of the day. What do we have here then? Wait, is the TFT set already live, by the way? Is it on the live server today?
Was it today? Or was it, I don't know, Wednesday? Exit lag. Waiting to renew the grand final teams? Yeah, it's kind of silly that you can do that. That makes no sense. Even on the head-to-head you can wait. Even on the head-to-head you can wait. It just makes no sense. Because then you know, like, in the grand final teams, Howler is not there, but Purple Mood is. Hello? Like, you already know the results. How is this a thing? Ends in 10 days. This is such a bad system. I'm sorry, but it's so bad. That you can already decide when a team's like... That's PUBG in a nutshell. I mean, you can see in the scam G coins system. Did it. Oh, my camera is meant to be some over there. Oh, it's showing. All right. So we go here. I don't own a console, so no. I don't play console. I'm not a console guy. PC. Is that a K2? My favorite gun in the game? Did I just see him there? There's a Panzer, dude. My man had the plans of Hurst. That was an interesting vault, though. Was the PC in 2000 changed with PS3? Yeah. You went to PC to console. You went backwards. Well, not really backwards, but you went the other way. Actually gonna take that in case we get a cheeky M24. You didn't update each 102 console each 6 onions, but yeah. I mean, sure, I guess. There are some people that upgrade their PC every 6 years, though. Something like that. And they do alright with them. What the snap was that? Scared me. Need a new PC? Same. I need a new PC as well. Is there a sniper here? There is. There is. Perfect. Alright, let's go. What the hell's wrong with that? What the snap? It always does that. I haven't even paid attention. Is there no vehicles here? On it, dude. We'll have to go that way and find one. Guess he's long gone.
What's up, Quad P? Hello, hello. How are you doing? Back to the V people. That drop plane. Oh, dude, it's so far away. Okay, normal public servers? Yeah. Pretty much. I mean, I can go for that drop. Good luck trying to find that now, though. Danu is off on Mondays. She takes a day off on Monday. She doesn't stream. I think it was in Palace, maybe a bit behind Palace. Yeah, I thought it's gonna be like the old days. The old days was just insane times. Almost every game it's boss-ish. I mean, CSGO, maybe it's one of them that always grows, but... Oh. I think for that to happen, it will probably be like PUBG 2 or something. In Unreal Engine 5 with a completely new game will probably bring something closer to that than this. I don't know where the drop is. Little lost cause. Be outside the blue, who knows? Could it be in the water? Who knows? Or is it in Palace? Are you playing with A-Tweak? I play with Danu, yeah, most days. Whenever she doesn't really have plans, we game. So it can be like once or twice a week, I guess. Oh. Oh. I'm not gonna take it. I'm K2, dude. Actually, wait. Might be another gun. Extended quick draw on that, by the way. We need to check that. Oh. There's another self-res for me.
on it, dude. Where's the G36C? Amigo, ¿cómo estamos? We were just speaking about you. Speak of the devil, dude. What is this? G36C. No, the K2. The K2. What did you say? I didn't say nothing, dude. Someone asked, are you playing with her each week? Because someone asked, where's Danu? I said, you're taking a day off. Someone else, are you playing with her each week? That's it, amiga. I said nothing. Unfortunately, I mean, fortunately, you're taking a day off. Sick and tired, dude. Sick and tired. Dude, that guy almost killed us, huh? Close one? Yeah, it's not close because I had a K2. What do you mean close one, dude? Who do you think I am? Who do you think I am? Who's he shooting? Car driving there. What's that sound? How's the day off going, amiga? Productive? Winky face. Alright, let's just keep going. Nothing to see here. Need to swap cars because of gas. Gasoline. Bob Abadona. Hi. How are you? Snap? Oh, that direction. Almost, dude. Almost. Here's a suppressor. I want that suppressor. Even if we die for it, it's worth. Where did he go? Oh, there. Okay. Grab his suppressor now. Suppressito. I could put stuff in the trunk, but whatever. Whatever. Coming in kind of low, though. No risky business. I saw a guy out the rocks over there. Items on the truck and console? I don't know, it's dragging across here. Transfer button, I don't know. When you change blood to green, if you change the color blood mode. Colorblind mode.
a car here, but I don't see anyone. This guy got tagged. Getting shot from across. Yeah. This is kind of stupid to stop here, in all honesty. I think I take this now. That was a big whiff, but whatever. Grab the other level 2 vestie in here. Nah, the K2 is good. I see a guy there. Tagged him. Oh. This is so open. Oh. Darn it. Darn it. I just realized I don't have that much pipes. Let's clear this side if there's anything to clear. Do self-res probably at this point in late game is kind of useless. Tagged him. What? Did I not tag him twice? Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Most likely I didn't. I don't know if this guy's vest is actually better. Killed you? Hey, GG's. The old Amiga would say. Hey, GG's. There has to be a swimmer, dude. No. There's that guy still that we know about on the north. That guy just died. That guy just died. There's 2 dead people there. I think I could push that ridge now. I see the guy. That's a nice nade.
against P90 dudes. So much I can do against that. Any other gun, I guess, maybe. I have a level 3 vest. Did he get tagged by the other dude when he was running here, I wonder? GG's. I'm gonna go toilet. Very J's. I once had free self-res. I play solos on a mission to res 3 times, so I put myself on my move a few times. They didn't come for the mission. To res 3 times. Yeah, res a teammate, right? You tried to res yourself, huh? It's worth a try for sure. You have 300 bonus points expiring on the 20th of December. Dude, it's just like scaring you there. You think you have to use it already. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna make other people yawn now. Cross fancy locked in Miming, Wood, Lu, and Fluky. Alright. I might copy you. Solid. I need to check the leaderboard today before making decisions. I need to find like a middle pack team that I like and choose them. Because one of them will pop off. Like FaZe did. I don't trust these top of the pack teams, dude. They're just trolling. They be trolling me. Yeah, me either. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not too sold with who I'm doing well. Another K2 game, dude. I'm gonna keep playing K2. I do think K2 is a good gun. It just wasn't good against P90. That's a problem. But any gun would have been bad against a P90 then. But the K2 is actually decent. That scared the hell out of me. I didn't really pay attention on the drops, to be honest. I was just running like there was no one there. Deston? Nope. Let's see, PGC 2023, PUBG. Actually, I can just check Twaya, Group B. Yeah, like Twisted Mind is 11th, Enter Force, question mark, Genji. I think one of those 4 teams are gonna pop off tomorrow. I think if you have a play on one of those 4, it's gonna be good. I have a feeling. "17 are pretty much qualified, so I don't know if to go for them. I did the mistake of going for one of Tiamba today, and then they just started, like, hot dropping. I don't know. I mean, they're not 100% qualified, but they just need, like, a 10-point game, and they're 100% qualified, so it's, like, most likely. But I think a player from New Happy, maybe a player from Purple Mood, or a player of Legacy, Foot. I think I might get like 2 players out of New Happy, Purple Mood, Legacy, Foot, like 2 out of those 4. And then maybe 1 of Twisted Mind and 1 of Genji or something like that. Because I believe Twisted Mind or Genji, one of them will pop off, maybe both. That's super cheap, like 13k. Potentially. Pistol only, I don't want to do pistol only. It doesn't sound too fun. Although pistoling off cars, I know it's pretty strong. I don't do it as often. I don't do it at all, to be honest. And I should be doing it. It is nice. Alright, stop it.
I am sleepy today, dude. That morning workout kind of destroyed me. No one already go to bed. That's a sniper. We don't want that. Neither do we want this. Winter, sure. I'll take the AK, I guess, as well. I'm actually gonna take the UMP. Below me. Oh, free vests. It's 2 level 3 vests? I'm gonna keep this one and then switch back if it takes damage. You go base monkey. Dude. That one hit of the DBS almost got me from that range with a level 3 vest. Finally, free the mods. In diddly doodly doo. Is that it? Other people pull? Should have checked how many landed. We're gonna go back for that level 3 vest, because this play that I did worked. Had I gone for the level 3 vest, then we wouldn't have a brand new one. Okay, I'm gonna go AUG. Sure. Nope. Sniper now. Actually, we're gonna go with the basement key. Yeah. Let's just go fast to the basement, whatever. Let's get a level 3 vest, and then we go basement. In case there's potentially maybe not there, but I think there's normally one. I want that. And let's play 6 times. Okay. Now to get a car, we go for that dash over there. Oh, we have a bike, maybe. If there's no one nearby, it's fine. If there is, we're dead. Gotta hope for the best here. Guy then. I'll take this dash here. This whole area is new, by the way. When did they change this? Was this when they changed the boatyard? Or was that already changed before? I don't even remember. Was that in the recent Durango changes? Don't open the basement. It hurts your eyes. What do you mean? Oh, we have a P90. Ooh. This is bad. It's gonna block me. That could have gone horribly wrong. Could have gone horribly wrong. Pretty much did. Okay. Sure. I guess we're good. Did he also have a key? I'm guessing he also has a key. Yeah. Okay. Amiga's day off, guys. Day off. You should all know. You should all know this by now. That Monday is Danu's days off. If you didn't know that, then you have no right to call her Amiga. To the corner. I don't know where the other basement keys are, to be honest. Like in the middle of the map here.
Amigo's personal secretary, yeah. I just hear someone on foot there. Come on, go through the trees. Yeah. 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 Interesting circle. What's up, my Alexi? Hello. God, I just got destroyed, man. I just vanished by an M4. GG's. Enjoy the P90. Kill someone with it, at least. I want to see someone kill with it. Don't die with my P90 now, dude. Don't die with it. Amiga's day off is also best day of the week. Exactly. Winky face. Winky face. Losers bracket is on Wednesday and Thursday. No, sorry, it's on Thursday and Friday. Thursday and Friday. Wednesday is a break. Right? Yeah, Wednesday's a break. So tomorrow is Group B. Wednesday's break. Thursday, Friday, losers bracket. Saturday, Sunday's winners bracket. And then Monday, Tuesday is the last chance, I think. And then there's a break. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday is finals. Right. Is this a 2-day break until finals? So it's 32 teams, right? So it starts with 32 teams. There's Group A, 16 teams. Group B, 16 teams. Which Group A finished today. Top 8 of Group A go to winners bracket. Bottom 8 goes to losers bracket. Tomorrow's Group B. Top 8 go versus the top 8 of Group A, so they meet each other. And bottom 8 go face the bottom 8 of Group A, right? And they meet each other in the losers bracket. In this losers bracket, if you finish bottom 8, you go out completely. If you finish top 8 of losers bracket, you have a last chance, which is another round versus the bottom 8 of the winners bracket. And then that is another 16 teams, 12 games. If you finish top 8 in the last chance, you go to grand finals versus the top 8 from the winners bracket. It's a lot of rounds. A lot of, I wouldn't say pointless rounds in a sense. It's like pointless because there's nothing, they're not really, there's no money to be earned no matter what you finish. It's just you gotta qualify. But it's a fair chance of creating the top 16 teams out of the 32 teams for the finals. Basically. Oh, this is a disaster. Oh, I'm so dead. I don't know if I like this format too much. I think it's too many rounds going on. I think I'd rather it been the top 8 go guaranteed to the finals. And mix that's what they did last year, right? They mixed them around, like they put some of groups together or something. But it was like 8 groups of like 8, 16, 24. It was like Group A, Group B, Group C. It's kind of rough. I mean, when I was playing, you went straight to the finals of LAN. There was no 32 teams when I played Worlds.
When I played Worlds, it was 20 teams. It was 20, not 16. Wait, was it 20 or was it 16? 16 or was it 20? It probably was 16, right? PGI 2018. 20 teams. Yeah, it was 20. It was 20 teams in the finals, and it was 20 teams in one game. That's when I played. There was no qualifying a LAN, like group stages, anything like that. It was just best of 8, best of 8. But then after that, it went down to 16 teams. Where's Deston? Yeah, it definitely was. Rough for good teams, in a sense. But I think it's just more of this, like the sooner you get to grand finals, I think it's the better with like the way PUBG is, though. Like imagine there's only group stages and you go straight to finals and then there's a losers bracket, like a last chance. So imagine 32 teams. The top 8 of the 32 teams go straight to the finals. The bottom, well, you can't really do that because then, and then the bottom 8 go out, and then the remaining 16 go last chance. They play last chance, and that's it, and then you go straight to finals. So there's a group, a last chance, and a finals. Not a, like, there's a group now, there's a losers bracket, there's a winners bracket, there's a last chance, and then there's the finals. It's just, I feel like there's too many. Like, I know it's fair for players, I know this is the most fair and competitive in a sense, but, like, I feel like it's just too many games. It's not... I mean, it is still kind of fun, but it's not as short-term entertaining. Bit too dragged on. We had that issue with PUBG doing the leagues that they scrapped in 2019, right? I don't think the league format was kind of it. Because PUBG is more fun when it's like there's less games. So you have to find a balance of like less games but being competitive amount of games. Another one of these. Sure. Last time I had the same gun, I just ran this one, I died. I don't hear anyone. Pretty good, I guess. I'll play this for now. They are there. Oh, he's there now. Timing, dude. Nice shots. Good headshot. Oh. Was it tryout Thursday? It was tryout Thursday. Maybe tryout Tuesdays. I am not playing Sanok actually. Why did I join Sanok last time? Oh, I'm so tired today though, to be honest. I am tired. Maybe I'm just gonna do the daily mission. I've already done them. One more. Um. I think I'm gonna end it here, by the way. And take a break. Then come back tomorrow. Alright, see you later, Robux. Have a good one. Catch you later. I'm just a bit tired. And I really don't feel like playing solo PUBG today. TFT is tomorrow, Mallman. TFT patch is tomorrow. Tuesday the 21st, apparently. Yeah. I am not really feeling it. I mean, I already streamed for almost quite a while, so 5 hours and a half. I'll just chill a ruse and we come back tomorrow for more PGS. I don't know if it's down. Might be. Doesn't seem like it's down. But anywho, thank you so much for watching, guys. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. It was fun. We'll go watch Group B tomorrow. Group B at 12 o'clock Central European time. If you want to watch that, it's the last round for some teams to go to lowest bracket or winners bracket. But for me, it is GG's, no re. Thank you so much. Good night, good night. Peace out. Bye-bye.